You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Probe 7, log entry 1411. Another waking period. Ship seems to be functioning perfectly as usual. Wish they could make cars this reliable back home. Oxygen supply, right on the button. Food supply, a little over. Something wrong with my appetite. Not enough exercise, I guess. I know. More workout time. Gotta stay in shape. Never know who I might meet in space. Coordinates on autopilot. Propulsion system humming like a top. Pressure flow, output, all right on the money. Oh, come on, guys. You don't need a pilot up here. Could have sent an unmanned probe. All I am is extra weight. Think how much farther this crate could go without me. Of course, you wouldn't have my brilliant observations. Boredom followed by prolonged disinterest, with periods of great loneliness. Must be fascinating. Here's an observation. All these blinking lights in the cockpit. They remind me of stars, or candles, or cigarette lighters. That's it. Do you remember cigarettes? Did you know at concerts people had these little lighters, and sometimes they'd hold them up and it looked like a sea of stars out there in the dark? I want to write a book, not this diary. Doesn't have enough plot. Just me remembering. That's who I am, boys. He who remembers. Oh, well. Better send you the numbers. Here goes the download. Transmitting now. Till next time, this is Colonel A.L. Cook. Over and out. Hold on, I think we've got a malfunction here. Some kind of overload. Yep, there's a power drain. Initiating diagnostics. No time for that. Switching to manual override. Base, this is Probe 7. Probe 7, calling base. Come in. I've just lost a rocket tube. Can't handle this baby. Controls won't respond. Losing power fast. Have to set down on the nearest planet. Got one in view now. Not much choice. Entering atmosphere. Surface coming up fast. Can't slow down. No retro rockets. Ship's about to catch fire. Base, do you read? This is Probe 7. Probe 7. Mayday! 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 Mayday!
One Colonel Cook, a traveler in deep space several million miles from his point of departure and presently out of options. He set a course across an endless ocean in a one-man lifeboat, now scorched and broken on an alien shore. But even if he should survive, his greatest ordeal is yet to come, for he must face a far more dangerous challenge, an opponent more menacing than the cold, lifeless vacuum of space. He must face what awaits him on the other side of the bulkhead and do battle with the unknown. As soon as the dust settles, he will take stock of his plight with very little effort, a single 360-degree movement of head and eyes. For Colonel Cook has come to rest on a small, undistinguished planet not on any chart, one that is actually an outpost in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, Probe 7, Over and Out, starring Lou Gossett Jr., with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Log entry 1412. I'm alive. That's all I know for sure. The ship is wrecked pretty badly. It might be possible to realign the main drive, but not without help. So far, I'm holding up. One badly bruised head and a broken right arm for which I've made a sling. A few more painkillers in the first aid kit, but after that, I'm on my own. The planet has an atmosphere, so I don't need the pressure suit. That's another stroke of luck, if you can call it that. The terrain is desolate. Sand, rocks, some low-grade plant life. That means there's water. The question is, how much and where? The ship has cooled down now, what's left of it. Main instrument panel is intact, so I'll try to contact the base directly, if there's enough power. More later. Cook, signing off. This is Probe 7. Do you read? Probe 7. This is Probe 7, calling base. Probe 7, with a landing report and damage assessment. Over to you, base. This is Probe 7. Come on, base. I'm waiting. Blaine, is that you?
Yes, this is Lieutenant Blaine. We read that you're...
This is Cook, Probe 7. I'm glad to hear you.
Cook? Cook, we thought we'd lost you. Your transmission was interrupted.
Everything was interrupted. I'm lucky to be alive. Probe 7 made unscheduled landfall approximately 7 hours ago.
What? Come again. Can't hear. I thought you said...
I've crash-landed, Blaine, in another planetary system. Didn't have much choice. One of the thrusters broke off the ship. This planet is 92,900,000 miles from the nearest star.
Good Lord, Colonel. We're having trouble seeing you on the monitor.
Sorry, but I can't send or receive a visual. Most of my equipment was fried in the crash.
Okay. How's your oxygen?
And that's the least of my worries. There's an atmosphere here. I don't know its density or composition, but it's breathable.
Probe 7? Probe 7, your signal's drifting. Can you increase power?
Not much chance of that. Far as I can tell, this is the last of my juice, at least for now. I've got half a generator and 3 solar cells working. I was afraid it wasn't enough to get through it all.
Okay. Can you effect repairs?
Say again?
Repairs. Can you make repairs?
If you give me maybe 20 years, a good right arm, and a new head while you're at it, I might make a start. The bottom line is, I need help. Got that, Base? Help. And right away.
Probe 7, you're breaking up. Probe 7, are you there? Probe 7, we're having difficulties. Probe. All right, just stay there. Stay in transmission. Probe 7, we've traced your signal. We know where you are.
Great. How soon can you send a ship?
Colonel, I'm sorry to say we have nothing here that can reach you.
What? You had several ships on the drawing board.
Repeat, we have nothing available.
Say again?
All construction is suspended pending the current crisis.
Ah, come on!
Colonel Cook, I've been told you'll have to make the repairs yourself.
Base, now hear this. I don't have fuel, no propellant at all. I left most of my rockets scattered across 50 miles of dirt and rock. All I have is a ship that looks like a jigsaw puzzle. As for the wiring, it's nothing but spaghetti. So when you say you've got nothing that can help here, you're telling me you're crossing off one spaceman permanently.
Probe 7, we're having difficulty. Your words are breaking up.
All right, Base. I'll give it to you in a few syllables. This ship isn't going anywhere. Not forward, up, down, or back home. Is that plain enough for you? Now I'm asking you again. Isn't there anything you can do to help me out here? Or are you just going to write me off?
Colonel Cook?
There's the low power warning. I'm losing transmission. Got to sign off for now. I'll make contact again in 3 hours. Roger that, will you please, Base?
We will stay on this frequency, Colonel, and wait to hear from you. Oh, just a minute. There's someone here who wants to speak to you, Colonel.
Colonel Cook, this is General Larrabee. We understand the spot you're in. We wish we could help.
Thank you, sir.
Well, there is a possibility that once you give us a full report on the ship, we can send you instructions for its repair and walk you through it step by step. That's still an option.
Is it? Well, here's an option. Why don't I just build me a new one, General? I'll make it out of tin cans and chewing gum. I'll burn some circuit boards with a magnifying glass. That's a possibility, too.
Colonel, I'm trying to be frank with you.
Sorry, sir. I'll transmit again in 3 hours. Over and out. Heaven help me. I wonder if that's a possibility. Log entry 1413. I'm standing on a hillside a few meters from the ship. You hear that? I think there's going to be a change in the weather. Back home we'd call it a sandstorm. Better head back soon. I see vines and some flowers down the other side of the hill. There's more life here than I thought. As to what stage of evolution is reached, that's pure conjecture. No sign of animal life, but the vegetation grows thicker in certain areas, like the valley. Can't trust my leg yet. Better stay close to the ship. I've picked some plants for analysis. We'll see if there's anything edible. Hey! Anybody! Hey! Take me to your leader. I've got beads and wampum. Is anybody here? That's just great. The last good wires in the whole ship. Here comes that sandstorm. I'm gonna get the hatch shut. Close, will you? That's it. A little bit more. There. That'll have to do. This is Probe 7, calling base. Probe 7, calling base. Over to you, if you read.
We read you very well, Colonel. Ah, you've got the video going.
For now, General, I've wired all the solar cells in the series. At the moment, I'm running off the storage batteries, though. It's almost night here.
All right, tell us your situation, please.
My situation?
Yes, any change, Colonel?
I've done what I can, but I'd have to call it unchanged. The power level's higher as long as I charge up during the day, but I don't know how long that will last. At least, I've got you on the screen. Got to see another face, both of you.
You should be used to solitude. You've been in space a long time.
Yeah, I should, but that was different somehow. I was a big something in the middle of nothing. This, though, I've landed and it feels like I'm supposed to be somewhere, and I'm not. My memory of home is fading fast.
Colonel, and the condition of the ship, still a total loss?
Probe 7 is no longer probing, General, unless it's the few feet of dirt I tore up when I crashed. There is life here, like I said, vegetable life, pretty elementary. I've explored the surrounding area in all directions, but I can't get down to the valley with this leg. The gravity is roughly the same as ours. From what I can tell, the atmosphere is similar as well. At least, there's no pollution. I haven't started coughing yet.
Describe what's left of the ship.
What's left of the ship, General, is a few feet of bent-up metal. I told you, it's unrepairable.
You're sure, Colonel? You're absolutely positive?
There isn't one other section that's still intact. She'll do for a museum or a junkyard. Take your pick. As for me, I don't have the luxury of making a choice.
Nor do we, Colonel. Nor do we.
Right. The crisis.
Listen to me, Cook. We've got a major problem here.
Oh, you do?
Since you left, we've had an international incident. A serious one. There's talk of war. The next 24 hours will be crucial.
As long as I can remember, there's always been a crisis, and there's always been talk of war. Well, hasn't there?
Yes. last time, I'm afraid.
You'll forgive me, General, but I've got a crisis too, and it's a very immediate one. I have the remainder of my rations and 2 broken bones in one arm. You have my location. I need to know that help of some sort is on the way, or would you call that unreasonable?
Now listen up, Colonel. The rest of the fleet's been taken out. There isn't another ship, unless we build one. And if we go to hydrogen war in the next few hours, there'll be nobody left to do the building. Do I make myself clear?
You're serious?
That's the realistic view, Colonel. It may go down hard, but I'm giving you the facts of life. 10 hours from now, maybe 6, maybe 4, we'll be fully committed. I'm talking about 500 million people, not just one man. That's about as clear as I can put it.
Very well then, General. I guess that's it.
We don't see any alternative.
Will there be any point in making further contact with base?
Yes, Probe 7. For 2 reasons I can think of, both of some benefit to you. One, so you'll know that you're not alone up there. And 2, to confirm that your own world still exists. Though the latter is a moot question at this point. Over to you, Colonel.
I can't think of anything else to say at the moment.
Feel free to keep the signal open, if you like.
Can't do that, General. I need to charge the batteries when it's light again. Here's that storm. Don't know how strong it'll be or how long it'll last. But I'll try to get through it. Nothing else I can do.
Then, for whatever it's worth, know that we're still here. For now. Over to you, Probe 7.
Roger, base. And out. It's going to be a long night. Wait. What's that? Hold on. Blaine? General? I wish you could hear this. There's something outside, I swear. Something or someone. Log entry 1414. Just in case anybody ever hears this, I didn't get much sleep last night. I was waiting for the wind to die down. As soon as it did, I opened the hatch sometime around dawn. You see, I thought I heard something pounding on the hull, over and over. It couldn't have been an accident. It had to be something intelligent trying to signal me, to let it in from the storm. That was what I thought. Funny the way the mind works. I've never been so glad to hear anything in my life. And at the same time, so afraid. But I opened it anyway. Well, everything was covered with a fine layer of sand, silica crystals, very much like the soil back home. And that was the trouble. Whatever had been outside, there was no sign of it now. If there were tracks, the sandstorm had wiped them out. The ground, everything, smooth as a beach where no man has gone before. I did find something, though. A broken branch. So, it was only the wind, after all, blowing it back and forth before it broke off. Had me going for a while. So much for my man Friday. Now I'm back to the old routine. Reconnaissance, hunting, and gathering. Just think, a few million years from now, something on 4 legs, or 2, or 8, may actually walk this barren planet again. A few million more years, and it will grow a bigger brain so the species can start doing the same things I'm doing. Foraging for food, trying to survive. Wonder if there'll be anything left of the ship by then. Probably not. Me? I'll be a fossil at the bottom of a tar pit somewhere, and no one will realize I was ever here. Well, onward he marched, for want of anything better to do. Blaine? General Larrabee? Are you still there?
Here, Colonel. Go ahead.
Well, you look like you haven't slept.
Not much. And you?
Not really. Up at dawn to do some hiking, north, east, south, and west. I had been hoping.
Yes?
Just a crazy dream I had.
No sign of anything?
It's a primitive planet. I'm very much alone here, after all. Oh, not completely. I've got a wind that sings sad songs and some scrawny plants that check me out every now and then as I walk by. There might be some fruit trees that are edible down in the valley, if they're not poisonous. But that's it. That's all of it.
I'm truly sorry.
There used to be an old saying, if life gives you lemons, make lemonade. The only thing wrong is I can't even find lemons. But don't worry, I'll keep trying.
Not that this will provide any vast solace to you, but at 9 o'clock this morning, Colonel, we went to war.
And?
The whole eastern seaboard went up.
You mean all of it?
The cities, everything. It took 12 minutes. Exactly 12 minutes.
I suppose we retaliated?
Oh, indeed. With great alacrity and effectiveness. And we still are. With everything we've got.
It was our old enemy?
That's right, if it matters now. And the result of all this? Our world is doing a little wholesale dying at the moment. And there's nothing to do but watch it happen.
What about the base? Are you safe?
For the time being, our location's classified. Only you and a few others know where we are. The signal's encrypted.
That's good then.
Trouble is, we can't stay here much longer. There have been bombs as close as 400 miles from us, falling through the night. It's now a question, Colonel, of the manner of death. Very fast or very slow. It's that kind of consideration, not one we thought would ever be a reality.
General,
You know, it's really quite a pity that we didn't send others with you. What you think of as a prison might have proved to be a haven of sorts for the survival of the species.
don't have any illusions about it, General. What you think of as a haven is only a very sizable dungeon. A good-sized dungeon with a breathable air. But that's what it is, and there's no way out. I don't much care for solitary confinement, and neither would you.
Unfortunately, both of us have very little choice in the matter.
General, this is urgent.
Give it to me.
What is it, General? What's happening there?
In a moment, Blaine.
But, General...
I said in a moment. Cook, I've just received an official communication. We're going to have to move out of here. Now, I don't know whether we'll be able to transmit again or not. If we are able to, I'll do my best to make contact. You have my word.
Thank you. Try if you can. It means a lot to hear a real, live voice.
I wish we could do more. Silence. Or cries. That's the story from our world. Silence or cries. God bless you. And good luck.
Yeah. Over and out. Not with a bang, but a whimper. Hell of an ending. To all my friends back home, take good care. Looks like I won't be seeing you again. Not in this life. Time to start a new project. Chapter 1. The Memoirs of Colonel A.L. Cook. And I've got a very good memory. You wouldn't believe the stories I could tell. Who knows? After I'm gone, maybe someone else will crash here and find it. A lifetime of memories. Every sight, every sound, all the way back to the beginning. The kids I knew, the girls I dated, my friends, mom and dad, the first job, all of it. Every detail recorded for posterity. Has anyone ever done that before? Maybe people who keep diaries their whole lives, except that no one ever got it all down. Didn't have the time. But I do. All the time in the world. Log entry 1415. This one's for the record. A final official entry. From here on, it'll be the life story of Colonel A.L. Cook. Me, myself, and I. If for no other reason than to keep from going batty. But for now, it's a beautiful day, here on Primordial World. Ship still standing, of course. You'd never know that's what it was. More like something from a scrap metal yard. The cost that went into building it, the man-hours, and for what? To come to rest here. A little way station that isn't even on the map. I'd call that a waste. Exhibit number 1 in the elephant's graveyard. Ever hear of that? They used to say there was a place where elephants go to die. Hundreds, thousands of them. A secret place off the beaten path. And there were bones and tusks. And once in a great while, someone would stumble upon it. Like the Sargasso Sea, where sailing ships caught in the kelp and were trapped forever. Well, maybe other travelers will end up here, gone to ground, never to move again. Eventually, there'll be a whole collection of them from all over. But remember, I was the first. I should scratch it in the metal. Cook was here. But I digress. This is still supposed to be my official report. The evaluation of the crash site coming up. The tail fin is all but covered by sand. Have to dig it out before the next storm. Then build some kind of windbreak or the whole ship might get buried. I could gather some branches, make one. There's more vegetation in the valley if I can get up and over. Now, that's odd. If there are no other trees in the immediate vicinity, where did this branch come from? The one that was banging against the hull last night. Unless something carried it here. The wind or Oh well, maybe I just didn't notice before. That must be it. Rocks to the left of me, rocks to the right of me. One very dry, broken off branch in the sand. And what great sand it is. None better in the known universe. On sale at closeout prices. Note the fine crunch under my boots as I walk the proud land. The rare texture, the superb body. Why, it's positively... What in the name of... It can't be. It looks exactly like... No, I must be hallucinating. But this... impression... I could swear it's a footprint, a A boot print, to be precise. A lot like my boot, in fact. But it's not one of mine, about 4 inches shorter. But that's what it is. It is! Now hear this. Now hear this. I've got company. I've got company. Hey! Whoever you are, come on down. It's open house at my humble abode. It isn't much, but it's home. Drinks on me. Meet your genial host. Please. Please let me see you. Here's another footprint. And another. And another. Where do they lead? Up the hill? Has to be since the storm, so there was something here. I knew it! Hey, I don't care who you are or where you're from. Let's shake hands and be friends. Don't you need a friend? I do. Come on, friend. We can talk. I've got some stories, believe you me. Where you hiding? Behind that bush? Ugh! Blood on my head. Something hit me. Why'd you do that?
Probe 7, come in.
Got to get inside.
Probe 7. Probe 7. Space.
Get the hatch closed before they come after me.
Probe 7. Space.
Can't let them get in.
This is Base. With our last transmission, we got ours a few minutes ago. A 500% increase in radioactivity. Not much hope for us.
Colonel, this is General Larrabee. I wanted to wish you well. From what we can gather, the enemy got it just as bad as we did. We wiped them out. And they wiped us out. One last forlorn wish for you, Colonel. If you ever meet someone where you are, whoever they are, and however it happens, in whatever circumstances, I hope it can come without fear. I hope it can come without anger. That's what they're going to have to put on the stone. The one we'll all be buried under on our world. Here lies a race of men who flex their muscles one time too many. I hope your new world is different, Cook. I hope there's no such word as hate. I hope there's...
All right. All right. I'm ready for you. You want in? Maybe I'll let you, and maybe I won't. It's up to you. You can be friendly, or you can be dead. Hey, friend. You want to come in? Must be lonely out there. I hear you. What's the matter? Hungry? You're going to get a lot hungrier. Or don't you eat, friend? What do you say? Speak up. Can't talk, huh? No. You only know how to hit. Take more than that to put me down. What'd you use, a tree branch? Not very friendly, if you ask me. Well, I've got a nice piece of metal in my hand, and I know what to do with it. Won't catch me again. This has been going on for hours. I don't know about you, but I need sleep. I really need it. Understand? Sleep. And this king-size bump on my head doesn't help. Tell you what, we'll make a deal. I give you one more chance to get away. Go hide, I don't care. You may not understand the language, but maybe you get the message. I'll wait a while and catch some sleep. Then when I wake up, I'm going to have a nice freeze-dried dinner. If I don't hear you out there, we'll forget the whole thing. You stay up the hill, and I'll stay down here. Just remember to keep your distance. Otherwise, I might have to come up there and teach you a lesson. A man's got to have his boundaries. Oh, God, I hurt. I want to sleep just for a while. Hey, friend. Gotcha. Stay down. Pretty weak, aren't you? Let's see who you really are.
Ituko. Miyana. Manda. Manda.
No. You're a woman? No, wait. Let's talk. Can't we talk about it? Do you understand anything I'm saying?
Min. Oh boy.
Look. My name is Cook. Colonel Cook. I'm from another planet. I crash landed here. Cracked up my ship. This is my ship, get it? Or it was. It can't fly anymore. Now I'm just a wingless spaceman with no place to go and all the time in the world to get there. All right, be that way. I'm not going to hit you. I'm putting my weapon down, see? Oh, what difference does it make? You're probably an illusion, and those prints you left on the ground, they're illusions too. I've been fighting a running battle between fear and loneliness took the prize. You can disappear any time now. Any time at all. Go on. Poof! In a puff of smoke. No, wait, please. Are you real? This knot on my head certainly is. All right. Do whatever you want. Just don't go. Not yet. If you can't understand, I'll draw you a picture. Where's the stick? Look. Right here in the sand. This is my solar system. The sun in the middle, and this is my world. See?
Mida?
You got it. Now then, I went off course. I didn't have the power to get back. You know, power? Vroom, vroom. No good. So, I tried to land here, where we are.
Mida korum.
Go ahead, you draw.
Korum mistum.
Oh, that's your solar system and your world. You came from there. Let me see now. It went out of orbit. Is that it? Your planet left its orbit and moved away from the sun. And the line, that's where you went and where your world went, right? I'm sorry. What about now? Where's your planet now? I understand. Gone. Disappeared. Probably frozen by now. But you got out. How many others? How many got out? You got away. Any others?
Min.
One finger. That's a hard count, my dear. A very hard count. And you've been here a while, haven't you? Look at your suit. Your galaxy might be light years away. It would have taken years to reach here. Where's your ship? Ship. Where's your ship? It crashed too, didn't it? So you've been here a long time, a very long time. Me, Cook. Colonel Cook. You?
Korava.
Korava?
Korava.
Well, what do you know? Pleased to make your acquaintance. How does it figure? I thought you'd be a 50-foot flesh-eating ant or something. And you turn out to be a woman. Which is neither here nor there. Because however you slice it, we're stuck here. A one-armed man and one very tired lady. Quite a pair. What have you been living on? What food? You understand food? Eat? Well, I can offer you lunch or maybe it's breakfast. I'm not sure which. And some companionship. And we can spend the rest of our lives drawing diagrams in the sand, which will be somewhat tedious. But the brighter of us will have to learn the other's language eventually. I hope it's you. Because I got some stories to tell, believe me. Come, Korova. Eat. Food. In the ship. Chow time. Come along. Inside. Eat. Food.
Food. Okawa? Okawa.
No. Not that way. Come here. Food. Please come back. I'm not going to hurt you. Please.
Okawa!
Oh, for heaven's sake. Korova, please. You scratched me. What did you do that for? That's all you know how to do, isn't it? Draw blood. Well, go ahead. Get away from me. It's not just language, is it? It's our animal nature, the way we instinctively respond to one another. In that case, there's not much hope. Go on. Go. If that's the way you want it. Go. Base, this is Probe 7. The following is sent on faith, which is appropriate since this transmission is in the nature of a fairy story. I don't know under what heading you would classify it. Very likely space medicine or space opera. The long and the short of it is that I'm not alone here. There's a woman from another planet. Her name is Korova. I don't know much about her. I do know that she comes from another planet in another galaxy. A planet that left its orbit and moved out of space away from its sun. I suppose the inevitable happened. They just froze. She's not very old, so she must have been sent in a spaceship as a little girl. But now that ship is no more. They probably sent others too. God knows what happened to them. Died en route, lost their way, landed elsewhere, who knows. But somehow or other, she made it. Perhaps as a child on a preset course. She was here alone until I came. If by some chance you're still there, I can't send you any soil tests. I can't send you data about plant species or anything like that. But I can give you an observation about the psychological makeup of the animal kingdom. They're a frightened breed, a very frightened breed. It must be a universal trait wherever there are advanced life forms. Though it's questionable how advanced we really are, so I guess we aren't alone in that regard, which is really quite a pity, as you may understand all too well if any of you survived. Base, this is Probe 7. Last call. Absolutely, positively, the last. Over and out. Log entry 1417. Well, the ship is history. I've left it for good. I finally made it up the hill and down the other side. And guess what? There's much more vegetation here. Fruit trees. Flowers as big as your head. And through it all, a stream of running water. I swear, it's like a garden. I brought what I need in a backpack. I'm going to set up shop on the banks of the river and try to live here, for better or worse. It will be the last great adventure. I only wish I could share it. Oh well, there's always posterity. If anyone should ever find this and play it back.
Cook.
Oh, you. Never mind. Talking to myself. But you wouldn't understand. Why don't you just keep your distance?
Cook? Ah. Cook.
Not going to hit me, are you? No? That's a surprise. Well, you're just in time to say bon voyage, friend. I'm going that way. There are even more fruit trees over there. No reason to get in each other's way.
Cook.
You want to come? You may, if you like. We'll eat and we'll live. I don't know how or for how long, but we can try.
Cook.
What? Dirt? Soil? What do you call it?
Earth.
Earth? What does that mean?
Earth.
Is that the name in your language? All right. We've just given this place a name. We'll call it that. We'll call it Earth.
Cook. Korava. Earth.
That's right. My name's Cook. My first name is... But there's plenty of time for that. No need to rush things. Okay, Korova. This is our home now. This is Earth. What's that?
Food.
So that's what you've been eating. Some kind of red fruit. Any good?
Food. Eat.
All right. Not bad. We'll take some with us. If you think it's all right. Come on. I wanted to tell you something, but now I've forgotten. I guess we'll have plenty to talk about, though. This place, a new life after all. And after a while, we'll have new memories to talk about. Things we can share. Come along, then. Let's go. This route's all right. Any other life forms around? I hope not, for the moment. But if there are, we'll make the best of it, won't we? Pleasant enough place, don't you think? My leg's better. We'll explore as much of it as we can. No need to set up any boundaries, I guess. There's plenty for everyone. For you and for me. And it's a beautiful day.
Do you know these people? Their names might be familiar were you to hear them. They lived a long time ago. Perhaps they're part fable, perhaps they're part fantasy, And perhaps the place they're walking through now is not really called Eden. That's for you to decide. We offer it only as a possibility and a presumption in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Probe 7, Over and Out, starring Lou Gossett Jr., with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Tony Makis Sr., Sam Derrence, and Oksana Fedanushin. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Joe B. Cerny for Falcon Picture Group and Westwood One. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Matt Sorrow, Tim Cerny, and Todd Beyer. To learn more about The Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com.
Chain speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Yes?
Hi, Marilyn.
Oh, hi, Val.
Guess what?
What?
I got a catalog this morning.
That's nice.
I'll hold it up so you can see. Didn't you hear me? I said I got
What's so special about a catalog? You get a lot of them, don't you?
Yes, but this one is from the Bureau.
Oh.
Well, isn't that simply the greatest?
I suppose so.
You suppose? Wait till you see it. It's beautiful.
I know.
You think you do, but you can't. Not until you've seen it for yourself.
I got one, too.
You did? Why didn't you call me?
I was going to. Honest.
Isn't it wonderful? Oh, I can hardly wait. How long does it take, do you think?
I don't know. A few days.
But the transformation prom's next week.
They have to give us time to decide.
I don't need time. I've already made up my mind.
You have?
Number 12. They're so beautiful, with perfect blonde hair and those little noses that turn up at the end.
My mother's a number 12.
I know, and she looks so fabulous. Don't you think she looks fabulous? My mother's a number 14, but I always thought your mother looks so much better. Who wants to be a brunette? Nobody has dark hair nowadays. There's this one girl at school, that senior Jennifer. Well, she picked number 14. What a mistake. Nobody liked it. She tried to dye her hair last week and it came out all red and springy looking. Now she wears extra makeup. She thinks we won't notice. But her hair doesn't go with anything else. And...
I have red hair.
Oh, I know.
Do you think there's something wrong with red hair?
No, honest. It's great, really. But when you think about what you'll look like after the transformation, isn't it dreamy? Maybe I'll pick number 15. They have such nice long legs. Of course, number 11 does too, just like a dancer. Not as slim as number 12, but...
I gotta go.
To look at your catalog, I bet. Hold it up to the phone so I can see.
It's not here.
Well, where is it? You didn't lose it, did you? Better check, because if you did...
My mother's got it.
Oh, good. I mean, I want to ask her a question. Do you think she's happy being a number 12? If she could give me her opinion before...
Yeah, I'll tell her. Bye, Val.
Portrait of an American girl caught in that transition known as the terrible teens. The place? A world very much like our own, with all the modern conveniences that make life healthy, happy, and safe. The time? Only a few years from now, when the passage into adulthood has been rendered as pleasant and painless as possible. The answer is technology, and the guarantee that beauty is available not only to the lucky few, but to all, equally and without prejudice. Call it the American dream. For what young girl would not want to be beautiful? Given the chance, what girl will not happily exchange a plain face for a pretty one, an overweight body for a slender one, a lonely adolescence for popularity? It's a dream that might happen tomorrow. But as we're about to see, it's already happening in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Number 12 Looks Just Like You, starring Bonnie Somerville and Charles Shaughnessy, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
What are you doing, honey?
I'm looking at the scrapbook.
My old scrapbook? Oh, dear. How embarrassing.
I think it's nice.
You should be looking at your new catalog. Here, I brought it back.
That's all right.
They all look so pretty, don't they? I can't decide. The 17 reminds me of your father. His features, I mean. But I think the 12 might suit you better.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
I don't know.
I thought we should look at it together, all right?
If you say so.
Of course, you can't see the details clearly. The holograms are so small. Just the basic faces and figures and how they look wearing different outfits. But you get the idea. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Are you listening to me?
I'm sorry, Mothers. Some of the pictures in this old album...
Sometimes I don't understand you, darling.
What do you mean?
Most girls your age are thrilled to death when it's time to choose a pattern. Have you even looked at the catalog?
Yes.
I remember how excited I was before I made my choice. I couldn't sleep for 3 nights. The patterns were all so lovely. I couldn't make up my mind. My mother had to help me decide. I finally chose number 12. I guess that's everyone's favorite.
Is it?
Aren't you excited?
Mm-hmm.
What is it in that old album that's so fascinating?
The way you were. Before.
Oh, you can't be serious.
This page, for instance.
Not that one.
It is you, isn't it? See? It says Lana Donnelly.
Oh, I can't believe how plain I was. No wonder I didn't have any friends as a child. The sandy hair, all those freckles.
Like mine?
Well, that's what you inherited. But when I see that thick waist in the picture, those ugly, shapeless legs, I absolutely want to cringe. I wish your father hadn't given you this book. Hard to believe, I know, but I'm afraid the awful truth is it's me, before my transformation.
I knew it.
I was such a sight.
I wouldn't say that. I think you were beautiful. I really do.
Well, I certainly don't. I was unbearably homely. It was always hard on me at school until, well, thank goodness for the transformation. It's the most marvelous thing that could happen to a person, and it didn't come a moment too soon.
Am I very homely now?
Of course you aren't. Not to me. But afterwards, oh, think of it. You'll be beautiful.
Mother.
Yes, dear.
May I ask you a question?
Anything at all.
Suppose I didn't want it.
What?
I wouldn't have to, would I?
Darling, what are you talking about?
At least I could wait a little while, couldn't I? Would that be all right?
Oh, I don't think so. It has to be done at just the right time, a certain stage in your growth. Later, it's much harder. That's why the Bureau notified you. The time is now.
But what if I'm not ready?
You're just nervous, darling. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. Say, I know what you need.
You do?
A glass of instant smile. I'll ring for Grace.
I don't need anything.
I think you do, if you could see yourself. But all of that will change. Just think. Turn it over in your mind and savor it. Very soon now, very, very soon, you can look like this. Or this.
Who's that one?
She's exactly your age. Isn't she beautiful? Her name is, let me see, Melanie Moore. There's no reason why this couldn't be you. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
You rang, Mrs. Q-Barrel?
Lana.
Pardon me, Lana.
A cup of instant smile for my daughter, Grace.
Yes, ma'am.
On second thought, make it 2. I could use a little pick-me-up myself.
Right away.
Teaching the help to use first names can be a problem these days. But we're all equal, aren't we?
Yes, Mother.
Remember that. After all, Grace is a number 12, too. Even if she is our maid.
Oh, Mother.
Why so glum, darling?
I'm tired. I think I'll go to my room and lie down.
That's a good idea. You're not yourself today.
Oh? Who am I?
You act as though there's something wrong with the transformation. I don't understand what possible objection anyone could have to being beautiful. After all, isn't everybody? Someone's at the front door, Grace.
Yes, Lana. Be right there.
Never mind, I'll get it.
Hello, Lana.
Oh, Rick. Thanks for coming by.
How's Marilyn?
The same.
I almost couldn't believe what you said on the vidphone.
I couldn't believe it myself. But it's true. She doesn't want the transformation. Can you imagine?
Let me talk to her.
I wish you would.
Where is she now?
In her room. I'll let her know you're here.
Yes.
Marilyn, are you awake?
Why?
Uncle Rick is here.
He is? Be right there.
That girl. You were her father's brother, Rick. What did he tell her?
What do you mean?
What could he possibly have said to give her these crazy ideas?
It's an interesting question. Don't jump to conclusions. He was a good man.
I know that.
A little strange, perhaps, but a good man. I'll have a word with her. Might not have been his fault, you know.
Then whose?
Hard to say. They pick up so many peculiar notions from the Trivid and at school.
Here she is now. Don't let on that I called you.
I won't.
Honey, look who stopped by to see you.
Hi, sweetheart.
Uncle Rick!
Oh, forget that uncle stuff, will you? You want me to start feeling old?
Oh, you're not old. Can you stay?
For a few minutes, I guess. I was just passing by and
You two will excuse me.
What's the matter, Mom?
Nothing. I'm late for my culture class.
Still taking that night course, huh?
Well, I can't miss a chance to improve myself, can I? Make yourself comfortable, Rick. If you need anything, Grace is in the other room.
Sure. Nice to see you, Lana.
Nice to see you. Come back soon, will you? We'll all have dinner together.
Sounds great. Bye now. Now then, what's all this about?
What's what about?
Well, I gather your mother is worried.
Oh.
Don't say it like that. She cares very much about you.
Because I don't want to be transformed?
Something like that.
Because I want to stay ugly.
Stop it. You're many things, honey. Most of them delightful, but you're definitely not ugly. You're just...
Just what? Not beautiful?
Some people might say so.
What would you say?
You're different looking.
Different good or different bad?
Doesn't matter. The point is, people choose transformation when the opportunity comes along.
I guess I'm not like other people.
Your father chose it.
I know. He was a number 17 just like you.
Well, yes. 17 is the favorite for men these days. Has been for the past 20 years. My brother was a perfectionist. Wouldn't settle for anything less.
Uncle Rick.
Yes?
Haven't you ever wanted to look like you?
I do look like me.
But you also look like a lot of other people.
And all considered rather handsome, or so I'm told. Is that bad?
Is it good to be like everybody? Isn't that the same as being nobody?
I think it's time you tell me.
Tell you what?
Where you've been getting these radical ideas.
My father used to say...
Your father was a handsome man, wasn't he?
Yes, but he read books. He thought about things. Sometimes we talk, just the two of us.
Everybody talks.
I mean about real things, not just electronic baseball or the super soccer team or where to buy a dress or fix your hair.
Is there something wrong with sports, Marilyn, or buying new dresses? Think of all the businesses that would close down if nobody thought about them.
But if you make that all there is in life...
Sorry, sweetie, I have to be going. For now, I'd say you're out of sorts. It's not unusual at your age. You better have a glass of instant smile. Ask Grace to bring one in.
I've had a glass of instant smile. I've had glass after glass after glass. And you know something? It doesn't do any good.
Take it easy.
I don't feel like smiling. I feel like frowning. In fact, I want to cry. I'm unhappy, and I don't know why. Do you understand? I'm just not happy.
I'll tell you what you are. I don't know how it happened, but I'd say you're a very sick young lady.
Why? Because I don't want to be like everyone else?
I'll tell your mother to make an appointment with the doctor tomorrow. Till then, take care of yourself, sweetie, and try not to worry. We'll all be better very soon. You'll see.
What's wrong with me? Somebody please tell me. What's wrong with me?
So glad you could come.
Thanks, Mrs. Q-Barrel.
Lana, please.
Oh, sure. Lana.
We haven't seen much of you lately.
I know.
Marilyn, look who dropped by.
Who?
Hi, Marilyn.
Val?
Yes, it's me.
Oh, I didn't recognize you.
Doesn't she look fabulous?
I feel fabulous. Number 12 has always been my favorite, ever since I was a little girl.
Well, it was worth the wait, wasn't it?
You bet.
Are you two going out tonight?
I don't think so, but if Marilyn wants to.
I can't. I have to do my online homework.
Just a visit, then. I'll leave you alone. I know you have a lot to talk about. Remember, Val, you're always welcome here.
Thanks, Lana.
If you need anything...
We're fine, Mother.
Don't be such a stranger, Val.
I promise. See you soon.
She told you, didn't she?
Well, yes.
And that's why you're here.
Really, Marilyn, don't you think you're being silly about the whole thing?
I think it's my own business.
Well, of course it is. But I don't understand. Nobody does.
I just don't see why I have to make up my mind right now. There's no law, is there?
But everyone has it done.
Fine. They're not me.
It doesn't hurt or anything, if that's what you're worried about. When they did mine, I didn't feel a thing.
I'm sure it didn't.
Well, what then? You like the way I look, don't you?
Sure. You look just like my mother now. Oh, excuse me. Like Lana.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing, Val. But I like you.
Of course you do.
We're friends. We'd be friends even if you didn't have the transformation. Don't you know that?
That's not the important thing.
What is important, Val?
It's like getting a new dress or a new hairstyle. You just look better. You want to look as nice as you can, don't you?
If I do it, I'll look like one of those holograms in the catalog.
That's right, you will. And they're all beautiful, aren't they? What's wrong with that?
I don't know. But somehow I have this feeling that it's wrong.
Why?
How will you know me afterwards? How will anyone know me?
That doesn't make sense. You know what I think, Marilyn? I think you're just plain weird. If everybody says it's all right, if the whole world thinks it is, then how can you say something different? I don't get it.
You're the one who doesn't get it. I don't want to look like someone else. Val, I want to look like me. I won't let them change me into something else. I won't let them. Help me, please, Val. I don't have anyone else who'll listen. Please help me.
Marilyn?
Mother?
No, I'm Miss Simmons.
Oh, you must be a number 12, too.
Why, thank you, dear. As a matter of fact, I am. Doctor will see you now.
Where's my mother?
She's already in the office. Would you like to come with me?
All right.
Dr. Hortel?
Yes, nurse?
Miss Cuberl is here.
Thank you, Eva.
Hello, Marilyn, darling. The doctor and I were just having a talk.
Please, call me Rex.
All right, Rex.
Would you care for a beverage, Marilyn?
No, thank you.
That'll be all for now.
Very well. Call me if you need anything.
Yes, I will.
Have a seat by me. The couch is very comfortable.
What's this for?
Oh, just a simple interview. Your mother, Lana, wanted us to get acquainted.
Why?
Rex will answer any questions you have.
I'll do my level best.
And I appreciate it. We both do. I'm sorry to have bothered you. It's such a small thing, really.
No, not at all. That's my job.
Marilyn, please, sit.
Now then, you're 18?
Yes.
Well, it must be about time to... Ah, yes, I see that you've already received your notice. Went out last week.
That's why we're here.
No, you mustn't worry.
I try not to.
Marilyn's like so many young people nowadays.
She is?
Mm-hmm. And it's our fault.
How so?
Well, because we haven't made things clear to her. It's a matter of communication. But when you deal with a bureaucracy, well, there's bound to be an information lag.
I read everything from the Bureau.
But it didn't give you any definite explanation of why you've had to wait this long. I'm sure it's been difficult. Marilyn looks at you, Lana, at the women all around her in pictures on the Trivid, and then she looks into a mirror. It has a negative effect on her self-image, not to mention her spirit.
There's nothing wrong with my spirit.
Marilyn, please.
Well, from pure perfection of body, face, limbs, pigmentation, carriage, stance, she sees herself and is horrified. Isn't that so?
Well,
Well, of course it is. The child asks herself, why must I be so hideous, off balance, oversized, awkward, when everyone around me is so perfect? In short, she's tired of being a monster. She's come close to giving up.
Dr. Rex, that's all well and good, but you don't understand.
He doesn't.
I beg your pardon?
She isn't just depressed or anxious, she's...
Well, go on, say it. You're my patient now. Everything is in strictest confidence.
Well, she's... I don't know quite how to put this.
I made up my mind.
You have?
I don't want to have the transformation.
You what?
I don't understand it either. She never said anything before, and now, suddenly...
Is this true?
Yes.
Well, perhaps you'd like to talk about it.
Not particularly.
She won't give any reasons. She just...
Suppose you tell me, Marilyn. In your own words.
There's nothing to tell. I just don't want to change.
You do understand that transformation is a normal part of growing up. It has been for years now. In a way, it's a milestone. A sign of maturity. It means you're ready to take your place in the adult world.
How? By being like everybody else?
Well, I wouldn't say that. No, there are a great many styles in the catalogue. You're absolutely free to choose any one you like. There's no pressure on you at all. No coercion.
Isn't there?
No, that would be against regulations.
But I have to choose one, even if I don't want to. That's the way it's set up. If I don't, well, I don't even know what would happen to me.
You make it sound like you're being forced. No, that would be contrary to free will. And if there's one thing this country guarantees...
But what would happen if I don't? If I stay the way I want to be? Why do people care so much? I thought this was supposed to be a democracy where we respect everybody.
Marilyn.
Even if they want to be different. Even if they want to live their lives the way
You mustn't talk like that.
Why not?
You've been given every advantage, every privilege. We're talking about a chance to develop your full potential.
Would you mind if I conduct a test?
What kind of test?
A personality profile. For my records.
I don't see why not. Do you, Marilyn?
Come over here, please.
What's that machine?
Oh, it simply scans your mental activity, then prints it out on a strip of paper. The whole process takes a few seconds. It's quite painless, I assure you. All you need to do is sit in this chair.
It's all right, darling. I promise.
What are you putting on my head?
A cranial recorder. I'm sure you've had this done before.
You did. When you first started school, remember?
All right, close your eyes, please, and sit quietly. Now, you must understand, the transformation is desirable not only from an aesthetic point of view. It plays an important role in one's psychological adjustment. According to scientific research, it's absolutely vital. There, that's all there is to it.
What does it say?
Lana, was there anything specific that triggered your daughter's feelings? An emotional incident of some sort?
Nothing that I'm aware of. She's never shown much interest in her appearance, but I honestly can't imagine anything that
Your husband died in the Ganymede incident, I see.
5 years ago.
Did you ever discuss this matter with him?
Yes. I recall that he had some misgivings at first, but he finally chose number 17. Your number.
Huh, I see.
You remind me so much of him. Your eyes and the way you walk.
Well, that's hardly surprising. It's an outstanding design.
He's not Daddy, Mother, or Uncle Rick.
Now, you can go back to the couch now, Marilyn. We're all finished. Just lift the helmet off. You were very fond of your father, I take it.
Yes.
And you respected his opinions, didn't you?
He was very, very intelligent.
Oh, I'm sure he was. Did he ever tell you that the transformation was bad?
Not exactly.
I'm sure he didn't.
What did he tell you?
He said he thought it was tragic.
Jack had some ideas that were rather nonconformist, Doctor. But it was just talk. He had the highest physical and psychological rating with the rocket service.
Well, this is a very unusual case. I'll require some additional time to look into the matter. Suppose I get in touch with you, say, in a few days.
That will be fine. I appreciate your seeing us.
Did you find out?
What's that?
The machine. Did you find out what's inside my head?
Oh, your general intelligence rating is quite high. Social adaptation, good. Powers of reasoning appear normal. Oh, above normal, in fact.
Then why won't you let me make up my own mind?
Honey, please.
Why can't I? Why should I be forced to do something I don't want to do? You can't make me, can you?
Oh, no one has ever been forced to take the transformation. Now, the problem is to discover why you don't want it. Then, once we understand that, well, we'll make whatever corrections are necessary. You're something of a challenge, young lady. Don't you worry. I'm sure we'll be able to handle it. Whatever it takes.
Where are we going?
This way, please. It's just at the end of the hall.
What part of the hospital is this?
They have the private offices down here.
I thought Dr. Hortel was going to meet me.
You mean Dr. Rex? He'll be along later. Miss Marilyn Cubero.
Come in, Marilyn. Sit down.
It's too dark. I can't see anything.
Walk toward the desk.
Wait.
See the chair?
Yes, but I can't see you.
Sorry, the lamp must be right in your eyes. Let me adjust it.
Who are you?
I am Professor Friend, Sigmund Friend. You must call me Sig. Dr. Rex has told me about you. I'm here to help. Sit, please.
Help me?
Help rid you of your fears of this necessary and important...
No, that isn't true. It's not necessary.
This very necessary, very important step in your life.
But why? Why does everyone want to force me to do something I don't want to do?
Why else but for your own good?
That doesn't make sense.
Why else would the state go to so much trouble and expense? Many, many years ago, wiser men than I decided to eliminate injustice and inequality from this world. They saw in physical unattractiveness one of the factors that make men hate. And so they charged the finest scientific minds with the task of eliminating, or at least minimizing, ugliness everywhere.
But I'm not ugly. I'm not pretty, but I'm not ugly either.
To others, you may be.
Not to those who love me.
There's more to it than that. As we learn to reshape the features, remold the body, we also learn to eliminate most causes of illness, and thereby prolong life. Before the transformation, you might have expected to live 70, 80, perhaps 90 years. Now you may live twice that long, even 3 times. These are good things, don't you agree? Genuine advances for humankind.
Yes?
Your mother. She's lovely, is she not? At one time, her face and body would already have begun to show the marks of age, of decay. You would not deny her youth and beauty, would you?
But you could do that part without changing me, couldn't you? I wouldn't mind just that.
Someday you might. And then it would be too late for the transformation.
No, I'll never change my mind. I've thought about it, and I'm positive.
Why?
Did you ever read Shakespeare? Or Shelley? Or Keats?
Those books were banned many years ago. Where did you find them?
My father gave them to me. And dozens more. Aristotle, Socrates, Dostoevsky. Did you know Dostoevsky was an epileptic? Ugly, deformed, but he wrote about beauty. Real beauty.
Marilyn, I warn you. This sort of subversive talk...
Those men wrote about life, about the dignity of the human spirit, about love.
I've heard enough. Interjecting smut into this interview is not going to help your case, not at all.
Then may I go now?
I've arranged a room for you. You'll be quite comfortable.
But I don't want to stay here. I want to go home.
It's only temporary. Your mother will be informed, and you'll be allowed visitors.
Mother, did you hear what he said? They want...
I'm not your mother, dear, but I am a number 12. This way.
No, you can't make me stay here.
I'm afraid you must let me decide what is best for you.
This way.
No, please.
We're not going to hurt you. We're going to help you.
Let me go! Let me go!
We're almost there. Just ahead. 3rd room on the left.
And you're sure she's all right?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm so glad. Did you know, Doctor, we've been best friends since preschool?
Well, she's lucky to have a friend like you. And a mother who cares so much. Like you, Lana.
I hope she's awake.
Marilyn.
Dr. Rex?
You have company.
Oh, Mother.
She was quite upset last night. I gave her something to help her sleep.
Hello, darling.
You haven't done anything to her yet.
Oh, a mild sedative, nothing more. If you'll excuse me, I have to look in on another patient.
Of course, Doctor. Thank you.
Hi, Marilyn.
Hello, Val.
Are you okay?
I think so.
We'd have been here sooner, only the doctor said you were sleeping. How do you feel?
I don't know.
What happened?
Nothing. They just wouldn't let me go. Oh, Mother, they're gonna do it anyway. They're gonna make me do it.
That's not true, Marilyn. Dr. Rex promised, remember?
He was lying.
Lying? Why should he?
I don't know, but I know he has to say that to keep people from finding out.
Finding out what?
That they do the transformation whether you want it or not.
Don't try to sit up.
Didn't you hear what I said?
I can't see why you're so unhappy, when all they want to do is make you pretty.
But they don't.
What?
Last night before I went to sleep, I remembered something. I remembered what Father told me. He said, when everyone is beautiful, then no one will be. Because without ugliness, there is no beauty. Oh, Mother, don't you see? They don't care whether you're beautiful. They want everyone to be the same. That's all.
They? Who are you talking about?
I'm afraid it's time to go now.
Already?
If it's all right, I'd like to stay and talk to Marilyn some more.
Well, just for a few minutes.
Don't worry, dear. Everything's going to be fine. You'll see.
What do you want to talk about?
Well, I was thinking about what you said, what your father said. I don't see why he's so important to you.
Val!
I mean, he's dead, isn't he? Besides, you must have had other fathers. My mother's been married 11 times. Personally, I always like the stepfathers better anyway.
Please, Val.
You've had 9 fathers since the first one. Well, haven't you? Everybody marries everybody these days.
Val, stop.
After all, how can anybody live with the same husband for 100 years? Besides, from what I hear, your first father wasn't much fun.
Stop talking about my father. You didn't know him. I loved him. He was good, kind, and he cared about me. Not the way I looked, but what I thought, what I felt. And he cared about himself, his dignity as a human being. My father wasn't killed in the Ganymede incident, Val. He killed himself.
Why?
Because when they took away his identity, who he was, there was no reason left to live.
I don't understand.
And I don't understand you, Val. Look at me. Do you ever feel anything?
Sure. I feel good. I always feel good. Like that poem we learned in school. Life is pretty, life is fun. I am all and all is one.
You don't get it.
Get what? What are you talking about?
You really don't. You can't. You can't understand anything.
I gotta go, Marilyn. Goodbye.
I have to get out of here.
You're number 14, aren't you?
Yes. Do you like 14s?
I do now. Have you had lunch yet? I was just on my way to the 22nd floor.
That's amazing. So was I.
Working a long shift today?
Till 7. Then I'm free.
That's great. Say, have you seen the Holo Lounge yet? If you like, I was thinking we could...
Which is the way out? I can't remember. Must be those 2 doors at the end. Mother?
What's that?
Is that my mother on the gurney?
Is your mother pregnant?
No.
Then your mother must be at number 12. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine.
What are you doing in your hospital gown?
I was just looking for the nurse.
You better stay in your room. Push the button by the bed. The nurse will be along.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you. The double doors. This has to be the way. Hello? What is this place? Somebody?
Hello, my dear.
We've been expecting you.
Dr. Rex? Where am I? What?
This is an operating room.
No!
No need to run. Sooner or later, everyone decides to be beautiful.
What number have you chosen?
No, please, please!
Ah, Mrs. Cubero. Val. Just in time.
Is it all over, Doctor?
All over.
Is she okay?
She's fine. You'll see for yourself.
I've been so worried the last few days. She seemed in such a state.
It's as I told you. Occasionally, a young person has difficulty adjusting to the idea. It always works out fine in the end. It never fails. A complete self-contained procedure.
Mother! Val!
You see? What did I tell you?
Look at me, Mother. Look at me.
Marilyn?
Well, what do you think?
You're beautiful. Simply beautiful.
Wow, I love your long legs.
And the nicest part of all, Val, now I look just like you and Mother.
Turn around so I can see you.
Do you like my makeup? They even gave me some high heels. Of course, I'll need a new dress to go with my new look.
Yes, yes you will. Come along, Marilyn. We'll do some shopping on the way home. Then we'll have a party, and all your friends can come over. You're going to have so many new friends from now on.
I know. Isn't it exciting?
Portrait of a young lady in love for the first time with herself. Improbable? Perhaps. But in an age of plastic surgery, bodybuilding, an infinity of cosmetics, and an obsession with appearance, let us hesitate to say impossible. These and other blessings, some of them decidedly mixed, may await us in the not-too-distant future, or at least a future to be found in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Number 12 Looks Just Like You, starring Bonnie Somerville and Charles Shaughnessy, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by John Tomerlin from a story by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Linda Reiter, Rebecca Spence, David Darlow, Nick Sandys, Nina Lascelles, Tom McElroy, Rick Arthur, Chobi Cerny, Fernette Lebo, and Terry Lopez. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Westbound monorail will be departing on track 10 in 3 minutes.
Hurry. We can't miss the monorail.
Make way! Coming through!
Keep pushing.
I'm doing my best. Ah, wait a minute. One of the wheels fell off again.
Get it while I hold him up.
Okay, I got it. Here. Let me slip it back on.
Westbound monorail
Hurry.
will be departing on track 10 in 2 minutes.
All aboard for all points west.
Excuse me, conductor.
Yeah?
Is this the monorail to Kansas?
Sure is. Better get on board, though. But you know, you should have checked your cargo.
This ain't cargo. It's a B-2.
A what?
A B-2.
Whoa! What is that? Is that a man? Is he alive?
That, sir, is a B-2 boxing robot.
Wow. He sure looks real.
Yeah, he looks even better in the ring when we activate him.
Westbound monorail will be departing on track 10 in 1 minute.
Conductor, we bought a ticket for him. Here you go.
He's fighting tonight. We have to keep an eye on him so he doesn't get damaged.
Well, he's got a ticket, so get him on board. We're pulling out.
Sure thing. Okay, I got this end.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, lift. Come on.
Oh, my goodness. How much does this guy weigh?
Next time, let's get a lightweight instead of a light heavyweight.
All aboard!
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly observe the no smoking sign and ensure that your seatbelts are securely fastened. Thank
Well,
you.
here's our seats. C11 through 13.
Let's sit him down in the window seat.
He gets the window seat?
Get him seated.
Hey, you hear him squeaking? Not only is he saying he doesn't want the window seat, he's saying he doesn't want to sit down, period. He needs his silicone Teflonic joint lubricant changed.
We'll pick up some as soon as we get paid.
Well, first we gotta find some.
Shouldn't be no problem.
Come on, I told you. They don't make it anymore.
Well, that's crazy. Still plenty of B2s in the business.
Name one.
This one. We'll find some.
All right. Wow. Sure is hot.
It'll be hotter where we're going. Wish I had a beer.
Well, it wouldn't do you any good. I already had 3 and I'm still thirsty.
Not Maxo, he don't need a thing. Never complains.
Then, why does he squeak so much?
You think he'll be all right?
Yeah, if he doesn't get hit.
Can it, Pole?
Hey, come on, no use glaring at me, Steele. You know he's shot.
That ain't true. A little overhaul is all he needs.
Well, yeah, a little 10 grand overhaul with parts they don't make anymore.
When you talk, you think he was ready for the scrap heap.
Ain't he?
No, he ain't. Just because he's a little old?
Well, try ancient.
Plenty of fight left in him. Well, you think he's okay or not?
Steele, I don't know. And that's a fact. He needs work.
Like what?
Well, for starters, the trigger in his left arm. It's been rewired so many times it's just about had it. He's got no protection left on that side. Plus, his eye lens is cracked. Leg cables are worn out, no tension left in him. Even his gyro's off, not to mention he needs silicone Teflonic
joint lubricant. We'll get him some.
Where?
I'll find it.
Yeah, after the fight. What about during? He'll be creaking around that ring like an antique steam shovel. This ain't 1940. It's 2040. Be a miracle if he goes 2 rounds.
It ain't that bad, Paul.
Actually, it's worse. Wait till the promoter gets a load of battling Maxo from Philadelphia. We'll be lucky to get monorail fare back home.
The contract is signed. You can't back out.
Well, the contract is for battling Maxo in fighting shape, not this bucket of antique hardware.
Just you wait. Maxo's gonna do all right.
Against the B7?
It's just an experimental B7. It ain't got the bugs worked out yet. That's why they took a bout with us.
Well, after tonight, battling Maxo's new nickname will be One Round Maxo.
That's enough. He's been doing okay for 5 years, and he'll keep doing okay. So what if he needs a little work? So what? If he wins some money, we can get him all the silicone Teflonic lubricant he needs, and a new trigger for his left arm, and new leg cables, and everything. He's gonna do all right. You'll see. Maxwell's gonna do just fine.
Sports item from the not-too-distant future. Battling Maxo, B2, light heavyweight, accompanied by his manager and handler on his way to Maynard, Kansas for a scheduled 10-round bout. Battling Maxo is a robot, or to be exact, an android, resembling a human being. Only androids have been permitted in the ring since prize fighting was legally abolished. This is the story of that 10-round bout. More specifically, the story of two men shortly to face the remorseless truth that no law can be passed to abolish cruelty or desperate need, or, for that matter, blind animal courage. Location for the facing of said truth? A small, smoke-filled arena just this side of the Twilight Zone.
And now the Twilight Zone and our story, Steel, starring Lou Gossett Jr. with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
You were right. It is hotter here.
Told you.
Hey, taxi!
What are you doing?
It's 6 o'clock already. We better get a move on.
Well, we got no money for a taxi.
We can't push him through the streets. We don't even know where the stadium is.
What are we supposed to eat with then?
We'll be loaded after the fight. I'll buy you a steak 3 inches thick.
Hey, fellas, need a taxi?
Thanks, pal, but no thanks.
Oh, come on, where are you headed?
Stadium.
The stadium? That's 6 miles away. You can't push that thing that far.
He's right.
I told you, we ain't got the dough.
Ooh-wee, what is that thing?
A boxing robot.
Oh, man. He is something. I've never seen one up close. Come on, I'll drive you to the stadium for free. It's on my way. You want a hand with it?
Careful. He's got a bum wheel on the bottom.
He's real heavy. Oh boy, this is a real honor taking a fighter to the stadium.
Well, thanks.
Hey, which robot is that?
This is Battling Maxo from Philly. Maybe you heard of him?
No, but, you know, I'm no expert.
He was almost light heavyweight champ once.
No kid.
Yes, sir. You ever heard of Dimsy the Rock?
Don't think so.
Why don't you give it a rest?
Dimsy was number 3 in the light heavy ranks, on his way to the top. Well, my boy took him out in the 4th round. Left cross, bang! Almost put Dimsy to the ropes. It was beautiful.
No kid.
Yeah. Used to be in the game myself. Light heavy. Before they passed the law. Called me Steel Kelly because I never got knocked down. Not once. I was number 9 in the ranks before they outlawed human boxers.
Wow. That's something.
Anyway, tonight is going to be a good fight.
Driver, have you ever seen a fighter from here called The Flash?
Oh, yeah, you bet. Man, that is one good fighter. 1-7 straight. He's riding a bullet to the top of the rankings. You just wait. Matter of fact, he's fighting tonight, too. They're bringing in some heat from back east to fight. Flash is gonna slaughter him. Oh, where'd you guys say you were from?
Philly.
Oh, man, you're not.
We are.
Oh, look, I didn't mean nothing. I didn't know.
Skip it. Forget it, pal. Doesn't matter. You're right.
Why don't you shut your trap for once?
Look, fellas, I'm sorry. Well, you guys need anything else? Anything?
Do you know where we can get some silicone Teflonic joint lubricant?
Oh, do they still make that stuff?
No, they don't. Just trying to be funny. They haven't made it in years.
Hey, look! They got the fight card posted for tonight. You guys are the 3rd fight out of 7. Woo! Your fighter must be pretty good. Oh, the Maynard Flash, B7 versus Battling Maxo, B2. You got a B2?
Yeah.
Well, at least you're not at the bottom of the card.
We do have that going for us.
Drop it, Bo. You'll see. You'll all see.
It's nothing personal, Kelly. It's just the way it is.
Well, it'd be a miracle if he wins. Hey, if he does, can I have his autograph?
Sure thing. Thanks for the lift.
Good luck, fellas. You're gonna need it.
Steel, You know, Maxo's not programmed to sign autographs, right?
I know. Let's roll him inside. The wheel fell off again.
I got it. I got it. Keep pushing.
Put it back on.
Well, what's the point?
Put it back on. The office is just down the hall. I want Maxo to make a good first impression.
Well, let's just hope his head don't fall off next.
Keep quiet and let me do all the talking. What's wrong with you anyway? After 7 months, we finally get a bout, and all you can do is complain?
Some bout? We're in Maynard, Kansas. What's this, the prize-fighting center of the nation?
It's a start, ain't it? It's our first step on the comeback trail. The purse will give us enough to get Maxo back in shape. And if we win, it would mean we get fights all over the place.
Oh, spare me. We don't have a chance.
I don't get you. He's our fighter, and we stick behind him no matter what. Why are you writing him off before he even gets in the ring? Don't you want him to win?
I'm a Class A mechanic, Steele. I'm not some daydreaming kid. I know machinery. We got a piece of dead iron here. Technology always moves forward. We got a B2, not a B7. No way he's gonna win this fight.
Shh, keep your voice down.
It's simple engineering, that's all. Maxo will be lucky to get out of the ring with his head on.
Bull! It's an experimental B7. It's probably full of bugs, full of them. They always are. That's why they take a first fight in the middle of nowhere. We've got a chance.
Yeah, sure we do.
Remember, keep your mouth shut.
Yeah.
Mr. Nolan?
Nah, I'm Oscar. Mr. Nolan will be back in a couple of minutes.
I'm Steele Kelly, battling Maxo's owner.
Oh, yeah, I heard of you. You were one of the last human fighters.
This is Paul, Maxo's mechanic.
Hi.
It was getting late. We were wondering if you'd make it.
Never missed a fight.
Yeah, pull up a chair. I got some paperwork to do.
Thanks.
What was that?
It was this folding chair.
Okay. Sign on all the X's.
You heard of my fighter, Mr. Oscar?
What's his name?
Battling Maxo. You must have heard about him.
Can't say as I have.
He knocked out Dimsey the Rock, a ranked fighter in his prime.
Uh-huh. Yeah, sign here, too.
It was all in the East Coast papers. New York, Boston, Philly. Got quite a spread. Biggest upset of the year.
Good. Initial here. And here. And a couple more here. Right here. And over there.
He's the B2, you know. That's the second model Mauling put out. The B2 is one of the best fighters they ever built. The best in my opinion. Maxo is still going strong. I don't go for these new ones, you know. The ones made out of steel, aluminum with all the doodads. Too flimsy. Nothing solid. Nah, Mauling don't make them like Maxo anymore.
Oscar, who are these guys?
Mr. Nolan, I'm Steele Kelly, and this is...
Is that your fighter?
Yes, sir. Battling Maxo.
Fighter in shape?
You bet. Prime condition. Paul, my mechanic here, is a Class A mechanic, and he took Maxo apart and put him back together just before we left Philly.
Oscar, cigar me. Yes, sir. Ain't you forgetting something? Huh? Light me. Yes, sir. You know, Steele, you were lucky to get this bout. We ain't staged a bout with nothing less than a B4 in must be 2 years now. The fighter we had scheduled got run over by a truck in a loading dock at a stadium in Detroit. I needed somebody on short notice. So that's the only reason you're here.
You got nothing to worry about, Mr. Nolan. My fighter's in shape. He's the one that knocked out Dimsey the Rock in Madison Square Garden a few years ago. Maybe you...
I just want a good fight.
And you'll get it. Maxwell's in top shape.
No first-round knockout.
No, nothing like that.
People pay to see action.
Do you have a prep room we could use? We want to check him over and make sure he's perfect.
Down the hall, third door on the right, next to the janitor's closet.
Thanks.
Your bout is at 9.
Got it. You won't be sorry, Mr. Nolan.
I don't like guys that are late.
Understood. Poe, let's get Maxwell to his prep room. Mr. Nolan, I was wondering...
I know what you're wondering. You get your money after you deliver a good fight, not before.
No problem. We'll get him ready.
And Steele.
Yeah?
Don't slam the door. I hate loud noises.
Come on.
I'm coming. Oh, my stomach hurts.
Don't be scared. It'll be okay.
Oh, I ain't scared. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten all day.
How could you think of food at a time like this? This one counts. It's our chance for a comeback. We've got to get him in that room, and we've got to check him out real good. What time is it?
I'm busy pushing. Come on, check your own watch.
I don't have a watch anymore. I had to pawn it.
The one your wife gave you?
Ex-wife.
Hey, look, we got 2 hours before the bout begins. Have we got time for a sandwich?
I want you to check him out real good. His arm, his gyro, everything.
What for?
Did you hear me?
Yeah, but I work better on a full stomach.
You get to work. I'll get you a sandwich. Maxwell's gonna take that B7, but good. Excuse me, sir. Do you know where I can get a Philly cheesesteak?
Try Philadelphia. Just kidding you. Oh, there's a nice little place around the corner, but I doubt they'll have something like that there. You new in town?
Yeah.
Where you from?
Philly.
Well, that figures. What brings you to town?
I got a fighter in a third fight tonight.
Really? Well, you must have one good fighter if you brought him halfway around the country for a fight.
He's a great fighter. He's fighting an experimental B7.
A B7 fighting a B6 could be interesting.
He's not a B6.
A 5 might stand a chance.
He's better than a 5. He's a classic B2.
A B2? Oh, well, I've never seen one of those, but I hear they're great bleeders. Good luck. Oh, by the way, at the diner, I recommend the roast beef on rye. Bloody rare.
We got a big crowd out there tonight.
What took you so long, Steele? I'm starving.
Here's your sandwich. How's Maxwell?
What kind of sandwich did you get me?
Roast beef on rye. Well done with silicone Teflonic joint lubricant on the side.
What?
It's mayo. How's Maxwell?
Did you give me a pickle?
How's Maxwell?
I love dill pickles. Oh, here it is. Okay, well, the answer to your question is Maxo is still big as life and twice as ugly. I cleaned him up a little, though. The B2's always looked real. Look at him. You'd swear he was real, wouldn't you? He's got that natural-looking flesh, great muscle tone. He could have been a male model if he wasn't a fighter.
Come on, get to it.
Well, outwardly, he hasn't aged a bit. His hair's still curly.
Just like mine.
Yeah, but he's got a little bit more than you do.
Hey, when I had him made, they gave him my good looks.
That's a matter of opinion.
Quit stalling. What's the good news?
Well, that was the good news. And, well, I also turned his power source on, and that's still good. So I ran a diagnostic check.
And?
And everything that was bad when we left Philly is still bad.
There's got to be something we can do. Open him up again.
You got a thing for bad news, don't you?
Come on, Paul. Earn your keep. That's what you're here for.
I'm not a miracle worker. I'm just a mechanic.
Well, what do you want to do, retire?
Oh, fat chance of that.
Then quit stalling and open the control box.
All right. let me power him up first so we can walk over to the table. He's too heavy. Okay, come on. Atta boy. There you go. All right. Okay. Here, help me get him up on the table.
That's my boy. The doctor will see you now.
Lift his arm.
What's all that corrosion around the excess panel?
Dried sweat. All the B2s sweat like bulls. It's nothing to worry about, though.
You hear that, Maxo? Nothing to worry about. We'll get you cleaned up.
Hand me that probe.
Well?
Well, all electronic systems are functional. Huh. Well, I hope the circuit board doesn't blow.
Why should it?
Well, if you recall, he got knocked out of the ring in the last fight 8 months ago. It jarred all his electronic systems. The connections are all still operational, but, boy, I wish I had more time to manually double-check the connections.
Well, you don't have time. Sometimes you just have to suck it up and have some faith in your fighter.
All right, then. Okay. Well, I activated all his systems. Keep your fingers crossed and just hope nothing blows.
See, his breathing sounds good. His arms are creaky, but they'll quiet down when he warms up. Look, beads of sweat are forming on his forehead.
I told you these were good sweaters.
Can you hear me, Max? Relax, boy. Let him warm up good, Paul.
I'll tell you, the mechanical part is what worries me. I need to check his reflexes. Look, Steele, go put on the gloves, will you? Let's see if he can zero in on you, okay?
Maxo, get your legs loosened up. Move around a little.
Loosen up your jab, big boy.
Don't rush him.
If it don't work now, it won't work in the ring.
All right. Just enough to check the jab. Set his controls so he doesn't counter punch.
Good idea. Okay, hold still, Maxo. This won't hurt a bit. Okay. That's as low as it'll go. I don't think his systems like it, though. You know, if that cracked eye quits, he'll be very vulnerable. Look, Steele, start circling him and see if he can follow you.
Come on, Nexo. Look at me. I'm moving in. I want to get you. Block my punch.
Oh, man, they're gonna hear that in the back row.
That's good enough for now. We know it works.
Oh, Steele, he's gonna get more than one punch thrown at his head.
He'll outdance him to keep clear. Give him more power to his legs.
Those cables are bandy. I don't like doing this. There's not much tension left in him.
He seems to be moving all right.
Yeah, but, boy, a heavy wind might knock him over.
Put him on automatic.
Oh, no. Come on. Let's not push our luck.
Do it.
All right. Here goes nothing.
Maxo, gloves up. That's it. Beautiful. Now, let's see if he can move in for the kill.
Kelly, Steele, no. Leave his systems on defense. He might have a couple of rounds if we leave him on defense. It takes less energy. You know, he's gonna get beat to pieces if we let him move in.
No, do it.
You use your head? He's a B2. He's gonna get slaughtered anyway. Look, if we let him go on defense, we might be able to salvage him for pieces.
Nolan paid to see him on offense. It's in the contract. Activate his jab.
Come on, it doesn't have any lubricant in it.
Do as I say.
All right. Activating the jab.
Shut him down! Shut him down! What did you do?
What did I do?
I told you to take it easy.
It was on the lowest setting.
I told you to check the arm. What's the matter with you? So help me if you broke that arm.
If I broke it?
Yeah, you.
Look, Steele, I kept this heap running on borrowed time for 3 years now. Before we left Philly, I told you we needed to fix things and replace parts.
We couldn't let this chance go. Please, open them up and see what you can do.
Steele, try finding another mechanic that could have kept this antique working as long as I have. I dare you to.
Please, see what you can do.
Hold the arm up. Oh, man. Oh, no. Come here. Take a look. You see that? The trigger spring came right off.
Can you reattach it?
I can try, but, it's just gonna pop off again. That's what happens when a joint doesn't get enough lubricant. Well, I'll try to stretch it. Oh, nuts. Oh. Well, that's that.
No.
One jab too many.
We gotta do something.
What?
Fix it.
I can't. You just can't fix a spring. Once it can't spring, it ain't a spring no more. I told you it was getting ready to break, and to get a new one last year.
He's got to be fixed if he's going out there, and he has to go out there. They fronted me the monorail fare.
Steele, he needs a new spring. Nothing else will work.
Well, can't you get another spring?
Where? They don't make them anymore. It's a special spring. I can't just take one off a washing machine or something.
Quiet. Yeah?
10 minutes.
Something wrong?
Oscar, can you make out about the one after the next one?
Mr. Nolan does not make changes.
We just need a little bit more time to make some last-minute adjustments.
Sorry, pal, no can do.
We want him tip-top, don't you?
Nolan's got you on next.
What's the difference? Third? Second? It's all the same, right?
Second's the semi-main. That ain't for a B2.
Maybe some B2s, but this one...
They want to see a fight, not an execution.
But I'm telling you...
10 minutes or you're out of here. Be a shame after coming all this way. Right, boys?
Right.
Well, then, I guess that means...
We'll have to hurry. You heard the man?
I heard him, but it's over. We're finished.
No, we're not. There must be a way.
What? Sell them for scrap and get a couple of monorail tickets? We hung in there as long as we could, but this is it. I have to hand it to you, Steele. You wouldn't give up.
Quiet. I'm thinking. There is one way. It just might work.
What might work?
If they don't watch the fights.
Who?
Nolan and Oscar. Maybe they don't even come out of their office.
What are you talking about? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. No, you can't do this.
Get the trunks and robe off Maxwell. I'll change my clothes.
Steele, you are out of your mind. You can't go into a ring against a B7.
I used to be pretty good. I can get through a couple of rounds. Just bob and weave, throw a punch every once in a while.
You'll get killed.
You heard that, Tub. We deliver a fight or we don't get paid.
Steele, come on. You're never gonna get away with this. They won't let you.
Who's gonna stop me?
You can't make them think you're... Steele, for God's sake.
I can if you help me. Nobody here knows what Maxwell looks like. If Nolan and the other guys don't watch the bout, we'll be all right.
Steele.
The crowd won't have a clue. B2s sweat, bleed, and bruise just like the new ones. Give me the boots.
Look, I got an idea. You know what I can do? I can wire my sister. She'll send us the dough to get us back east.
Tape up my hands.
Steele? Steele. I got another idea. Wait. Look, hold still. I know a guy in Philly who wants to sell a B5 cheap. We could hustle up the cash and,
Concentrate on wrapping my hands. If you don't take them right, I could break them on the first punch.
Steele, this is suicide. It's a B7 out there. Don't you get it? It's a B7. You're gonna get mangled.
Quit talking. I gotta do this. Hurry up. There's no more time, Paul. Put the gloves on me.
Oh, I don't want to do this. Please, please don't do this. Look, let me go into the office and let me talk to them. Maybe they'll understand.
No, they won't understand. So you're not going anywhere. You're gonna stay right here and lace up my gloves.
Ow!
You'll help me or I'll beat your brains out on this wall.
But you're gonna get killed, Steele.
Then I'll get killed. Better me than you, right? I got us in this mess. I'll get us out of it.
Get the heap out of there!
You heard the boss.
Lace my gloves up tight. We gotta fight. That's it, Paul. Tie him off tight.
Oh, you really want to go through with this?
Yes. Let's go. How do I look?
Like a broken down old fighter.
So I'll pass for a B2?
That's what I said. You look like a broken down old fighter. Here. Let me put a towel around your neck.
Pull up the hood on my robe, too. I'll keep my head down so they can't see my face.
You better do that in the ring, too.
Let's go.
You're late.
Just gamesmanship, Mr. Nolan. Making a late entrance, trying to get Maxo the edge.
Just like the old days, huh? Maybe I underestimated you guys. Nice robe.
It's old school, you know? Genuine satin.
No more stalling. I got a full house out there.
Right. Come on, Maxo. Let's show him what you can do.
Hey!
What?
Where's that... What's his name? The owner.
Oh, you mean Steele? He's already out there. We're one step ahead of you.
I didn't see him pass my door.
Well, he went a few minutes ago. He likes to check out the crowd.
You boys better put on a good show.
Yes, sir.
Let me know when we get to the stairs. I got sweat in my eyes.
I should have told him.
If you had, I'd killed you.
Okay, first step. Careful, Steele. Grab my waist.
Wipe my eyes. Can't see my feet.
Gee, Steele. You're already sweating like a pig.
You'll have to towel me off between rounds, just like a real B2.
Between what rounds? You won't last long.
Whose side are you on?
Steele, you're not up against some punch-drunk fighter. You're up against a machine.
I said shut up.
You're not gonna get away with it, though.
They ain't seen a B2 in years. Nolan said so.
Steele, you're never gonna pull this off. This is your last chance.
Just get me to the ring.
Hey, if it ain't battling Maxo! Go back to Philly, you bum!
Rattling Maxo's more like it.
You're terrible! What is it, a bucket of balls?
Okay, Steele, here's the ring. 2 steps to the apron.
I can see them.
Okay, I'm gonna pull the ropes apart.
Hey, send him back to the junkyard!
Ladies and gentlemen, the next contest of the evening, a 10-round light heavyweight bout featuring out of Philadelphia, the B2 Battling Maxo!
I'm gonna take your rope off now. Keep looking at your shoes. Try not to blink.
Stay in my corner.
Of course I will. Breathe through your mouth. Come on. Little breaths. Come on. Breathe. Not too fast.
I need a drink.
Sorry. The water bottle is filled with B7 hydraulic fluid.
And now, entering the ring, his opponent, our own B7, the pride of Kansas, the Maynard Flash!
What's he doing?
He's jumping up and down on his toes. I never saw a robot do that before. Must be a new gimmick.
Big deal. Well, this ain't kickboxing, so he's not scaring me.
You should be scared, Steele. Come on. Get out of the ring now while you still can.
You get out, pal. See you at the end of the round.
Steele, stay away from him.
And there's the bell. The fighters come out of their corners quickly. They size each other up. Oh, the Flash landed a vicious right. And another. And another.
Come on, get away from him. Get away from him.
Maxo backs away.
Come on, I got money on this fight.
Come on, I can take it.
The Flash is the aggressor. He backs Maxo into the ropes.
Hey, no holding.
Get your B2 off the ropes.
See how you like this? Bring it, you bum. I can take it.
There's thunder in those punches.
Your mother's scrap metal.
Maxo backpedals. The Flash swings wildly. If he lands one of those, he'll take Maxo's head off. The Flash is coming in for the kill. That one was lethal.
Stop the fight. Come on, somebody stop it. Stop it.
Maxo is down.
It's over.
It's over. It's over.
Come on, stay down. It's over.
Just get me up. I've never been knocked down. I'm Steele Kelly.
In the time of 1 minute and 22 seconds of the first round, your winner, the Maynard Flash!
Yeah, that's it. Haul him out of here. Move it! Is he broken or what?
No, he's okay. Just a second, okay? Steele, can you stand? Come on. Talk to me. Are you bleeding?
Put the towel over my face.
Yeah, sure.
Get the robe.
What?
The robe. I'm gonna walk out of here like a man. Come on, before they start throwing things.
Come on. I'm gonna help you. Let me help you up on the table. Come on. Here we go. Sit. Come on. Steele, I'm gonna try and get you some ice.
Forget it.
But your eye.
It'll be all right.
I think right now you need a good stick man instead of a mechanic. That eye looks terrible. Actually, I think you need a doctor. Oh, man, you are really a mess. I don't have nothing with me. No needle, no thread, no iodine.
That's not what I need.
All I got is a couple of Maxo shop rags. Well, maybe we can stop the bleeding with them.
Go.
What? Where?
Go get the money.
But I can't leave you
now.
All right. Look, but just lie down. I don't even try to move, okay? I'll be right back.
Yeah?
Mr. Nolan?
Over that quick, huh?
Yeah, I guess. Maxo did the best he could, though, Mr. Nolan.
Your strategy didn't work. Did you really think arriving in the ring late would upset a robot?
Well, you never know. But that B7, it must have been tweaked or something. I never saw anything like that.
Me neither, and I hope I never do again. Get your boy and clear out.
Yeah, we will. Only first...
You heard the boss.
Well, you see, my boss
Hiding out, huh? Don't even want to show his face.
Something like that.
Come here.
What?
Mr. Nolan says you should come over to the desk.
Okay.
I want you to deliver something to your boss.
Yeah?
Piece of advice. Can you handle that?
Yes.
Now listen real close.
You get it?
Steele.
Well?
Here.
This all he gave you? Where's the rest?
Well, that's what he gave me.
This is just enough for monorail fare back to Philly.
Well, he said he wouldn't pay for a one-rounder.
What do you mean?
Come on, take it easy.
No.
Here, let me see your hand. Oh, man. Did you break your wrist?
He can't do that.
Steele, that's it. He's got a bunch of thugs in that room now.
I'll go in there.
You can't. If he sees you, he'll know what you done.
But the contract says...
I'm supposed to deliver a message to you, too. He said to tell you. You're lucky he doesn't run us out of town on a monorail. And if you ever show your face in town again, he said you won't be so lucky the next time.
Help me up.
Just stay seated. I'll get you a drink of water.
I don't need water.
That's all there is. Look, we gotta get that wrist set. I can make you a sling. For now, just try not to move it.
We'll go back by bus.
By bus? Come on, you're not listening to me. Look, just hold still.
If we go by bus, we'll save money. We'd have enough to get Maxo a new trigger spring and a lens for his eye and some silicone Teflonic joint lubricant. He'll be good as new again.
All right, Steele. Anything you say.
Then we'll be all set. Maxo will be in shape again, and we can get us some decent bouts. That's all he needs. A little work, huh? That'll shape him up. We'll show him what a top B2 can do. Old Maxo will show him. He'll show everybody. Right? Right?
Sure, Steele. Sure. Now let's get out of here. Take it slow.
I can walk.
I know you can. You're a tough guy. But put your hand on my shoulder. That's it. Don't worry about Max. I can pull.
Portrait of the Losing Side. Proof positive that you can't outpunch machinery. Proof also of something else. That no matter what the future brings, man's capacity to rise to the occasion will remain unaltered. His potential for tenacity and optimism continues, as always, to outfight, outpoint, and outlive any and all changes made by his society. For which 3 cheers and a unanimous decision rendered in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Steel, starring Lou Gossett Jr. with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and Joby Cerny, and written for The Twilight Zone by Richard Matheson. Heard in the cast were Joby Cerny, Danny Goldring, Rich Komenich, Sam Darrence, Pat Fraley, Tim DiDabo, and Jennifer Joy. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Joby Cerny for Falcon Picture Group. Custom Foley effects, sound design, and mixing are done in the Cerny American Sound of Picture Theater by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Matt Sorrow, Tim Cerny, and Todd Beyer. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com.
Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Evening edition. Get your paper here. Late sports.
What other papers do you have?
The Sentinel and the Times Mirror. Take your pick.
Give me all three of them.
Here you go. Like to read a lot, huh? Say, do I know you?
I don't know. Do you?
Arch Hammer. Hey, it's me, Sam. Sam Marshak.
Oh, yeah. Sam.
Let me get a good look. By golly, you haven't changed a bit.
That right.
Look, just like in the picture here. See? I still got it by the register. You and Andy and Eddie Walsh and Barney. The old gang. Remember?
Sure. How you doing?
Same as always. Haven't seen Andy in a while, though. Where you staying?
Down the street.
The Royale?
Yeah, the Royale. How much for the papers?
6 bits. Wait a minute. Forget it. Arch, it's on me. We got a lot of catching up to do. Been too long.
Right. See you later.
Anytime. Archie. Ain't that something? Heard he was in Joliet. Must have got out.
Hold your horses. I'm coming, I said.
How much for a single?
Depends. By the day is one thing, by the week is cheaper.
I don't know how long I'll be staying.
$6.80 a night plus room tax. You want a shower?
Is the water hot?
Mornings only, otherwise it costs extra.
Forget it.
Hold on. Haven't I seen you before?
Could be.
All right, I'll give you the discount for regulars. No guests, though.
Wouldn't think of it.
Sign here.
Right.
Face sure is familiar. Arch Hammer? Can't say I remember the name.
Maybe that's just as well.
Oh, and lose the key, you pay for it.
Thanks. Send up some ice, will you? And a pair of scissors.
Scissors? What for?
Something I want to cut out of the paper.
Well, don't make a mess for the cleaning girl or you'll have to tip her. That'll be $7 even. In advance.
His name is Arch Hammer. For the moment, he's 36 years old. He has been a salesman, a dispatcher, a truck driver, a bookie, and a part-time bartender. Whatever name he goes by, this is a cheap man, a nickel-and-dime hustler with a cheapness that goes beyond the suit and the shirt, a cheapness of taste, a cheapness of mind. He has a tawdry little shine on the seat of his conscience and a dark room squint in a world where the sunlight never got through to him. But Mr. Hammer has a talent, one he discovered at a very early age. This much he knows. He can change his face. He can look at a picture, concentrate on the eyes, twitch a muscle, and make his features match any other man's. Call him Rubberface. Mr. Archie Hammer, jack of all trades, who has just checked into a Fleabag hotel with the most odd talent, some newspapers full of photographs to work from, and a master plan to destroy a few lives. In the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, The Four of Us Are Dying, starring Eric Bogosian, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
There's a good one. Human interest. Yeah,
Room service.
just a minute.
Here's your ice.
Thanks.
Brought a whole champagne bucket full.
They even have champagne here?
Not that I ever saw.
I asked for a pair of scissors, too.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't find any, but I got this.
What's that?
My Swiss Army knife. You can use it if you want. Got a scissors, a wood saw, a toothpick, a nail file. The works.
I'll leave it downstairs.
I was thinking I could sell it to you for $10.
No, thanks.
5?
Pick it up from the desk man.
It's worth a lot more than that. Hey, I don't get a tip?
Yeah. Don't take any wooden nickels. Where's that page? Here. Johnny Foster, guitarist with the Maggie Weber Quintet. Why not? Always wanted to be a musician. The eyes, the nose, piece of cake. Just look in the mirror. Concentrate. Perfect. If I do say so.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That one was for Johnny. Wherever he is, I know he can hear us. Now, if you don't mind, we'll take a little break, and we'll be back with another set in just a few minutes.
Take 5, boys.
Sure thing, Max.
Make that 10.
You got it.
You're playing real pretty tonight, Maggie.
Don't I always?
Sad, though. I never heard a piano cry before.
Then we'll have to try some upbeat tunes. If I've got it in me.
Hi, Mag. What'll it be?
Ginger ale, straight up.
On the wagon again, huh?
Off and on.
Hey, Maggie.
Hey yourself, sport.
I got a stool here with your name on it.
That right.
Come on, sit down and get acquainted.
Unravel the flesh.
Huh?
Hey, pal, keep your hands off the talent.
I'm just trying to buy the lady a drink. Don't you want one?
Love one. All by my lonesome.
Okay. Just trying to be friendly.
You can have the booth in the corner, Mag. Strictly solo.
Thanks, Red.
1 ginger ale. Hey, sure you don't want a little something in it?
The last show of the night? Why not?
Here you go.
Here's to you, Johnny. For the good times.
Careful, you'll spill it.
Johnny?
Like I always say, if you don't drink well, don't drink.
Johnny, are you a ghost?
Sure, a ghost. I just came down to check the mourners.
But it was in the paper.
Was it? I should read the obituaries. Find out how they feel about the deceased.
I'm gonna close my eyes. And when I open them, pray that I'm not dreaming.
You're not dreaming. I wanted to see what kind of tears people shed. Big ones the size of bubbles, or the kind that come from onions and handkerchiefs.
You came to the right place, Johnny. I got a whole room full of buckets to hold the tears.
Yeah?
I heard it on the radio one night, just like that. First there was a dance band, and then there was a newscast. And there you were. Right in the middle of the vice president in Russia and a streetcar strike. Death, as it must to all men, came to talented guitarist Johnny Foster. A tragic accident, a train hitting a car. And I just sat there and I listened and I cried. And then I washed my face and put on my makeup and went to work. Only it wasn't a quintet anymore. There was a big hole on the bandstand. And nothing could fill it. After that, everything changed. My repertoire was limited to ballads. Blues for piano and bourbon.
That's a sad story.
Oh, Johnny, let me touch those fingers. I don't care if you are a ghost. You're good to the touch. You've been missed, Johnny Foster. But now there's gonna be music again. Real music.
Sure there is.
You have to tell me. How did they get it so wrong?
It was another guy. My car, my suit.
But they said that the dental records...
Maybe we had the same dentist, too.
Why didn't you tell anyone? It's been...
I wanted a vacation from the world. This world. I decided I'd hawk the name, trade it in for something new.
Like what?
I didn't know. Something different. But I guess I just couldn't stay away.
When you left, I thought I'd go crazy. I kept telling myself you'd come back, and when you didn't, I wondered what there was about me that made you leave.
It wasn't you.
I'd take my clothes off and look at myself in the mirror. Then I wondered if there was another woman.
Nobody as good as you.
You always were a funny guy, Johnny. Pulling pranks on people. Way out, Johnny Foster. Well, are you satisfied with the reaction? Tears big enough for you?
Maybe too big.
What really brought you here?
I picked up the paper the other day. The Sunday supplement. Full of human interest pictures. You know the type. Little boys with run-over dogs. Sweet old ladies getting evicted on sidewalks. Then there was a shot of a beautiful lady who sang the blues. It reminded me, Maggie. It reminded me that there were little pieces of my past I didn't want to slough off. And I was right. You're looking mighty good to me right now, Mag. Morning becomes you.
Me and Electra. So, how long are you with us this time? Or is it just a stop between trains?
In a way it is. For me.
And it's too late?
Not for you. It's get out of town night.
What does that mean?
You've got time for about 6 courses before you check out.
Why?
You're coming with me, Mag. We'll go to Chicago or Detroit. We'll go to San Francisco.
You sure know the right words.
We'll have a ball, Mag. Everything by ear. But great, Maggie. I mean great. The two of us.
Oh, I love you, Johnny Foster. That plain enough for you? Tell me I've got to go to Scranton and play piano in a coal mine, and I'm there. As long as it's with you. Just name it, Johnny. You got it.
Then let's get out of here.
It must be love. When you were gone, they had another ghost here, doing the vocals. I was the shell of a singer and a piano player. The lyrics were just echoes, Johnny, that somebody sang before. I couldn't make them real.
That real enough for you?
You make me real, Johnny. You bring me back to earth and put me together again.
Finish up. Make it a short set.
What do I tell the boys?
Tell them you're cutting out. I'll meet you at the railroad station, 1206, Maggie, westbound to Chicago. Be there?
Oh, I'll be there.
Till midnight, then. Pack your bag. We're traveling light.
Johnny,
Yeah?
you have enough cash for the tickets?
I'll get it somehow.
Here, just in case.
What's this?
My tips, plus what Red paid me for the gig. You hold it for me.
Sure?
I've never been surer of anything in my life.
Okay, baby. Remember, 12 sharp.
With bells on.
Johnny? Hey, man. Like you didn't tangle with the Union Pacific? I thought you were out of this world.
I don't believe my eyes. Was that Johnny Foster?
Hey, Johnny, baby, we got the wrong word. They said you got removed by a locomotive. Johnny, man, it's good to see you. You'll never know. Oh, here, let me give you a light.
I'll take the light. But you got the wrong boy. My name's Hammer.
Oh, hey, sorry, buddy. No offense.
None taken.
It's just that... Boy, I could swear you were the guy I saw in the bar. But I can see by your face, you're somebody else. Hey, real sorry.
Don't worry about it. Johnny Foster, guitar player. With a beautiful dame. Well, why not? I never had a dish like that. I never got loved like that. And it feels good. So why shouldn't I? Maggie Weber, huh? Yeah. Why not?
Mr. Hammer?
Good memory.
Something I can do for you?
Just some information.
What kind?
This picture from the paper.
What about it?
Go ahead. Check it out.
Local hoodlum found shot in river. So?
Looks like he's a real tough guy.
Was.
Name of Sterig. Virgil Sterig. Funny name.
Never heard of him.
No? Then maybe you saw him around. Before he went for a swimming lesson.
I see a lot of people.
See a face like that, you remember it.
My memory's not so good lately.
This make it better?
It's getting there.
How about now?
Oh, yeah. Virgil. I might have seen him once or twice. He used to carry a satchel.
Full of what?
It's hard to say.
Try.
He was the bag man.
For who?
Same guy all the bookies work for.
I need a name.
Pinnell. East side of town. Armstrong Towers. Only you didn't hear it from me.
Right.
Oh, hey, bellboy asked me. Something about a fancy knife.
Buy him another one. You can afford it. Virgil, how was the water? Cold? Or did it only hurt when you laughed? Let me get a good look at your face. Crooked nose, low forehead. Piece of cake. Now let's find out why you took that dive.
Going up?
Always.
What floor you? Oh, hi, Mr. Sterig.
Hi yourself.
The penthouse?
Where else?
I haven't seen you for a while.
No kidding.
But now, here you are.
Back from the dead, and bigger than ever.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way. I just meant... Say...
Thanks for the lift.
Didn't I see something in the paper about
Don't believe everything you read.
Oh, Mr. Sterick. I'm surprised to see you.
Where's Pennell?
Mr. Pennell, not home.
No?
He's out. You come back tomorrow. I tell him you here. Call on telephone, maybe.
I'll tell him myself. Now.
I say he's not here.
Out of my way.
Oh.
Who is it, Ramon?
Hello, Pennell.
What in the devil is...
You ought to be more careful.
It's only a bottle. Verge, is that you? I don't believe it.
I clean up for you, sir.
Leave it.
But glass on floor.
I said leave it.
Expensive stuff. Imported.
That doesn't matter, but you...
You can always open another bottle, can't you? Plenty more where that came from. I like your taste, Mr. Pennell. Very rich, polished, lots of class, like this apartment. Neat, but not gaudy.
I clean it up.
Later, Ramon.
Oh, yes. Yes, sir. I go now. I come back later.
You do that.
Whatever you got in that drawer, don't.
If you like, Verge. I'm just so flabbergasted. I can't believe my eyes.
Why don't you sit down there on the couch, Mr. Pennell, so we can talk? We'll have a business meeting, you and me.
Verge, I'm speechless. Of all the people I expected to walk in here, this is the happiest day of my life.
Oh, I see. This is the happiest day of his life. If you don't believe it, just ask him.
Verge, listen to me. But please,
Mr. Pennell, you're a rich man, but you're a lousy actor. Very bad. Really. Tell me this.
Anything.
If it's the happiest day of your life, why do you look like you just sucked a lemon? No, Mr. Pennell, you're not happy. You got no reason to be happy. Believe me, I know. You got no reason at all.
Of course I do. You're not making sense.
If you could have kept me in that river, just a cold, clammy little item without a face, then you'd be happy. But this is one double cross that came back to bite you, isn't it?
It wasn't what you think. If you let me explain, then I'll...
I get my end of the bargain, Mr. Pennell. But instead of a payoff, I got the river. And that river was cold. Much colder than you'd think. A tough swim, Mr. Pennell. Real tough. Especially when you're almost out of blood.
Verge.
I brought you a satchel. Remember, Mr. Pennell? It had a lot of money in it. A real risky job. Now, the way I figure it, my cut is worth more than a long walk off a short pier.
Verge, listen to me. Would I do a thing like that? Would I give you the double cross? How could I? You're a friend. We're close. You're family, Verge.
That how you treat your family?
You got me wrong. Dead wrong. What was your cut, Verge? 20%, wasn't that it? I got it right over there in the desk.
Stay where you are. You'll find out what I got in my pocket.
I've been holding your cut, Verge. It's waiting. I don't know who got to you and shoved you in the river. That wasn't my doing.
No?
It's all there in the desk.
Which drawer?
The center one. Envelope full of cash. Why don't you let me get it for you?
Why don't you shut your mouth?
Go ahead, count it.
This is mine?
20% of it.
That's right. Same cut as always. And I always honor my contracts. But there's interest now.
Interest?
Sure. For floating face down in a river, I charge interest. For taking 3 holes in my belly, I charge more interest. That a problem for you?
How much do you want?
Well, if we add on the penalty, and then the extra penalty, it comes out to an even 100%. Okay by you?
You have me at a disadvantage, Verge.
Pleasure doing business with you.
One question.
Yeah?
I have to know. Did somebody fish you out before you...
Before I'd had it? Is that the question? Why, no, Mr. Pennell. That's not the way it happened. That's not the way it happened at all. The truth is, I'm your worst nightmare. I'm a ghost.
That's him. He's scared, Mr. Pennell.
Easy, Ramon.
You ain't going nowhere.
Hands up so I can frisk you.
Don't touch the merchandise.
Hey, ain't that Virgil?
Hi, fellas. Long time no see.
Keep your hands out of your pockets and step back inside, nice and peaceful like.
No hard feelings. I even brought you something.
What?
This.
Wait! No! I get Mr. Pennell.
You made a mistake coming here.
So, did you? Take my advice, fellas. Stay down.
There! He's getting away!
On your feet, you bums. Get him! He's a thief! I want him dead! You hear me? Dead! And buried!
There he is!
Get him!
I can't get a shot!
Where'd he go?
This way.
Gotta give him the slip. The alley. Dead end. Gotta get out. Gotta make it. But how? Look like somebody else. Fast. Who? Come on. Come on! Face. Any face. Can't think of one. Wait. Something I saw. Yeah. Yeah! Got it.
Over there. I see him. Hey, hold it.
All right, Virgil. You can make it easy or you can make it hard. Strictly up to you.
Let's go for a little walk. Someplace private.
Forget that. Turn around like a man or I'll give it to you right here.
What do you want?
It ain't him.
Where did he...
You want something with me, huh? What's going on? I didn't do nothing to you guys.
Sorry, buddy.
We thought you were somebody else.
Yeah, sure you did. Go around threatening people, huh? That it? I had to call the cops.
I saw him go in there.
Me too.
So where is he? The alley don't lead nowhere.
Hey, fella, you see anybody else come in here?
Yeah, you two mugs.
Come on. We better find him. Mr. Pennell's waiting.
That's right, you goons. Go find him. You go find Virgil Steric. Why don't you try the county morgue?
Newspapers, magazines. Help you, mister?
Racing form.
Right here. Going to the track tomorrow?
What's it to you?
I'm just making conversation. You know, it gets pretty slow this time of night.
So? Close up and go home.
Well, I couldn't do that. Who'd be here for the morning edition? A lot of people count on me. You want the news? This is where you come. So, thank you, sir. Thank you kindly. Magazines, newspapers, cigarettes, candy.
You see a guy come by here, Pop?
And, which guy would that be?
Black hair, long nose.
Crooked at the end.
I can't answer that.
Hey.
Look, a lot of people come by. I don't take their picture.
Let's go check the bars.
Yeah. Good idea.
Bye-bye, you dumb clucks. Hey, Pops. Got a match?
Sure do. Right here.
Thanks, Pops. Watch it. You're gonna burn your fingers.
Andy, is that you?
Who?
Andy, what's the matter with you?
Andy. Oh, yeah. I get it. What's new, Pops?
What's new?
Yeah. Selling a lot of papers tonight.
Are you sick? Is something wrong with your brain?
Nothing wrong with my brain. Get off my back, old man.
You punchy?
That must be it. I'm punchy. Why? Am I supposed to recognize you?
No. I guess you wouldn't remember. That'd be expecting too much. I say just as well.
I'm pulling your leg. We know each other from someplace. I knew that.
From someplace?
Long time ago, though, huh? It's coming back. Go ahead, tell me. How do I know you?
How do you know me? For shame, Andy. I'm ashamed of you. Come here. Look at the picture I keep in a frame. There you are. Does it come back now?
Picture. That's why I got it. The only face I could think of.
You remember yet? You remember your friends? Your own father?
No, you got me wrong. I'm not your son.
Not anymore. You were. Before you ran out. You were before you broke your mother's heart. Before you did dirt to a sweet little girl who would have cut off her arm for you. But now, you ain't my son, Andy.
Listen, I'm not Andy. I know I look like him, but you don't understand.
Oh, I understand. Things get too hard and you walk out. Isn't that right, Andy? People just get in your way. You just step on them. You just kick them away.
Listen, I was here tonight. I bought 3 newspapers, but I didn't look like this.
Your friend, Archie, from school. He remembered you. He saw the picture with you and Eddie and Barney. And he remembered.
No, he didn't. Because he wasn't Archie. I was.
You're crazy.
Listen, I don't know how it started. When I was 12, I wish I looked like Charlie Bryce, so I wouldn't get in trouble. And it worked. After that, I could look like anybody I wanted. Guys came up and gave me money because they thought I was named Billy, or Keith, or Jack. I could make it in any town. I'd move on and... Why am I telling you this? You're not my father. I don't even know who my father is. I'm not even Archie Hammer. I could be anyone.
Or no one. Because you're nothing. Do you hear me? You're nothing to me.
Forget it. The real Andy will come around one day. You'll see.
Don't ever come around, because I hate you. Do you hear me? I hate your guts.
Let go of my arm.
Hey, everybody, come here. Look what we got here. A dirty little punk.
Leave it be, old man.
Spat in his mother's eye, this one. Ruined a girl's life. Hurt people. All the time. Hurt people. You punk.
I said take your hands off me.
Look at the punk. Look at the monster. Named Andy Marshak. Look at the man. Who used to be my son.
Now, let's try another face. Who's that handsome guy in the mirror? Why, it's Johnny Foster. Much better. Yeah?
Delivery for Mr. Hammer.
I didn't order anything.
Not food.
Then what?
Flowers.
I don't like flowers.
You'll like these.
Maggie. Yeah, that girl. Sorry, Johnny. You gotta go away for a minute. Goodbye, Johnny. Hello. Archie. Where's the flowers?
Archie Hammer of Detroit, Michigan.
Never been there.
Well, neither was Henry Ford. Let's step inside.
You got a badge?
Yeah. And a nice little warrant for your arrest.
You're making a mistake.
No mistake. Sandy hair, 160. You're him, all right.
What's this for?
Parole violation. Leaving the state without permission.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I've been tracking you for a while. Doing a lot of interstate traveling, huh?
Not me.
You can make 2 calls when you get to the station.
I got a train to catch.
Do I have to take out the cuffs? Because if I do, I get irritated. And when I get irritated, people get hurt. Especially if there's just the 2 of us.
Okay. Can I put on my coat?
Where is it, Hammer? Out the window or up on the roof?
In the closet there.
Be my guest. And if you get any other ideas, feel free. I could use the target practice.
I'll bet you could.
Find it?
Ready, Johnny? Here goes. Officer, thank God.
Where'd you come from?
He shoved me in there when you knocked on the door. He's got a gun.
What?
He went out through the ventilation duct in the ceiling.
Stand back. Come down, Hammer. You'll never make it. I'll have the building surrounded. Hammer! Hammer! Hey, hold it right there.
Yeah?
Oh, you see a guy come out of here?
Uh-huh. Took off down the street.
Thanks.
He went that way. Go get him.
Hello, Andy.
You again.
I've been waiting for you.
I said to leave me alone.
I knew where you'd be. The cheapest hotel on the block.
What's the 38 for?
I have to collect a debt.
Careful with that.
You got a big debt, Andy. So many years for so many things. And now, you're gonna pay up.
Wait a minute. Wait. I already told you, you got the wrong guy.
I got the right guy.
No, please. Please, listen. Put the gun down, and I'll show you. I'm not who you think. I'm not any of them. I'll show you. But I gotta concentrate. Put the gun down so I can think. I need to get a face in my mind. Any face.
I know who you are.
Wait.
A father knows his own son.
No. No. You don't understand. Nobody does. I'm not him. Or him. Or him. I'm not.
He was a cheap little man who checked in and checked out. He was a guitar player who was loved beyond words. He was a bagman with money in his pocket. And he was an errant son who finally got back some of the agony he caused in front of a Fleabag hotel. He was all of them. He was Arch Hammer, he was Johnny Foster, he was Virgil Sterrig, he was Andy Marshak. And all of them were dying.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Four of Us Are Dying, starring Eric Bogosian with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling, based on a story by George Clayton Johnson. Heard in the cast were Joby Cerny, Kurt Nabig, Damon Williams, Norm Woodell, Tom McElroy, Doug James, Jeff Lupiton, Linda Ryder, Jamie Barron, Rick Vargas, and Vince Amari. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are that of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Yes, Pete, here's a nut for you. Now, don't bother me, if you please. I have work to do. I'd like to speak to Mr. O'Connor, please. That's right. I'd rather not say. It's rather personal. That's it, Pete. Stay on your perch like a good bird. It's a boy. Is this Mr. O'Connor? Mr. O'Connor, I'll get right to the point. You have a young gentleman working for you in personnel. His name is Brewster. Alfred Brewster. Been with your firm about 1.5 years. Well, I'll tell you what about it. The man is a communist. That's correct, a communist, with certain terrorist affiliations as well. Never mind who this is. Let's just say a concerned citizen, all right? What is of the essence is the character of one of your employees. I happen to know that this man, Brewster, is a subversive and a menace to our society. What am I suggesting? Why, I think it's obvious. I'm suggesting he should be discharged immediately, given his walking papers and shown the door. Never mind how I know. I know, that's all. That's all. Now I'm going to check back in a few days, and if he hasn't been discharged, I'll be forced to take this matter to a higher authority. That's right, to the corporate office. Correct? Goodbye, Mr. O'Connor. Rather a full day, Pete, wouldn't you say? 11 so far. 11 names on this list. I better sharpen my pencil. And scratch off one more. Of course, it's questionable what concrete results we can expect, but at least the seeds have been planted. Oh, yes. The opening guns fired. The first salvo, so to speak. Hello, Board of Education? Well, please connect me. Yes, I'd like to speak with the superintendent of schools, please. It's a personal call. No, I'm not at liberty to give my name. That's right, it's urgent. Is this the superintendent? This is a concerned citizen. I'm calling about a teacher and your employee. That's correct. His name is Farwell. William J. Farwell. He teaches at your North End High School? That is correct. The man is morally objectionable. He's a drinker, a carouser, and I have it on good authority that his relationships with students are questionable at best. The man should be investigated immediately. Oh, yes. Never mind who this is. I happen to be giving you facts, and that is what is at issue here. Well, you best check on him. You most certainly should, and without delay. Quite right. Here you are, Pete. There you go. That's a good bird. You know, I'm rather tired. It's been quite a full day. You don't realize just how tired you can get during a campaign. But a dedicated man isn't concerned with physical discomfort or fatigue or anything else for that matter. No, a truly dedicated person is interested only in victory, in the conquest of morality over the forces of immorality. Hey, look at him out there, the dregs, carrion, leeches sucking us dry. Oh, yes, carrying evil around with them like infectious germs. We're gonna have to face it sooner or later. Huh? Phone calls are one thing. Threats and exposure is simply expedience. No, Peter, my friend, we're gonna have to embark on a much more ambitious course. Some major surgery, I think. The long scalpel, honed sharp and cutting deep. If the sickness is extensive, so must be the cure. And it must be today, Peter. It must be today, this afternoon. 4 o'clock. Oh, yes, that's when it will occur. Yes, we'll make it occur at 4 o'clock. At that moment, we will destroy evil. That is both my charge and my obligation, Peter, to destroy evil. And we shall do it at precisely 4 o'clock. I'm not sure of the method yet, but it'll come to me. Oh, yes, it'll come to me. Most assuredly, it will come to me. And it'll be a revelation, an epiphany. It will be the expiration of immorality everywhere, the exordium of the end. 4 o'clock, Peter. That's when we'll have it happen. Whatever it is. 4 o'clock, this very day.
This is Mr. Oliver Crangle, a dealer in petulance and poison, a self-appointed, self-designated, self-ordained vigilante, whose jaundiced eyes peer out at an unholy world and find it undeserving of anything but judgment and punishment. And Mr. Oliver Crangle is both the judge and the executioner. He has rather arbitrarily chosen 4 p.m. as his personal Gotterdammerung. We are about to watch the metamorphosis of a twisted little fanatic poisoned by the gangrene of prejudice to the status of an avenging angel, upright and omniscient, dedicated and fearsome. Whatever your clocks say, it's almost 4 o'clock. And wherever you may think you are, at this moment you happen to be in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, 4 o'clock, starring Stan Freberg with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Yes?
Mr. Crangle?
What is it?
Well, there's a special delivery for you.
Just a minute.
Here you go. A whole lot of stuff, 8 or 10 envelopes at least.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams. Something else, was there?
Something... Oh, no, nothing else.
Then in that case, why do you stand there trying to read the contents of these envelopes as if you were an X-ray machine,
Me? Read your mail? Oh, I can assure you, Mr. Kringle, I have many more things to do than trying to read my tenant's mail. Your mail in particular.
I feel reassured.
You sure get enough of it. Somebody'd think you were running some sort of mail order business or something. Just look at that desk of yours. So much mail and papers and I don't know what all. What is your business, Mr. Kringle?
What I do is none of your concern. I pay my rent on time, and I keep to myself. A respect for privacy you should learn, Mrs. Williams.
Well, I never...
You never? That's good to know. Now, have you any more comments to air? Because if not, I would greatly appreciate your leaving me alone. I have a great deal of work to do.
I believe that. The question is, what kind of work?
You should believe it. You may thank me one day, Mrs. Williams. Oh, yeah, you and everyone else. Assuming you're still around, and assuming you retain the capacity to feel appreciation.
What's that supposed to mean? Assuming I'll be around. Are you threatening me or something, Mr. Kringle?
Threatening you, Mrs. Williams? I don't threaten people, my dear lady. I compile files on them. I compile them, and I analyze them, and I investigate them, and then I categorize them, and I judge them. Oh, yes. If they're impure, they must be punished. If, on the other hand, they're simply misled or naive or unsophisticated, I point them to the right way. I lead them by the hand, Mrs. Williams. I show them the proper course, the path to redemption.
Is that... what I mean is that what you do for a living?
Indeed. In short, I check evil, Mrs. Williams, and I eradicate it, inoculate it, wipe it clean, and sponge it away.
And you know where these evil people are?
I most certainly do, Mrs. Williams.
Can you give me an example?
How about this one? Mrs. Claire Williams, age 54, widow, formerly married to John Alistair Williams. Political affiliation? None. Husband's political affiliation? None. Evidence of subversion? None. Negative personality traits? Curiosity and ignorance. Of course, that's just a preliminary report, Mrs. Williams. The in-depth research is in the master file cabinet right over there.
Well, aren't you the strange one? You ain't nothing if you're not a strange one. I'll be going now, Mr. Kringle.
Had your nap, Pete? All rested up, are we? Well, that's a good young parrot. It's going to be an exciting afternoon, Pete. Big things are going to happen at 4 o'clock. Yes, they are indeed.
4 o'clock? What's going to happen at 4 o'clock?
Interesting question, Mrs. Williams. A very interesting question. Very much to the point. What's going to happen indeed? At 4 o'clock, we're going to expose evil, strip it bare, push it out into the light, dissect it, pinpoint it, and eliminate it.
You are?
Exorcise it, denude it, confute it, destroy it.
Oh, now careful, Mr. Kringle. You're gone and broken your lamp.
What? Oh, the lamp. I see. Sorry. Well, no matter.
Would you like me to clean that up for you?
No, I'm quite capable of cleaning up after myself, madam. That's one thing I'm very good at, cleaning. Something else, was there, Mrs. Williams?
No, I don't believe so. If it's all the same to you, I'll be on my way. Saints preserve us.
Excuse me.
Oh, yes.
I'm looking for a Mr. Kringle.
I can't imagine why.
I was told he lives in this building.
Oh, he lives here, all right. There ain't no doubt about that. With a vengeance, he lives here right there at the top of the next landing. But if you ask me, young woman,
You won't be going in there without police protection.
Is that right?
If you ask me, the man has a leak in his attic a mile wide. I ain't sure anymore that he's safe to have around.
Mr. Krangle? Mr. Krangle?
Well?
My name's...
Who else is with you?
Why, no one.
Are you sure?
Yes, quite sure. My name is Lucas. I wonder if I could speak with you for a moment.
Lucas. Ah, yes, Lucas. Kurt J., age 27, intern, East Side Hospital.
That's my husband.
Is he indeed? Well now. Your husband, you say. Come in, please. Come. Have a seat, by all means.
Thank you.
Now, what about your husband?
Why, Mr. Krangle?
Why what?
Why are you trying to hurt him?
Hurt? My dear lady.
What has he ever done to you?
To me? Why, nothing to me. That is, nothing personally. I don't know your husband, Mrs. Lucas. That is to say, I know of him. Oh, yes, I know of his background, but we've never met.
He's a stranger to you then, isn't he? He's a perfect stranger.
A stranger, yes, but not a perfect stranger, Mrs. Lucas. By no means. Your husband happens to be most imperfect. And when you perceive, quite correctly, that he's done nothing to me, at least not directly, I hasten to enlighten you. He nonetheless happens to have done a great deal against society.
In what way?
Ho, don't play dumb with me. Don't give me any of that naive stuff.
My husband, for your information, Mr. Krangle, is a dedicated young doctor. A gentle, decent, fine human being. He has only one abiding interest in life, and that is to cure, to heal, to stop pain.
And to kill.
How can you say such a thing?
Yeah, that's his other abiding interest, the one you've conveniently skipped. L-L-L-U-C Lucas. Here we go. I know his file well. Lucas Kurt J., M.D., second-year intern, East Side Hospital. This year, on the night of March 12th, while serving in the emergency ward, he permitted the death of one Mrs. Angela Rienti by failing to relieve pressure accumulated as a result of a brain injury sustained in a traffic accident.
It wasn't his fault. It was too late. That's his only crime. He wasn't able to treat her because he was responsible for half the ward that night. And by the time he got to the woman, she was already dead.
That's your interpretation?
It's not an interpretation. It's a fact. It's exactly the way it happened. By the time he got to her, by the time she was put into his care, she'd already died.
He should have gotten to her earlier.
How could he? Do you know how many lives he saved that night? How many people he saves every day, every week? He did nothing to her.
That's about the size of it, Mrs. Lucas. Miserable dereliction of duty, resulting in the untimely death of a woman who by rights should be alive today. These facts came to my attention, and I simply called them to the attention of the hospital supervisor, an institution, by the way, which I help to support through taxes.
By what right? I must ask you, Mr. Krangle, excuse me, but by what right do you presume to pass judgment on my husband? You're not even a medical man. Why, you weren't even there that night. You don't know anything about it. And yet you write your letters to the hospital, dozens of nasty letters accusing my husband of being a murderer. Why, you wretched, small-minded...
Enough, Mrs. Lucas. That will be quite enough. I've suffered your presence here, but I'm not required to tolerate your abusiveness, although I don't wonder you're the type of woman you are.
Oh, and what type is that?
You're obviously greatly attracted to your husband, and there's no secret that birds of a feather Well, you know the rest.
I think I catch your implication, Mr. Krangle. And you're over the line. Way over the line. You're as cracked as that lamp of yours.
Tell me, has the hospital discharged your husband yet?
Discharged?
That's right. Let him go. Cashiered him out. Eradicated him from the payroll. Given him the sack. I've been expecting it momentarily.
They have not, Mr. Krangle. They have done no such thing. It'd take more than a letter-writing campaign from a crank like you to make that happen.
Your husband is an evil man.
He is no such thing.
And I will not put up with evil in any form.
And I will not stand by and allow an injustice like this. Of all the presumptuous, wrong-headed...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Lucas. I haven't any more time. Why, look at the hour. It's 3 o'clock already. I got things to do. Many more important things to do, thank you. Today's mail, for instance. You'd probably be interested in these. They're cases not unlike your husband's. Communists, subversives, thieves, harlots, but all made out of the same metal. Evil, Mrs. Lucas. All of them evil. And I will not countenance evil. I am absolutely incapable of countenancing it.
You're probably unaware of it, Mr. Krangle, but my husband is a very sensitive man.
Oh, please, spare me.
Your letters have had an effect on him, if on no one else so far. The people at the hospital tell him to ignore the letters, forget about them, but they're tearing him up inside. They're killing him. His confidence in himself, his ability to concentrate and work. You see, he's like a lot of doctors, Mr. Krangle. He cares. He cares very deeply. So, you see, you really have been quite successful after all. I imagine you've been equally successful with other people, too.
Mm-hmm.
There's too much sanity still left out there for you to have succeeded in having them all fired.
Mm-hmm.
But you must be hurting them. Those men and women, hurting them desperately, as you've hurt my husband. So you've really accomplished a great deal.
Yep.
Tell me, Mr. Krangle, if you can, that is. Why?
What's that?
Why do you do it? I really need to understand.
Why? You ask me why? Why? Because they're evil. That's it precisely. Nothing too complicated about that, is there? They're evil. Plain and simple. Here, take a look out the window. All those little bugs down there, you see? Bacteria. That's what they are. That's what your husband is. All those little... That's it. That's precisely it.
What is?
That's what I'll do. I've finally gotten the clue. I said little, you understand? That's what I'll do. I'll turn all the evil people into little ones, understand? I'll make all the evil people, let's see, 3 feet. No, 2 feet. 2 feet tall. That's it. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, at precisely 4 o'clock, every evil man and woman will become a mere 2 feet tall. A revelation, an absolute revelation. Peter, my lad, did you hear what I come up with? Did you? That's it. Do you see the beauty of it, Pete? That's it. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. 2 feet tall, Pete. 2 feet tall. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, I'm going to turn all the evil people, the wicked, morally stunted troublemakers everywhere, into tiny little freaks for all the world to see. I'll make them all 2 feet tall. 2 feet tall, I say. Yes, it'll be better than if they wore badges on their clothing. Impossible for them to hide. the purest form of poetic justice. Evil will be made an object of universal scorn, laughter, humiliation. Yes, you're nut. You're hungry. Aren't you, Pete? Here you go, boy. I won myself. We must be strong, the two of us. Strong for what's about to happen. That's right, Petey. 10 minutes past 3. It won't be long now. Yes, a peanut. Here you are. That's a good, strong boy. I'll bet you could crack open just about anything with that great big beak of yours, couldn't you? Yes, you could. I'm sure you could. Look at them down there, all those wicked little people. They don't know just how little yet. No, of course not. But they will. They will. It's their day of judgment. Oh, yes. Time to finish our preparations, Pete. There's much to do. Less than 50 minutes left now. Must be sure all our pencils are sharp. We have a great many names to cross off the list. Cross off the list. Soon now. Very soon. Yes.
Oliver Kringle?
Come in. Yes, I'm Oliver Kringle. I'm the one who called.
Yes, sir. Agent Luther Hall, Mr. Kringle, Federal Bureau of Investigation. Our office received a call.
Indeed, yes. I placed the call and asked you to come. I felt it was my civic duty. Can I get you a cup of coffee or something?
No, thank you. Now, Mr. Kringle, you told the office that you had some sort of list, proof of criminal activity, and that today would be a day of reckoning. What exactly did you mean by it?
Sit down, please. Yes, there's plenty of time. We have more than 45 minutes before it happens.
Before what happens, Mr. Kringle?
That's the point. That's the whole point. That's why I called you here.
And why is that?
I felt the FBI should know. I also called the police and the fire department. I even got a call into Washington. Oh, yes. Although the latter message probably won't go all the way to the top. It's my understanding that the Reds are in complete control in Washington now. I imagine they've taken over the switchboards, too.
The Reds, Mr. Kringle.
Oh, yes, indeed, the Reds. It's a complete conspiracy, you know, Mr. Hall. All the evil people are banding together now, all the subversives, the commies, the terrorists, the thieves of the American dream. It's a total, absolute, worldwide conspiracy.
You said on the phone that you had a plan of some sort.
Oh, my, yes. It all takes place at 4 o'clock. I thought you people ought to know because, well, you'll have your hands full.
Our hands?
Picking up all the guilty parties. Oh, yes. You see, Agent Hall, I've spent a good many years doing this kind of work. Just look at all those file cabinets there. Years of dedication to the cause. I've made a study of evil. Oh, yes, indeed. A complete study of it. I cut out newspaper clippings. I listen to the radio and watch television. I follow every major court case that's going on. I compile a completely airtight list of charges against all of them, the evil people.
What do you do with them, Mr. Kringle?
Do with them? I follow through, of course. I follow them through to their conclusion. I write letters to employers. I make phone calls late at night. Oh, they hate that. Oh, yes. It's one of the most effective methods, as you probably know. Calling those terrible people late at night. The later, the better. Getting them up constantly. Waking them. Enumerating my charges. Speaking out. And then hanging up. They hate it. Very frustrating for them.
I'll bet.
Oh, yes, indeed. They go out of their minds with fury. They don't like to be awakened late at night, I can assure you.
Who does?
Yeah, but with these people, it's absolutely necessary. The evil people, you understand. The destabilizers, the enemies of order. But to get to the point, Mr. Hall, the point...
And what is the point?
The clock on the shelf there tells the story. The entire and complete story. It's 3:20 now. In exactly 40 minutes, all the evil people in the world will be reduced to half. No, a third of their present size. Oh, it'll be glorious. All the unpunished murderers and the tyrants, the proud and the sinful, the schoolyard bullies, the cruel teachers and faithless friends, the wrongdoers, blackmailers, and the nicotine fiends, too, and the thieves, and the harlots, and the transgressors, all of them, every one. How does that sound, Mr. Hall?
How do you propose to go about doing this? I mean, shrinking people.
I merely will it, that's all. I will it. I've been giving it a great deal of thought. Now, in the past, various other plans have crossed my mind.
Other plans?
Well, for example, I didn't approve of our entering any of the wars, you see, and I had it in mind I might take the stiffness out of airplane propellers. Do you understand?
I'm not sure I do.
Well, when the crews came out in the morning, bundled up like children against the cold, and then went into their planes, they'd find the props hanging limp like great empty banana skins. Then the war ended and, it seemed like a waste of effort at that point. After that, jets became the order of the day, and so I thought, what would jam up the intakes on those jet engines? Huh? What better than a flock of birds? Oh, not you, Petey. Not the beautiful, brave, loyal parrots of the world. Oh, no. Just your low-class country cousins. You read about it from time to time. Seagulls that get sucked into jets, cause them to fail. So, naturally, I thought, chickens.
Chickens.
Ignorant. Can't speak. An army of them bred to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Release them on runways just at the moment of takeoff. That would ground those bombers and cargo planes, but fast. Of course, there'd still be trucks and overland supply routes. And then I read in the paper a year or so ago about an accident, a bad traffic accident. 3 people were killed. So I decided I would change all the wheels in the world from round to square, or maybe even triangular, so they'd stub in the asphalt and stop in their tracks.
You mean sabotage interstate commerce?
I devised another method later on. Terribly interesting, I thought. Mark all the evil people on the forehead, or better yet, turn them all one color. Say, purple. But then it came to me that they'd simply be able to recognize each other more readily and band together in their collective wickedness.
I see.
Well, Mr. Hall, this is hard to believe, but I hit upon this latest idea about the change in size just this afternoon. Some benighted woman was in here, and she quite inadvertently gave me the clue I needed. Make them all 2 feet tall. Now, what could be simpler? Think of it, Mr. Hall. Think how ineffectual this will render them. They can't handle delicate scientific instruments, or typewriters, or computers, or telephones, because they can't reach them. They won't even be able to open a window or turn a doorknob to escape once we know where they are. Why, pretty soon they'll be as extinct as dinosaurs. Here's a peanut for you, Petey. I think, Mr. Hall, that the most interesting place will be, let's say, a murder trial, where nobody knows whether the accused is guilty or not. And then at 4 o'clock, if he's guilty, Or watching the drunkards in a saloon, or, oh, there's so many places to be.
Mr. Kringle?
Yes?
I'd like to ask you a question, sir, and I hope you don't take offense at it.
Go on.
Have you ever had any psychiatric help, sir?
What?
Psychiatric help. I don't think you're rational. I think you've developed some kind of obsession here, and I think you need some help.
Help? Me? I need help? Why should I need help? I'm not evil. You obviously don't understand any of this, do you? I'm not the evil one. It's them. It's all of them out there on the street. Just take a look out the window. See? They're the evil ones. They're the ones who are going to be 2 feet tall. In just 30 minutes. That's when it's going to happen. In just 30 minutes.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Kringle, but there doesn't seem to be very much we can do about all this.
What do you mean? Why, the law enforcement agencies are going to have round-the-clock schedules from now on. Do you realize how many evil people you're going to be able to find? Why, they'll be all over the sidewalks, all over the streets. You'll have to build more jails. You have to build more electric chairs, gas chambers, gallows, penitentiaries. Well, what about it? What are you going to do?
Nothing, Mr. Kringle. Not a thing. And if you'll forgive a suggestion, that's what I think you should do, too. Nothing. These letters you write, these phone calls, there happens to be something in this country that precludes all that, makes it unnecessary.
And what's that?
Law, Mr. Kringle. There happens to be law. We like support from citizens. Support, help, cooperation. But interference is quite another thing.
Oh, I get it now. I understand. At last I understand. You're part of the conspiracy. That's it. You're one of them. Why, of course. I'm an idiot not to have realized it. Of course you people have gotten into the FBI. It stands to reason you would. You've infiltrated every other place. Well, I'm going to tell you something, Mr. Hall.
Good day, sir.
You'd better enjoy yourself for the next 20 or 30 minutes. You hear me? You'd better enjoy yourself to the utmost, because you're going to be 24 inches tall. You and everybody like you. All the evil people, everyone, you'll see. Good riddance to bad rubbish, eh, Pete? To all their kind, the righteous will rise up, and the weak will fall before their terrible wrath. It's as right as rain. In a minute, Pete. It won't be long now. Yes, here's your nut. It won't be long now at all. We must have everything in order, all our pencils sharpened, weapons that are truly mightier than the sword. And our desk, we must have lots and lots of clean paper to make another list of the newly exposed. Their corruption on display for all the world to see. I wonder what they'll look like down there on the streets, on all the streets everywhere. Oh, what a glorious sight it's going to be. So many people. Think of it. Fat ones, thin ones, the young and the old, suddenly grown too small for their clothing, which of course will no longer fit them. It simply won't fit them at all. Like the toads and the cretins they are. Someone should follow along behind and collect it in trucks, boil it in hot water, decontaminate it, and then redistribute it to the rest of us. Think of that, Pete. New suits, trousers, neckties, formal wear, tuxedos, this and casual wear of every style. Oh, yes, it shouldn't go to waste. Think of how much money could be made in resale centers across the land. Money to finance a whole new campaign. Why, Pete, we could open a chain of clothing stores. Aha! All we need is a fleet of trucks to gather it up. Ours for the taking. But alas, it's too late to organize any of that now. Oh, if only I'd planned ahead. Well, the least I can do is alert the media. Yes, that's the responsible thing to do. I wonder if they have any idea at all about what's to take place.
And at this hour, the Dow Jones is down 14 points.
Raging fire now under control in upstate.
The White House press secretary announced a peace plan today.
4-car pileup on the bridge. Motorists are advised to use alternate routes.
Come on down to Crazy Joey's Fashion Warehouse. We've got sportswear, clothes for the workplace, back-to-school duds, all at out-of-this-world prices. You'll think you've died and gone to heaven because my name's Joey and I'm crazy.
Another lost opportunity, Pete. But that man doesn't know how soon he'll be out of business. He has no idea, does he? No idea at all. We'd better check the television news while we're at it.
We'll have the weather for you coming right up after this.
The very vegger slices, it dices, it turns out finger-licking julienne potatoes.
Okay, now tell us about your new book, 101 Ways to Profit from Armageddon.
Amateurs. Pete, what to do? What to do? Of course I can send out press releases taking credit for all that I've done after the fact. If only I had more time. More time! Still, we'll have to alert them as best we can. Yes, put me through to the news department, please. Never mind who this is. Wait. This is Oliver Krangle speaking. Crangle. Yes, that's right. I'm calling with an important bulletin. Yes, for the afternoon broadcast. That's right. You ought to break in right now with a news flash, you know. Oh, it's something big, all right. Something huge. Believe me, it is important. When? No, you don't understand. It hasn't happened yet, but your viewers will still want to know when it does happen. Otherwise, there'll be chaos in the city. In fact, this should go on the national broadcast, coast to coast. What is it? Let's just say a new perspective on the world. Hello? 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 Petey, obviously they've infiltrated the local news channel as well. Of course they have. I should have known. They're everywhere, like insects, like vermin. Well, they won't be in control much longer, because Judgment Day is upon us. The strong will rise up to take what is theirs, while the subhumans are exterminated. It's the law of nature. But for now, there's precious little left to do, except make sure the clock is wound and to prepare ourselves for the occasion. Just try to be patient, Pete. Just a few minutes longer. Wait with me, and you'll see that it's all been worth it. I promise. But first, I must look my absolute best. Yes, top-notch, befitting a man of my stature. The reporters will swarm up the stairs here, wanting interviews. And there'll be photographers, of course, with their news cameras. Let's see here. What do you think, Petey? Perhaps a clean shirt and tie? My best shoes. I have to pass muster here. Meanwhile, you preen your feathers, my boy, and get ready to meet the press. There! It's happened, Pete. It's happening right now, this very second. Can you feel it? Something in the air. The next phase of evolution for the human race. Oh, nothing will be the same after this. Nothing! The new order has come at last. Yes, but first, I can't wait to see them all down there, turning into tiny little gnomes. Just 1 second, Pete, as soon as I take a look out the window. Certainly, Peter. You may have a nut, as many as you like. You must be hungry. I'll have something, too. We'll make it a celebration. This is our day. Of course, but you must be patient. I can't wait to look outside. I can't wait. But for some reason, I can't see over the windowsill. How can that be? I can't even reach the bowl of peanuts. I know you're hungry, but somehow it's just out of my reach. What? Unless someone has moved it, put it in a very high place, but that would have to be someone very tall. Someone very, very tall. Pete! What's happened? You've grown so large, and I'm so close to the floor. These shoes don't fit me anymore. And these clothes, whose are they? Must get out of this ridiculous costume. Pete, why are you looking at me like that? Your eyes and your beak. Close it. Please close it. You're not still hungry. You can't be. Pete, you're frightening me. You know me, Petey boy. You must. That's a good bird. Yes. Calm down now. No, Pete, no. Get away. Let me get out of here. I can't reach the door now. The locks. Let me out. No!
At 4 o'clock, an evil man made his bed and lay in it, a pot called a kettle black, and a stone thrower broke the windows of its glass house. Not a pretty picture, perhaps, but for this poor, misguided fellow, quite unavoidable. A simple matter of supply and demand. He was right about one thing, though. In a world where the strong get stronger and the mighty feed upon the weak, you can run, but you can't hide. Look for this one under F for fanatic and J for justice in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
"4 O'Clock," starring Stan Freberg with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Taylor Miller, Maggie Carney, Rick Peoples, Doug James, Paul Patch, and Carl Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Rod Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Northwest Medical Clinic, how can I help you? I'm sorry, Dr. Matheson is unavailable. He's taken a temporary assignment out of town. Can I make an appointment for you with one of our other physicians? Fine. Okay, let's see. How about next Tuesday at 2:45? Great. You'll be seeing Dr. Kyle Powers. You're welcome. Goodbye.
Psst, Dorothy.
What is it, Millie?
Kyle gets another victim, eh?
I know, right?
How many of Dr. Matheson's patients is he seeing?
Quite a few, which makes sense. He's got the lightest patient load at the clinic.
Gee, I wonder why.
Shh, Millie, someone will hear you.
Well, maybe they should know what they're getting into before they see Dr. Doom and Gloom.
Excuse me.
May I help you?
I have an appointment with Dr. Kyle Powers at 10:15.
Another one bites the dust.
Shh. Okay, what is your last name?
Callahan.
Okay, Callahan, let's see. Ah, yes, you were originally scheduled with Dr. Matheson.
Yes, but I guess he's out of town for a while.
I'm afraid so. Dr. Matheson accepted a year-long research position at a university on the East Coast.
Oh.
Kyle is seeing most of his patients.
Like lambs to a slaughter.
Millie? Mrs. Callahan, why don't you just have a seat over there in the waiting area? The nurse will call your name when the doctor is ready to see you.
Thank you.
Poor woman.
I feel so sorry for her.
If she's used to Dr. Matheson, she's in for a real shock.
I know. I don't envy anyone facing their first appointment with Dr. Kyle Powers. Mm-mm.
Mrs. Callahan?
Yes?
I'm Dr. Kyle Powers.
It's nice to meet you.
And why are you here today?
Well, I'm concerned about this mole on my leg.
May I see it?
Of course. It's right here, see? On the calf. Dr. Matheson said I should keep an eye on it in case it changes. I think it looks a little bigger. What do you think it could be?
A mole that changes like that is usually melanoma.
Oh, melanoma? That's cancer, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I'm going to need to ask you some questions.
Oh, well, go ahead.
When did you first notice the mole had changed?
About a week ago.
How much bigger is it?
I'm not sure.
50%?
No.
40%? 30?
10% maybe.
Do you spend a lot of time in the sun?
No.
Has anyone in your family ever had melanoma?
No, I don't think so.
Did you ever have a severe sunburn as a child?
No, not severe, no.
Do you have a lot of freckles?
No.
Are you taking any medication that would weaken your immune system?
Oh, I don't think so. What would weaken my immune system?
Well, any number of meds. Azathioprine, benzotophine, cortithionate.
I don't even know what those are. Doctor, Please, just tell me if I do have melanoma, what treatment is available?
Well, that depends on what stage it's in. Surgery is typically the first treatment for all stages of melanoma.
Surgery?
And of course, if it spreads to the lymph nodes, those have to be removed. Late-stage melanoma also has to be treated with chemotherapy.
Chemotherapy?
If it spreads to the organs like the lungs or liver, there's not much that can be done.
Nothing.
Well, in that case, the focus is on relieving the symptoms and keeping the patient as comfortable as possible.
Until what?
Well, until the patient expires. I'm going to refer you to a dermatologist. He'll perform a biopsy and then send a sample of the growth to the lab. If it is melanoma, the dermatologist will refer you to a surgeon for the sentinel lymph node biopsy. It's all standard procedure. Here's your referral. And Mrs. Callahan?
Yes?
I know there's something most patients worry about at this point, so let me assure you. Even if the cancer gets to the point where you can't function, your insurance should cover most of the medical bills. Keep in touch.
Meet Dr. Kyle Powers, a physician well-versed in and fascinated by the mechanics of the human body. Alas, he is also a man with an unmistakable disconnect between his intellect and his heart. For you see, the good doctor is lacking in one crucial area: the ability to take into account the feelings of his patients. But his next appointment is no ordinary customer with a stuffy nose or gouty foot. Awaiting him in exam room number 6 is a messenger who is prepared to give Dr. Kyle Powers a dose of his own medicine, a prescription that can only be filled in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Amazing Dr. Kyle Powers, starring Sean Astin with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Kyle? Kyle.
Yes, Doctor?
I told you, you can call me Bill.
Okay. Bill? What is it?
You saw Dolores Callahan this morning, right?
Yes, the melanoma.
No, Mrs. Callahan is not the melanoma. Mrs. Callahan is the widow with 3 children who has a suspicious mole.
How do you know what she has? Have you been checking on my patients?
Just the ones that have left here in hysterics.
She was distraught. That's to be expected when you're facing cancer.
Who's to say it's cancer? Why assume the worst and communicate those fears to the patient? Come on, Kyle. You've worked here a few months now. You should know that's not how we roll.
I just provided her with all the facts. My guess is she's home right now making an informed, thoughtful decision about how best to address her illness.
Really? Because after your interrogation, my guess is she's home right now making out her will. Look, we have a responsibility to make certain our patients leave here with a hopeful outlook.
Our responsibility is to diagnose them correctly. What if we treat a patient for something trivial that's really something life-threatening? The golfer who collapses on the 17th hole from the heat, but who really had a stroke. The woman with the annoying little cough that turns out to be emphysema. The list is endless. Thyroid disorders masquerading as psychiatric problems. Lyme disease posing as arthritis. That's why I ask so many questions. The more facts I can get from the patient, the more accurate diagnosis I can make.
So you're going to continue cross-examining our patients like it's the Spanish Inquisition?
Look, doctor, I realize my technique differs from yours. It may not consist of the sycophantic mollycoddling you prefer, but I think you'll find overall that it gets me closer to the most accurate diagnosis possible. That may not mean anything to you, but it's the reason I get up in the morning. It's how I roll. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a lot of patients to see.
May God help every one of them.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Kyle Powers. I'll be your physician while Dr. Matheson is... Oh! We are obviously not Eileen Richards.
Obviously. The name's Beaumont.
I seem to be in the wrong room, Mr. Beaumont. Let me just...
You're in the right room, Kyle.
You know me?
Yes.
You're not a quality assurance auditor sent to check up on me, are you? Did Dr. Bill T. Goodwin send you?
No, but I am here. As a representative.
For who?
Whom? I can read you the list if you like. Mrs. Barbara Kennedy, Mr. Emilio Rodriguez, Miss Dolores Delmonico, Mr. and Mrs. Samuel Stone.
Those are all patients I've seen.
Mr. and Mrs. Emil Saperstein, the very Reverend Arthur Buchanan.
Some of them are patients I treated when I first started practicing.
Mr. William Tanner, Mrs. Glynis Peabody.
But how would you know I've seen all those people?
The Sullivan twins, Katie and Kylie, Rabbi David Weisinger, the Honorable Judge Harrison J. Evans.
Okay, I get it. You know every patient I've ever treated, so who are you, the ghost of Christmas past?
Hardly. I am here to communicate a message on behalf of your patients. They are fed up with your lack of concern for their feelings. You keep them waiting long past their appointment times. You do not call them back with test results. You do not explain their illnesses in terms they can understand. And you do not make clear the side effects of the medicines you prescribe. They have described you as rude, disrespectful, insensitive, and tactless. As one patient so eloquently summarized, Dr. Kyle Powers has the people skills of Attila the Hun.
I get it now. You're an attorney. You're representing all those people as a part of some kind of lawsuit against me.
I'm afraid not. I am simply here to, how shall I put it, keep things in balance.
Look, I don't care if you're here as an attorney, an auditor, or my fairy godfather. All I know is I've effectively diagnosed and treated hundreds of patients. That's how I gauge my success, not by the number of friends I've made along the way. In short, I'm not broke, so I don't need fixing.
In that case, I'm going to need you to sign this.
What is it?
It's a standard affidavit, stating that you are willing to pay the consequences of your actions. I recommend you read the whole brief before signing.
I'm not reading or signing anything.
Well, you're going to be one of the difficult ones, aren't you? We'll have to settle for a non-written agreement then. A simple handshake has sufficed in the past.
I'm not shaking your hand either.
Come now. It's just a handshake. The sooner you shake my hand, the sooner you'll be rid of me.
All right, if it'll get you out of here faster, here's my hand.
Thank you.
Ow! What did you just do?
Good luck, Kyle.
Wait! What did you do to me? Where did he go?
Can I help you, Doctor?
The man who just left this room. Which way did he go?
You're the only one who's left that room in the last 10 minutes.
Well, that can't be. I was just talking to him.
I can page him if he's still in the building. Who was he?
Nobody. Just some prankster with a joy buzzer. Who's my next patient?
Mr. Gianelli. He's in room 7.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gianelli. I'm Dr. Kyle Powers. I'll be your physician while Dr. Matheson is gone. Are you in pain?
Oh, yeah.
Where does it hurt?
The back.
What part of the back?
Down low.
Did you do anything that might have caused it?
Probably. I work on a construction site, see? And I had to move some heavy sheets of plywood by myself.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad would you say the pain is?
About a 7, maybe 8. Seems like it's gotten worse in the last half hour or so.
Well, let me take a good look at the area where it hurts. Could you lift your shirt, please?
Sure.
Lower back, you said?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to feel around the area.
Hey, you gave me a shack.
Oh!
Doc, you okay?
I don't know. I feel... My back suddenly hurts.
Yeah, must be going around.
It just started out of nowhere. Maybe it's some kind of a kink. Let me see if moving around helps it. No, it still hurts. Excuse me, Mr. Gianelli. I'm gonna have to sit down over there. Hey. The pain stopped.
Lucky you.
That's odd. It stopped when I let go of you. Mr. Gianelli, I'm gonna touch you again.
You're the doctor. Ow, Doc. You need to get a humidifier in here.
Fascinating.
You're done already?
Yes, Mr. Gianelli, this is just a hunch, but is the pain you're feeling on the left side?
Yeah.
Does it hurt no matter how you move?
Yeah.
And you say it's gotten progressively worse?
Oh, yeah.
I think I know what's wrong with you.
So do I. I pulled a muscle hauling around those stupid sheets of plywood.
I don't think so, Mr. Gianelli. You have a kidney stone.
You're kidding me.
I'm convinced of it. I felt, that is, you have all the classic symptoms. Here, this is an order for you to go up to radiology for an x-ray. That'll tell us exactly where the stone is, and we can figure out what to do about it from there.
Hey, Doc, can I ask you something?
What?
How could you tell all that just by touching my back?
Mr. Gianelli, I wish I knew.
So, now that we can talk privately in my office, let me get this straight. You're telling me that you've been able to tell what your patients are feeling simply by touching them, that you can actually experience the pain they're feeling.
That's what I'm telling you.
Impossible. It can't be done.
Then how do you explain the fact that Mr. Gianelli's x-rays came back showing that he had a kidney stone right where I said it was? And what about all my other patients? Everything I diagnosed this morning was confirmed by x-rays or ultrasounds or MRIs.
You simply diagnosed them correctly.
But I'm telling you, Dr. Bill, I felt their pain.
Prove it.
All right. Who's your next patient?
No, not a patient. I want you to prove it on me. I've been experiencing some pain the past day or so. I want you to tell me where it is.
Okay. I'm gonna have to touch you.
I knew there'd be something about this I didn't like.
And it has to be on exposed skin. At least, I think it does. I'm still experimenting.
Here, you can touch my hand. That's the most skin I'm willing to let you experiment with.
All right. Ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Here goes.
Hey, you gave me a shock.
Yeah, that's what everyone says. Interesting.
Well, what's your diagnosis, Dr. Kreskin?
Well, I would hasten myself to a dentist if I were you. You've got a toothache. Top row, right side. I'd say second molar from the rear.
Well, I don't know what to say.
No need to say anything. Your expression says it all.
What is it, Dorothy?
Mr. Samuels is waiting in room 4. He's getting a little impatient.
Tell him I'm on my way. There's got to be some kind of logical explanation for this.
Fine, we'll talk later. Oh, by the way, you might want to have that corn looked at. The one on the big toe of your left foot. Feels like it's going to burst right through your shoe.
Okay, now you're just showing off.
Okay, thank you. Northwest Medical Clinic, may I help you? I'm sorry, he isn't in yet. Can I take a message? I'll let him know. Thank you.
Hey, Dorothy. Another reporter for Kyle?
Yeah, that's like 25 now.
Ever since word got out about his gift, he's become the most popular doctor at the clinic.
I know. I can't believe he's going to be on that talk show tomorrow.
Yeah, I am dying to see what Dr. Charisma is like on TV.
Oh.
Welcome back to Barbie Porterson's Wake Up Call. I'm Barbie Porterson, and this half hour I'm going to have part 3 in my series on how I've managed to stay young looking the natural way without the use of drugs or surgery. But enough about me. We have a guest with a rather unique gift. His name is Dr. Kyle Powers, and he claims that he can experience the same pain his patients are feeling simply by touching them. Doctor, it's good to have you with us today.
Thank you.
Now, why don't you tell us exactly what happens when you touch one of your patients?
Well, in a nutshell, I experience exactly what the patient is experiencing. I can feel where the pain is in their body, how intense it is, what might be causing it, and I'm then able to provide an accurate diagnosis.
Amazing! Would it be possible for us to get a demonstration from you?
Of course. Do you have any discomfort or pain that's bothering you?
As a matter of fact, I do. Let's see if you can guess what it is. Now, what do I need to do for this demonstration?
Nothing. I just need to touch bare skin.
Oh my, careful, doctor. We're a family show.
You can just give me your hand.
All right, here you are. Oh, I think a spark flew between us. Don't tell my husband.
Interesting.
So, what's your diagnosis?
I believe the pain you wanted me to identify is a sprained muscle in your left thigh. Feels like you've probably been working out a bit too rigorously at the health club.
Ooh, that's amazing. That's exactly how my own physician diagnosed it. But it took him 20 minutes. Doctor, you truly have a special gift.
There's something else, though.
What?
Your head. You have a headache. Are you coming down with something?
Of course not. I'm fit as a fiddle. I stay fit the natural way.
There's definitely something there. In fact, it's not just a headache. There's pain in several very specific locations in your forehead.
That's interesting. Well, thank you for being with us, Doctor.
Wait. I know what I'm feeling. You recently had some sort of cosmetic injections, didn't you?
What?
Yes, the type that eliminates frown lines and wrinkles.
Me? Cosmetic injections? What a ludicrous suggestion. Well, back with more of our Barbie Porterson's wake-up call after these messages.
You know, a simple analgesic will help with that headache.
No, I don't need it. Could we cut the audio, please?
Yes, I think that would be quite agreeable. Well, to be honest, I wouldn't mind having a couple of days to think it over. Could you hold on for a moment? Come in.
Kyle.
Doctor, I'm on the phone.
I need a moment with you.
I don't have a moment.
Make one.
All right. I'm sorry, can I call you back? Thanks. That was extremely rude. And what are you staring at?
You look so pale. Do you feel all right?
I feel fine. Just a little stressed, and your intrusion doesn't help. So what's so urgent that it can't wait?
Well, let's start with the waiting room overflowing with your patients.
I had an important phone call.
With who?
Not that it's any of your business, but I was talking to Nigel Fairwick.
Nigel Fairwick? He's the TV producer who creates all those vapid reality shows. Why would you want to talk to him?
He wants to produce a television show starring yours truly.
You're kidding me. Didn't he see that debacle of a TV interview you did the other morning?
Yes, in fact, that's why he wanted to talk to me. Apparently the show's ratings skyrocketed after I outed Barbie Porterson. The interview is all over the internet.
And this TV show of yours will allow you to perform additional acts of benevolence for the public good?
Sometimes. But mostly will consist of me diagnosing the illnesses of actors, political figures, and even world leaders.
Doesn't it bother you to exploit your gift like this?
Exploit? You just don't get it, do you? I'm not seeking these people out. Nigel Fairwick, the newspaper's looking for interviews, those patients in the waiting room, they're all coming to me. I'm the solution to their problems. I'm the answer to their prayers.
Spoken like a man with a true Messiah complex. There's just something about your gift I've been trying to figure out. If you can feel your patient's pain, then you must be able to feel other things as well.
Like what?
Like their emotions. You must be able to feel their fear, their anxiety, their despair. Do you feel those things, Kyle?
I feel them.
Then why don't you ever talk about them? In all the interviews you've given, I've never heard you once mention the patient's emotions.
Because it's irrelevant. It's the pain that helps me diagnose the illness. Besides, those feelings only last as long as I touch the patient.
So you shove those emotions aside. The way you've done with your own emotions all your life, I guess. Don't you see what you're missing? You could be relating to your patients in a way that no other physician could ever hope to achieve. You could treat your patients on every conceivable level, not just the physical, but the emotional, the spiritual. Kyle, you're the winner of some sort of cosmic lottery. Don't squander it on a mindless television freak show.
I'm sharing my gift with my patients. If I go on TV, I can share it with the world. How is that squandering my gift?
Because you're doing it to stroke your ego.
How do you know why I'm doing this? Can you read my mind? Is that your gift? Oh, wait, I forgot. You don't have one. Hello? Nigel? No, it's all right. I'm glad you called back. I've decided I don't need more time to think. I want to get started on this TV show as soon as possible. This afternoon? Well, that sounds great. I'll see you then. Thanks.
You're really going to do this?
I have a meeting with Nigel in an hour to sign the contracts.
And what about your patients?
Tell them to come back tomorrow.
What if they don't want to? What if they can't?
Oh, they'll be back. That's the part you don't seem to understand, Doctor. Everyone wants to see the amazing Dr. Kyle Powers.
Well, Dorothy, my last patient has left the building. Let's start closing up shop.
Way ahead of you, Doctor.
Hey, I put the TV on in the waiting area. Kyle's TV show is about to start.
Oh, I don't want to miss this.
Oh, yes. We shouldn't miss the circus when it comes to town.
Come on, Doctor, it started.
I'm coming.
Hello, America, and welcome to Doctor in the House, the new show that promises to be the most amazing, the most remarkable, the most astounding television program you've ever seen. I'm Gil Montgomery, and I'll be your master of ceremonies.
Master of hyperbole is more like it.
And now let's bring out the man who's been written about in every newspaper, magazine, and medical journal in the country, nay, the world. Please put your hands together for Dr. Kyle Powers.
Wow, a standing ovation.
You'd think he was the second coming.
He thinks he is anyway.
How come he's sweating so much?
He's probably just nervous.
I don't know. He looks kind of pale, too.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Gil.
Are you feeling okay, Doctor?
I'm not sure. I've been feeling a bit lightheaded today.
Well, physician, perhaps we'll give you a chance to heal thyself later in the show. But right now, we're going to bring out your first patient. Are you ready?
Yes,
I think he fainted. Oh, no.
Perhaps we should go to a commercial.
But what's wrong with him?
He's not getting up.
Can somebody help me, please? Is there a doctor in the house?
I better head down to the studio. Kyle, I've got the results of your tests. They're pretty extensive.
Tell me.
Well, simply put, your autoimmune system is completely broken down.
Can you tell why?
No, I can't find anything that would cause it. There was something about your results, though, that looked familiar. I'd seen this pattern before, but I couldn't remember where.
You've seen this pattern. You've seen this pattern in another person?
Not one person. Many people. I went back through your files of all your patients. Kyle, what you're experiencing is the affliction of every person you've treated in the past 3 weeks. Think about it. You've got emphysema like Mrs. Crandall. You've got stomach cancer like Mr. Drummond. Even have a kidney stone
like Mr. Gianelli.
Yeah, you get the idea. Every illness you've treated in the past 3 weeks is coursing through your body.
It was 3 weeks ago that...
You received your gift. I know.
How long do I have?
At the rate you're deteriorating, I'd say you've got 24 hours.
No. That just can't be.
Look, I know you're in a lot of pain. We're going to do what we can to make you comfortable. I want to run some more tests. There's got to be a way to beef up your immune system.
Bill, after the way I've insulted you, why are you showing me so much...
Compassion? It's part of being a doctor, right? Get some rest, Kyle. I'll be back.
The time is now 9 p.m. Visiting hours have ended.
Bill?
I'm afraid not.
You? What are you doing here?
I wanted to see how you're feeling. By the looks of you, I'd say you're knocking at death's door.
You did this to me, didn't you?
No. You did this to yourself. Remember our agreement? The one we shook hands on. The one you refused to read. You violated, let's see, Section 3, Paragraph 9, which states, the party in question will refrain from using his gift to advance, hasten, or otherwise promote his own personal agenda. You were given a gift intended to help you better understand your patient's feelings. But you managed to use it for your own gain. Quite an extraordinary display of abuse, really. In short, your discomfort is your own fault. And you are uncomfortable, aren't you? I sense that you're feeling more than pain. Yes. You feel the agony of every patient you ever intimidated or demoralized or humiliated. You feel their despair. Tell me about them, Doctor. Tell me about Mrs. Fitzsimmons. I believe you told her last week she has a spot on her lung. Can you tell me what she's feeling right now?
She's afraid she'll die without seeing her grandchildren.
And what about Katie Morgan, that college student who's been having dizzy spells? You sent her for a brain scan yesterday.
She's afraid she won't be able to marry her fiancé, have children, grow old with a loving husband.
And what about Mr. Hamner? You sent him for chemotherapy 2 weeks ago.
He's...
Yes?
He's filled with the terror of not knowing what lies beyond death.
It must be hard to carry the burden of all that despair. And what's worse, you're feeling it all at once, aren't you?
It's worse than the pain.
I can imagine. It must be unbearable. So tell me, Doctor, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is the despair?
What?
How much worse has the hopelessness become in the past hour?
Don't!
40%? 30%?
Stop!
Is there a history of anguish or misery in your family?
Please stop!
Have you taken any medication that would cause this kind of acute melancholy?
Don't torture me like this!
What have you done today that would cause such agony, such utter torment?
That's enough!
Reached your limit, Doctor. And just answer one last question for me. Do you understand now how your patients feel?
Yes. I would prefer death to this much despair.
All right, then. Since you're already at the end of your rope, I suggest we end it as quickly as possible. I'm going to touch you one last time.
Northwest Medical Clinic, may I help you? Sure, let me transfer you.
Hey, Dorothy.
What is it, Millie?
It's a shame about Kyle, isn't it?
Yeah, a pity it had to end the way it did. I mean, for a little while, he had it all, and now, well, you know.
How have his patients been taking it?
Not well. Of course, I have to tell them what happened when they call to make an appointment.
That's a shame. But, you know, at least Kyle is at peace now.
Yeah. Well, he seemed very peaceful when I gave him his messages this morning. I guess a full recovery will do that to you.
That and a near-death experience.
Yeah, but it is too bad he lost his, well, you know, his gift.
Yeah. I wonder what it's gonna be like for him now. Just seeing patients as plain old Dr. Kyle Powers.
Good morning, Mr. Franklin.
Hi, Doctor.
I've got your test results here.
I know. I have a feeling you don't have good news for me.
I'm going to be completely candid with you. And before I tell you anything else, let me say this. What you've got is treatable. And we're going to exhaust every option available to get you well. So why don't we get out of this sterile examination room, go down to my office and have a cup of coffee, and work out the details.
Sounds like a plan. You know, I keep thinking about how everything could change. I'm retiring in a couple of months, Margaret and I wanted to take a trip to Germany to see where my mother was born, and my daughter's about to have my first grandchild. I'm just afraid I'm not going to be around to see all that.
Mr. Franklin, I know exactly how you feel.
Meet Dr. Kyle Powers. Not the same one we met earlier, but a new and improved version. A person who has perhaps quite literally been to hell and back, and learned along the way that redemption requires no small amount of effort on the part of the recipient. It's a fundamental lesson that's customarily taught in Sunday school or at the feet of a beloved grandparent. But a select few insist on learning it the hard way, while traversing the antiseptic, shadowy corridors of the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone Radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone Radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone Radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Amazing Dr. Kyle Powers, starring Sean Astin with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was especially written for The Twilight Zone by Barry Rickert. Heard in the cast were Pat Fraley, Joby Cerny, Robin Moeller, Ty Davis, Ellie Weingart, Alex Sopener, Emmy Bloom Regali, Rob Riley, and William Dick. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Joby Cerny for Falcon Picture Group and Westwood One. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone were done in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by Todd Beyer, Craig Lee, and Tim Cerny. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Captain.
What?
Look in the viewer.
Switch lenses.
Yes, sir. It was at 255-417.
I don't see anything.
Maybe not now, but something glittered down there.
We went over a lake, you know.
I know, it wasn't that.
Well, we'll take a closer look, but it's probably the lake. Wasting our time again.
What are we turning for? I saw something. What? Something metallic, Carter.
Yeah?
He thinks so.
We're almost there, then we'll know. Will you look at that? Trees, rivers, a regular incubation lab on this planet.
I know what you're thinking. Don't.
It's gotta happen sometime.
Yeah? Who says?
Only the astrophysicist, the biologist, and...
Mason, you've got aliens on the brain. You're contact happy.
Maybe we've been out too long. Do you really think man is the only intelligent...
All right. So we're going to meet another race. Great.
It would be great. It's going to happen sooner or later. Why not to us?
Man, that would be something. Another...
Here it is, in the viewer. Looks like it might be a ship.
Don't count on it.
Well, let me see that. We're passing over. Aren't we going to...
Will you please...
We should at least stop and take some specimens.
Mason's right, Captain. But it's your call.
In your flight chairs, we'll set down.
Captain Ross, Lieutenant Mason, Lieutenant Carter, aboard spaceship X-89, cruising above the 13th planet of Star System 51. In a little while, supposedly, the ship will be landed and specimens taken. Vegetable, mineral, and, if any, animal. These will be brought back to overpopulated Earth, where technicians will evaluate them. And if everything is satisfactory, stamp their findings with the word inhabitable and open yet another planet for colonization. These are the things that are supposed to happen. In actuality, they will not happen at all, but will instead be superseded by events far more unusual, because the 13th planet of Star System 51 just happens to be located in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Death Ship, starring John Schneider with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
You heard the man. Strap in. We're going down.
What's the matter with the captain?
Beats me. I can hardly talk to him anymore.
He has been acting pretty strangely.
You said it.
As if he's fighting something.
Yeah, us.
You really think it's a ship?
If it is, I don't see how it could be from Earth. We've got this run all to ourselves.
They might have gotten off course.
Not this far.
Setting down.
Right, Captain.
Retros.
The porthole.
Mother of God.
It's a ship, all right. Or was. Now it's a bunch of metal, twisted and...
Easy. Don't open the hatch till we check the atmosphere.
I'll take a reading.
Put your suits on.
We won't need helmets. Air's good. Let's go, Mike.
Can't get out there fast enough, can you?
What does that mean?
It means I don't like impulsive behavior.
Impulsive? Have I made any mistakes?
You're on the verge.
Well, then you let me know when I cross the line, won't you?
Oh, I will. Don't you worry. We stay together, nobody takes any risks. That's an order.
I understand, Captain.
Carter?
Yeah?
All right, then. Let's go.
Looks like one of our ships.
Don't jump to conclusions.
Well, doesn't it? From what I can see of the markings, it does.
Construction could be standard everywhere.
Sounds like you're arguing both sides. You don't mean it could be from another species, do you?
I don't mean anything yet.
It is one of ours. How could it get so far off course? Go aboard, Captain?
I don't like it.
We have to find out who they are, don't we? How will we know if we don't...
All right, but stay together.
Let's put our gloves on.
Sure thing.
Pretty familiar, isn't it? Even all bent up like this.
It's from Earth, no doubt about it.
We don't know that.
But Captain, look at the shape, the styling.
We don't know it, Carter.
That's just jammed.
Maybe the cabin's still pressurized.
Not likely. Door frame's probably twisted. We'll try it together.
If it doesn't open, forget about it.
Forget about it?
There isn't time. We have a schedule to keep.
It's moving. Let's go.
Well, this must be the main cabin. Looks like our ship.
Use your flashlights.
Over here.
What?
It's a body.
Turn him over.
Don't.
Give me a hand.
Dear God.
Wait a minute. Do you see what I think I see?
There's another one against the wall. Help me lift him.
Don't, I said.
What is going on here? That one has a face like...
Nothing's going on.
And the third one, he...
Carter, try the auxiliary lights.
But Captain, is it just me, or are we standing here looking at three bodies with three faces that look exactly like our faces?
Auxiliary lights.
I don't understand.
It's not what it seems.
Not what it's...
Just hang on. Here come the lights.
All right, then. First things first. Here's an ID wallet in this one's breast pocket. And here's his government card, picture and all. It says, Lieutenant Robert Mason. See it? That's my name, isn't it? That's my face, just like the one in my pocket right here. Well, isn't it?
Put it back.
Everybody see it? The same as mine, identical.
Put it back.
I don't get it. The same with the second one. What is this?
You're letting it get to you.
Get to me? This is my picture. Me.
Hang on, lay them out and get something to cover them with, both of you.
Captain, look at the third one and tell me it's not...
I see it. Cover them now.
No, I'm not touching them again.
Carter.
Nobody else touched them. I don't know about you fellas, but I need an explanation for this.
We're leaving this wreck now. I said now. Everybody out.
That's us in there. We're dead.
Our ship is where we left it, just as we left it. Look ahead of you, 50 yards. What do you see? That's our ship over there, the same place we left it a few minutes ago. Not this one. And those bodies aren't ours.
But they are.
No.
You saw them.
I don't know what I saw, and neither do you.
You agree with him, Mason?
What?
We're going back to our ship and radio the base. They'll tell us what to do.
Will they?
Shouldn't we...
What?
Bury our... dead?
They're not ours. Get that through your head. Now let's go. You too, Mason.
Right.
Move. We're alive, I tell you. alive.
Nothing.
Try again.
I've been trying it for...
Again.
Captain, there's no point if it won't...
What is this? It was working before.
Maybe it's this planet.
What are you talking about?
Maybe there's an interfering field of...
That's ridiculous. Try the radionic signal.
Captain, it's not going to. It's...
Will you do as I say?
Yes, sir.
Again. Again.
If it doesn't work the first time...
They didn't hear us.
The return signal is automatic. Do I have to tell you that?
All right, let's go over this again. There's an answer here somewhere. Those bodies in the other ship aren't ours. That much we're sure of. Well, use your heads. These are our bodies. These, right here. Agreed?
I don't know anymore. Neither do I.
Listen. You both remember what they told us in training? About the theory of circumnavigating time. They said it might be possible for us to leave Earth in 1 year, and when we got back, even though we thought it was the same year, it might be the year before. Or the year after. Remember that?
It was only a theory, Captain.
It's more than a theory. It's what happened to us. We went through some kind of a time warp right into the future.
And that ship over there is in the future. Is that what you're saying?
Only the probable future.
And what does that mean?
It means that we're not dead.
It also means that we're going to be dead.
Not if we don't take off. If we don't go up, we can't crash.
But our orders...
They don't say to kill ourselves. We're alive now, and the only way to be certain we stay alive is not to go up. Then we can't possibly crash. We avoid it, prevent it. I've made up my mind. We stay.
It's easy enough for you to decide.
Meaning?
You have no one waiting for you back on Earth.
So I have no reason to go back, and I'll be just as happy here as I would be on Earth? Is that it?
I think we should vote on it.
Oh, you do?
You're not the only one, Captain.
I'm the only one who gives the orders.
Even when our lives are concerned, huh?
Especially where your lives are concerned. We stay.
For how long?
I'm not setting any time limit, Carter.
A month? 2 months?
I'm not setting any limit.
We have enough food left for 3 weeks, Captain.
I've no doubt there's edible food outside. You saw the landscape, trees, vegetation.
How will we know what's edible and what isn't? We haven't got the equipment to test it.
We'll watch the animals.
I saw no animals, Captain. Did you?
There will be.
Well, if there are, there'll be a different form of life. What they eat might be deadly poisonous to us.
We'll worry about that when the time comes. Right now, there's only one thing to worry about: preserving our lives. It may not even be necessary to stay here permanently. We may figure something out, but for now, the decision is to stay.
Not our decision, Captain.
Have you a better solution, then?
Working at minimum capacity, the ship's electrical reserve can hold out for months.
It won't be working at minimum capacity.
Why?
We're going to need heat. Lots of it. But it's only twilight, and already the temperature outside is minus 13 degrees.
Would you rather lift off? Take the risk of duplicating that ship over there?
How can we duplicate it, Captain? How can there be 2 crash ships? 2 of me dead, 2 of Mason, two of you.
We'll go over it again until we find an answer. Because we have to.
I think I'll lie down.
Me too.
It's been quite a day. And it's getting dark out fast. Very, very dark. Where am I?
Mike? That's you, boy?
Mr. Kramer? How did I...
When did you get home?
Home?
On leave, are you?
You're
looking fit. I expect Mary's mighty pleased to have you back.
Wait, did you see Mary?
She don't know?
I have to go.
Oh, wait up. I'll walk you.
I don't understand.
How long you been home?
I just got here.
Oh, you rocket boys sure travel informal these days. Mary know you're coming?
I don't think so.
Gonna surprise her, huh?
Yes. Surprise her.
How long you got?
I'm not sure.
You all right, Mike?
Hello, Mike.
Mrs. Nolan?
Home on furlough?
I don't know.
Old Mrs. Nolan still makes that long walk to town every day. She'll go on forever.
Forever.
Hey, maybe we can do some hunting while you're home, huh, Mike? Got my shotgun with me. Always carry it now in case I see something. Not that I ever hit anything, but... Hey, where you going? Oh, I get it. In a hurry, huh?
The house. Mary! There's a car still parked in front. Mary! Mary, I'm home. In the living room, the kitchen. Mary! Where are you? Mary! Mary! Are you upstairs? Oh, Mary! Why are you lying there on the bed like that? Is something... I'm here. Can't you hear me? What's this? Telegram. To Mrs. Michael Carter, we regret to inform...
Carter.
Regret to inform?
Carter.
What is this?
I'm talking to you.
What are you...
What's the matter?
Captain?
What's the matter with you?
I was home.
Where?
Home. My home.
You were here. You are here.
No, I swear it. I saw Mary. She was there with a telegram. It said that I'd been killed.
You're alive.
Those people I know, Kramer, Mrs. Nolan. I just remembered they're dead.
Stop it, Carter.
Kramer was killed in a hunting accident. Mrs. Nolan was...
It never happened. There's an explanation for this.
What explanation?
I don't know what, but we'll find it. We'll find it, Carter. We'll go over it again and again until we do. You, me, Mason. Where's Mason?
He was in his bunk.
Well, he's not there now, is he? I've been here the whole time. The hatch is still locked. Mason! Mason!
Where is he? Well, where'd he go?
You tell me. There's nothing but his blanket.
My blanket. My blanket. What's it doing on the grass? Fishing pole? Can't be.
Oh, there you are. I thought I'd never find you.
Jeannie.
I looked and looked. I found him.
Can't be.
Lunch is ready, Daddy. And mine's hungry. It's all your fault.
Jeannie, is it really you?
What's the matter, Daddy?
Come here. Oh, come here. Oh, Jeannie.
What is it, Daddy?
Oh, it is you.
What's wrong with you?
Oh, nothing. I'm just glad to see you, that's all.
Oh.
That wasn't your mother you were just calling just now, was it?
You're acting weird.
Jeannie, was it?
Yes, Daddy. You know that.
Where is she?
Over by the table.
Where? Where?
Bob? Oh, you scared me, honey. Bursting out of the bushes like that. I was just setting out the fried chicken.
Oh, God, Ruth. Oh, God.
Bob, what is it? Sweetheart, what's wrong?
Nothing now.
Are you sure?
Yes, yeah, oh, yes.
All this for lunch?
Yes.
My goodness, so emotional over a little potato salad and chicken. Where's Jeannie?
Back there, by the pond.
Were you asleep? Are you still asleep?
This is a dream. I hope I never wake up. I just hope I go on dreaming and...
Mason.
Bob?
Ruth?
Bob, who's...
Let's go, Mason.
Why is he here?
Stand behind me.
But...
Just do it. Get out of here, Ross.
I said, let's go.
Get away from us.
You're coming back with me.
Back?
Where you belong, on the ship.
No, Bob.
You're having a hallucination, Lieutenant.
No, it's real.
It isn't, and you're leaving with me.
No! Oh, you think you can take me?
Stop it!
Take me back!
You're coming back!
I'm staying here.
You can't! I won't let you!
No!
Yes! Back! Back! Back!
I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here.
Take it easy.
Ruth. Ruth.
There was no Ruth, no Jeannie.
You lie.
Let go of me.
Oh.
Look in your billfold. Look. What does the clipping say? Read it.
Leave me alone.
I'll read it for you. Space pilot's family dies in car crash. The wife and 7-year-old daughter of astronaut Robert Mason died early this morning when the car they were in...
It's not true.
Now do you still insist you were with them? You alive? They dead?
I was with them. I was, and you took me away.
It's not true, Mason.
You took me away from my wife, my home,
You were here all the time. You and Carter.
He was gone.
No. We just couldn't see him, that's all.
What are you talking about?
I know what it is now. That's what I'm talking about.
Give me that clipping.
I was wrong. It had nothing to do with circumnavigating time. Nothing at all. Mason, remember what you thought when you saw that ship over there? Alien contact. That's what you thought. And that's exactly what's happened to us.
But, Captain, there are no such things as...
Listen to me. Neither of you was where you thought you were, at home. That ship over there isn't ours, and those bodies aren't ours. We've been tricked.
By who?
Well, by whoever it is that lives on this planet and doesn't want anyone else to live here.
Now who's crazy?
Don't you understand? We haven't seen them, but there are aliens here. But aliens who aren't strong enough to chase us away by force or kill us. So what can they do? How can they keep their planet from being colonized? By mind control, that's how. By picking at our brains and finding the death fear and making use of it by showing us our ship crashed and us dead inside of it, scaring us so much that we didn't dare take off again and therefore haven't been able to make our report about this planet. They even know that we can't radio or report to Earth because there's too much interference.
You didn't believe there was interference before.
I believe it now. Everything that's happened to us since we landed on this planet has been a delusion.
No, it happened. I was home.
It was a delusion.
Even Mason's disappearance?
Well, why not? If they can make us believe we saw a crashed ship, saw our own bodies inside that ship, they can make us believe anything.
That ship over there, that pile of twisted metal, it's not real. Is that your theory?
You may see it, even think you touch it. That doesn't prove it exists.
What's going to prove it doesn't exist, Captain? What's going to prove that everything you've said is true?
I'll tell you what's going to prove it, Lieutenant Mason. Us. Going up, taking off, and going all the way back to Earth. Proving that there's nothing holding us back but fear and delusions. Now take your positions and let me at the controls.
Wait a minute.
In your seat, shoulder straps.
What if you're wrong?
I'm right.
You thought you were right before. You were ready to keep us here indefinitely. You were so sure.
Then, in a few minutes, we really will be dead. Flight seats, now.
No.
What do you think you're...
I'm with Mason on this.
Get your hands off those switches. That's an order.
Are you so arrogant that you'll take a chance on killing us just to prove your point?
I'm still the captain of this ship, and you'll do what I say.
You're not the captain of our lives.
Put your sidearm away.
You're not taking us up.
You want to stay here then? Starve, freeze, never see Earth again?
Put it away, Mike. That's no answer.
Then what is?
I suppose he's right.
You agree with him now?
He's got a point. It's a big one. We can't just stay here. We do that and we know what'll happen. That's a given. It's a matter of food and the power supply and the temperature at night. We don't have a choice.
I guess we don't.
There's only one place left to go, and that's up. God have mercy on our souls.
Pressure.
Rising.
Drive reactor.
Check.
Coordinates.
Check.
Gyro stabilizer.
Active.
Vertical thrust.
Energized.
Then prepare for liftoff.
Check.
$200, $300, $500. Here we go.
1,000, 1,250, 1,500, Captain.
Look at that.
2,250, 2,750,
3,000, 4, 5, 6,000.
We're out.
Release shoulder straps. We did it, boys. Check the viewer.
Checking.
Well, see anything down there now?
You were right. If I ever see anything glitter in that viewer again, I'll keep my mouth shut.
I was right.
Captain?
What are you doing now?
Taking her down. We're landing.
What?
Say that again.
Now that we know what it is, there's no reason we shouldn't go back, is there?
No reason?
Are you out of your mind? Captain, for God's sake.
Think. The other ship, the bodies that looked like ours, all an illusion. That's what we were afraid of, but none of it was real.
Maybe. That's still a hypothetical.
We have to get out of here while we have the chance. Now stand aside.
Get your hands off the controls. We have orders, Carter. Pick up specimens for analysis. We are going to pick them up.
No, we're not. You're not going to. Now you've done it. Now you've done it.
Let me at the main controls.
You were right the first time. That was us down there. We're going to crash. Now.
No.
We're going to die.
We're not going to die. I'm not going to let us die. Auxiliary thrusters.
It's no use.
The stabilizer. The stabilizer.
Heck. I don't understand.
Shut up. You're a coward, Carter. You don't even have the guts to fight for your own life.
We're still going to land?
You bet we're going to land. And when we do, you're going to see that the other ship is gone. Vanished. Because it was never there in the first place. Retros. Slow airspeed.
I've got it.
Now get in your places.
We're not going to crash. He's been right all along, hasn't he?
I don't know.
Prepare for touchdown. Now, take a look out the port.
It's too dark to see anything.
Use the spotlight.
Looking.
Well?
Landscape looks the same.
Clear?
Clear, but how do we know we're facing in the right direction?
Give me that. Go on, take a good look. Hills, trees, and...
What is it?
Let me see.
Oh, no. No.
Gone, Captain? Vanished? Is that what you said?
All right. It's still there.
I'll say it is. The same wreck.
That doesn't mean...
I'll tell you what it means. It means you're wrong. Dead wrong.
Hang on. There's an explanation for this.
And that would be?
I don't know yet, but...
You'll never know. And neither will we. Now we'll have to go up again, and this time we'll really crash and be killed and end up looking just like those four...
No.
What did you say?
We're not going to crash.
How do you know?
We're not going to crash because we already have crashed.
Explain that.
Stop fighting it, Captain. You're all out of explanations.
What are you...
There's only one explanation left, and you know what it is.
Mason?
I know nothing of the kind.
Yes, you do. Carter was home, and that telegram was really there. I was with my wife and daughter, because I'm like them now.
No.
Accept it, Captain.
Accept what?
Stop trying to prove that we're alive.
We are alive. I don't know what it is that's happening here, but there's an answer somewhere. Somewhere.
I've given you the answer.
I don't accept it. We're going over this again. We're going to find the real answer.
Maybe you should listen to him.
Can't you see that's what we've been doing? Going over it again and again?
Then we'll just have to keep going on until... What happened to the lights? Mason,
Let us die, Captain.
I can barely see you. It's like I can see through you.
Let go of us.
Let us die.
No. We're alive. Alive. We're going over it one more time from the beginning. You hear me? One more time.
Captain.
What?
Look in the viewer.
Switch lenses.
Yes, sir. It was at 255-417.
I don't see anything.
Maybe not now, but something glittered down there.
We went over a lake, you know.
I know, it wasn't that.
Well, we'll take a closer look, but it's probably the lake. Wasting our time again.
What are we turning for?
I saw something.
What?
Something metallic, Carter.
Yeah?
He thinks so.
We're almost there, then we'll know. Look at that. Trees, rivers, a regular incubation lab on this planet.
I know what you're thinking. Don't.
It's gotta happen sometime.
Yeah? Who says?
Only the astrophysicist, the biologist, and...
Mason, you've got aliens on the brain. You're contact happy.
Maybe we've been out too long.
Do you really think man is the only intelligent?
All right. So we're going to meet another race. Great.
It would be great. It's going to happen sooner or later. Why not to us?
Man, that would be something. Another...
There it is, in the viewer. Looks like it might be a ship.
Don't count on it.
Well, let me see that. We're passing over. Aren't we going to...
Will you please...
We should at least stop and take some specimens.
Mason's right, Captain. But it's your call.
In your flight chairs, we'll set down.
Captain Ross, Lieutenant Mason, Lieutenant Carter, aboard spaceship X-89, cruising above the 13th planet of Star System 51. In a little while, supposedly, the ship will be landed. Picture of a man who will not see anything he does not choose to see, including his own death. A man of such indomitable will that even the two men under his command are not allowed by him to see the truth. Which truth is that they are no longer among the living, that the movements they are now about to make, the words they are now about to speak, have all been made and spoken countless times before, and will be made and spoken countless times again, perhaps even unto eternity. Picture of a latter-day Flying Dutchman sailing into the Twilight Zone.
Death Ship, starring John Schneider with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Richard Matheson. Heard in the cast were Jeff Lupetin, Tom McElroy, Frenette Lebo, Amanda Amari, Doug James, and Ellie Weingart. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Audio editing, sound design, Foley effects, and mix for the Twilight Zone radio dramas are by Cerny American creatives Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, Bob Benson, and Jason Rizzo. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking. Black Leather Jackets, starring Marshall Ullman with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Earl Hamner Jr. Heard in the cast were Elizabeth Lido, Jason Bradley, Christian Stolte, Doug James, Frenette Lebo, Jeff Lupetin, Roger Mueller, Meg Thalken, Vince Amari, Alex Sopener, Carl Amari, Kurt Nabig, and Jason Mallow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Why here? Looks like a good place.
For what?
Information. They won't know anything. Maybe they will.
Hey, Steve's right. Look at all the trucks parked out front.
I say we wait till we come to a town.
Last sign said 35 miles.
Let's go in. This is Nowheresville.
That's what we want, Freddy, isn't it?
We need to fit in, disappear. If we draw attention...
I checked the map. It's mostly small towns.
You think they won't notice us? They'll know we're not from...
I said, let's go.
Hiya, boys. Sit anywhere you like. Got some seats at the counter.
Thanks.
3 cold ones?
Sure. Fine by me.
How's your water?
That all you want, Blue Eyes?
I just wondered how your water supply is.
Pure as can be. Down the mountain and over the dam. 1 double shot of H2O coming up. And, 2 long necks.
Make it 3.
That's more like it, honey.
Any, towns around here?
You bet. Stay on the highway and you'll hit Fairview. Lots of bikers stop at the motel just inside the city limits.
Fairview. Nice place, is it?
Oh, it's okay. Kind of quiet. Shops, schools, not much to do.
Sounds just right.
Yeah? You boys looking to settle down?
We might.
No kidding. Well, what do you know? Saw your choppers out there. Figured you were just passing through.
Hey, they have houses to rent in Fairview?
He means pads. Cribs. Someplace to crash.
Well, I couldn't say, but you could ask.
Where?
There's an office on Main, R.C. Jones Real Estate. Park your choppers down the street, though. Don't want to give them a heart attack.
We'll remember that.
Here's from a bill, Franny.
Sure thing. Coffee, burger, and a Coke.
How you keep the change? Your tip.
Why, thank you kindly, George. You come back and see me on your next run now.
You know it, doll.
You boys need menus. I got a burger basket special with fries.
No thanks.
Sure? Strong young fellas like you.
We don't eat.
He means we already ate.
What?
That's it. We scarfed. This morning, we really chowed down. You dig?
Oh, I dig you loud and clear, Daddy-O. Say, where are you from, anyway?
Not around here.
Come on, let's go.
Right.
You got it, Steve. I mean, Big Daddy.
Hey, you didn't touch your beers.
That's okay. We're not thirsty. Here you are.
Hold on.
Something wrong?
This ain't all for me.
Isn't it enough?
It's too much. Here, let me give you some change.
Keep it.
Yeah, for your tip.
Is that cool?
Well, now that's mighty generous. You boys come back and see me now, anytime.
2 specials, Fran. Table 4.
Sure.
Those boys stiff you?
No, Harry, that's just it. They gave me $23.17 for 3 beers.
Maybe they're from another country.
Maybe so, Harry. But wherever it is, must be a long, long way from here.
Three strangers on motorcycles dressed in black. We call them Steve and Scott and Fred, though their names aren't important. They look a bit dangerous, but in truth they're just passing through, at least for now. They're on their way to a small town with tree-lined streets and white picket fences. A quiet town in the Midwest. But take a look in the eyes of these young men, and you'll see something deeply mysterious. Because they are most definitely not from around here. The truth is, they have arrived to lead us all into the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Black Leather Jackets, starring Marshall Allman, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Well, this must be the place.
Amanda Drive. That's what Jones said. The old Anderson's house.
Knock on the door and tell them we're here. I'll open the truck.
Don't look like anyone lives here. The for rent sign's still up.
That's because they're just moving in. Probably going to meet us.
What if they don't show?
Well, we wait an hour, put it in storage, cost them extra. Go on, knock.
Okay. Nobody here.
Give it another try.
Locked up tight as a drum.
Well, looky here. A couple of creeps messing around our property.
You the guys that live here?
We ain't the fuzz, that's for sure.
Got your stuff in the back. Open the door and we'll move it in.
Hey, careful with the big cases. They're fragile.
Whatever you say, pal.
Somebody got the key to the house.
Watch your feet, bozo. You're walking all over my grass. I might want to smoke it later. Get it? Grass? Smoke?
I still need the key.
Well, we don't.
Yeah, we don't need no stinking keys.
Scotty?
Yeah, I'll take care of it. Done.
Hey, how'd you do that? He didn't even touch the doorknob. He just stared at it.
Quit, John, and start humping boxes.
But it was locked. I tried it myself.
Ain't you got any furniture? Chairs, rugs, stuff like that?
I said move. Now.
Yeah, move it.
Okay, Mac.
Yeah, creep. Make like a leaf and shake it.
Come on, boys. We got work to do.
Martha?
Yes, dear.
Here's that movie you wanted to see.
Be right there.
What in the...
Something wrong with the TV?
I don't know.
Do you have it on the right channel?
It's not the set. All the lights went dim for a second.
Did they? I thought it was just the kitchen.
It was the whole house. Anything still running in there, the dishwasher?
No, the dishes are all put away.
There it goes again.
Maybe it's the antenna wire.
I doubt it.
It slipped loose once before.
That's easy enough to check.
What do you see?
It looks all right to me.
Then what do you suppose?
Martha, come over here.
See something?
The roof next door. There, against the moon.
What is that?
Looks like some kind of electrical device. Now, that wasn't there this morning, was it?
No, the Andersons didn't leave anything. Must be something those men put up.
Right, the three who moved in. Wouldn't that be just our luck?
What?
Not only are they motorcycle-riding hoods, they're ham radio operators.
Is that bad?
You don't know what it does to TV reception. I have a good mind to go over there.
Honey, please.
Daddy?
What is it, Ellen?
I'm not sure. I had my radio on while I was studying, and all of a sudden it began picking up these weird voices.
What did I tell you? Ham operators.
What's that?
We can go without television for one night. Tomorrow we'll find out what's to be done about it.
First thing I'm going to do is see if they have a license.
For what?
Do you think you ought to? Those young men look so unfriendly.
You mean the ones who moved in next door? Does anybody know their names?
No, but I'll find out.
I think 2 of them are brothers.
Odd types to have in this neighborhood. They don't really fit in somehow.
The other one has blue eyes.
How do you know?
They were unloading the truck when I came home from school. Lots of boxes.
Electrical equipment, probably.
And these long silver metal things like giant tanks or capsules or something.
You stay away from them, young lady.
You make it sound like an order.
It is.
But you don't even know them.
Your father's just concerned for your safety, dear. Go upstairs and finish your homework.
I'm not going to wait till morning. I'm going over there right now.
Stu.
Hello? Anybody here?
Yeah? What's it to you?
Hello there. I'm Stu Tillman from next door.
No kidding.
Been having a little trouble with my electricity, flickering off and on. You boys wouldn't be ham radio operators by any chance, would you? What's so funny?
Big Daddy here wants to know what's so funny.
Yeah, ain't that a crack up?
Who are you boys, anyway?
We're monsters, Daddy-o.
What's that supposed to mean?
Yeah, we got a lease on the place. That okay with you?
Where did you come from?
From outer space. Woo!
Take us to your leader.
All right. Now listen. I don't have to stand here and listen.
Hey, watch your step, Daddy-o. It's pretty dark in here.
Hey.
Yeah, you might trip and fall.
Yeah, you might trip and fall
What
and
are you
hit your
doing?
head.
What are you doing?
Hey, you better keep it cool, mister.
He'll disintegrate you with his ray gun.
Take your hands off of me.
Ah, look at him go.
Stop it.
Hey, this cat can really dance.
A real cool cat.
Yeah, move it.
I said let go of me.
Go, Daddy, go.
Not to worry. Spaceman won't hurt Earth creature.
Earth creature. Crazy man.
Real crazy.
All right. I'm calling the police. Then I'm calling my lawyer.
No, you're not. That would be uncool.
Definitely.
Just you watch. You're some kind of hoodlums.
Cool it.
The police probably have warrants for your arrest. They'll be very interested to know where you are.
I told you to cool it.
Stay away from me.
Look in my eyes.
You're gonna be plenty sorry for this. Just wait till I...
Forget it.
What?
Forget everything. There. Feel better now?
Yes. Better.
Stu? Stu, I was worried. Did something happen?
Martha?
What happened over there?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Those men next door, did they do something to you?
No.
But you were going to talk to them about the television interference.
Oh, that.
Well, did you find out anything?
It's not them. They're nice boys. 3 very nice boys. Definitely.
Morning, Mom. Gotta go.
Oh, no, not till you have your breakfast.
But I'll miss the bus.
Then you'll just have to walk. The exercise will do you good.
I can't walk in these shoes. Here, I'm eating my toast, see?
And your juice.
Where's Dad?
He decided to sleep in. I think he's coming down with something.
Well, kiss him for me. Bye.
Not so fast, young lady. I've got some scrambled eggs here. That girl.
Hey, wait for me! Oh, darn you anyway.
Hey, trouble?
You see that bus?
Yes. Yeah. I checked it out. What gives?
drove off right in front of me. It's a game with them. They just love to make people suffer.
Why would they do that?
Beats me.
Definitely, uncool.
Just thank your lucky stars you don't have to depend on buses to get around.
Stars are lucky?
It's just an expression.
I understand a great deal about constellations. That is, the nature of galactic structure. But as to...
Huh?
I mean, I dig stars the most. They're really cool. So, they're lucky? That's a gas.
So are you.
What do you mean?
One minute you talk like a professor, and the next minute you sound like a... What did they call them? Beatnik or something.
Thanks. You're a real cool chick.
There you go again. Well, why do you try to talk that way? Sounds like you've been watching too many old movies.
I have? I mean, I have. Before I came here, I made a study of popular culture. Music, motion pictures, satellite television.
You're a trip, you know that?
Trip, meaning to travel to another destination. Yeah, I believe I understand. You need a ride?
Well, you aren't going past the school by any chance, are you?
I could.
With me on the back of your motorcycle?
Why not? It can carry 2 passengers. That would definitely be cool.
Well, there's a first time for everything.
Come on, little lady. Hold tight. Tightly, I mean. Uptight. Out of sight. Here we go.
Just look at that.
What is it?
She's on the back of his motorcycle, our daughter.
Come away from the window.
I told her to keep away from them.
She missed her bus and he offered her a ride, Stu. I'm sure that's all there is to it.
I could have given her a ride.
But you're not a handsome young man in a leather jacket, dear.
Here!
What?
You can stop here.
I don't see any school.
It's on the other side of the park.
Then why are we
You
stopping?
got me here so early I thought I'd walk. The park's so pretty in the morning.
How much time do you have?
My watch says 8:30. Class isn't until 9.
Oh.
Would you like to take a walk?
Sure.
That bench over there is my special place. We could sit for a while if you want.
Okay.
It's nice here, isn't it?
I guess.
I sit here sometimes and think. Try to figure things out.
Like what?
Oh, I don't know. For one thing, did you know you've lived next door to me for over a month and you've never even said hello?
Hello.
My name's Ellen, by the way.
I'm Scott.
Hi, Scott. So, where are you from?
Why do you ask?
I just mean, where did you live before?
It's hard to describe. A long way from here.
What city?
I doubt that you've ever heard of it.
Could be. Geography is one of my worst subjects. Did you graduate already?
Graduate?
Have you finished school?
Yes. 10 years ago.
10 years? You're not that old.
I'm older than you think. My people don't show their age.
My family's the same way. My grandmother lived to be 90, and you'd have taken her for 60 right up to the day she died.
That's beautiful.
It is, isn't it? She was such a sweet, happy person.
Not that. I mean, Your hair.
My hair?
The way the sun's shining through it. I've never seen anything so beautiful.
Now you're putting me on.
Putting on?
Teasing me? Don't you know that? What old movies have you been watching?
I don't know. I like the wild one. It's our favorite.
Never heard of that one.
May I touch it? Your hair. It's like gold.
Thank you. I'd better be getting to school.
Already?
It's getting late.
No, it's not.
How do you know?
Look at your watch.
You're right. It says it's still 8:30. How can that be? Has it stopped?
No. See? Time is relative. It can slow down or even stand still.
It can?
Hey, take the long way. So we can talk some more.
All right. Tell me more about yourself.
Okay? But only if you walk on this side of me.
Why?
So I could see the sun shining through your hair.
It's time.
I know that.
Where is he?
He got delayed. He'll be here.
I'm not interested in excuses. Neither is the controller.
We could try to pick up his image with the eye.
Don't try. Do it.
There he is, on the screen.
Looks like he's walking in a park with a human female. Has he no sense of time?
What do we do?
Proceed without him.
We can't. The controller told us.
It's my responsibility. I'll make the decision.
Sir.
Reporting in, sir.
Be at ease. Where's your brother?
We can no longer trust him.
What has he done?
He's formed an attachment for one of the beings here.
What sort of attachment?
I'm not sure yet. A kind of alliance. He's with a young human in spite of our orders.
Continue without him.
I'm sure he's on his way now.
I said continue.
We have been in touch with all units.
Good. The second wave has landed successfully and are now concealed as planned. With the arrival of the third wave, we will be in key positions throughout the continent.
Excellent.
The locals, are they suspicious?
Not a bit, sir. They're a stupid race, exactly as our research told us. An inferior breed given to hatred, cruelty, making war, and killing one another because of greed.
The universe can well do without them. You will receive your instructions for the final move in a few Earth days.
Very well, sir.
I'll tell brother as soon as he gets here.
No time for that. We have to bring him in, now.
Ellen? Are you warm enough?
Yes. It's a beautiful night.
You can pull the blanket over your legs if you like.
I'm fine, really. Just lying here, looking at the stars.
The constellations are very strange here. Not as I was taught them.
Scott, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You won't get mad?
I couldn't get mad at you.
Well, where did you come from? Really?
Does it matter?
I suppose it doesn't, but you're so different from anybody I've ever known.
Is that bad?
No, not really. Tell me the truth. You're an exchange student, aren't you? At the college, from some place you'd rather not talk about.
Only in a manner of speaking. Ellen, you like me, don't you?
You know that.
Very much?
Very much. Except when you do your Marlon Brando impersonation.
What do you want, roses or something? Come on, I thought I did a pretty good job. We studied your motion pictures.
That's just it. You must have looked at nothing but old movies. People don't talk like that anymore.
Well, what about the clothing?
Oh, don't go changing that. Your leather jacket is way cool.
At least we got something right, huh?
You got a lot right. Trust me.
Ellen, do you know the word love?
Of course, silly. Everybody does. What an odd question.
What's odd about it?
I mean, bringing it up at a time like this. Why would you?
No reason.
Oh.
It's just the word that's all over your newspapers, and your magazines, your music, your television. We encountered it all the time.
We? Who is we?
That's not important. This is a planet filled with hate, Ellen. Hate, violence, mistrust, bigotry. I don't know how someone like you survived this long.
Me? I'm no different from most people.
I haven't seen a report on anyone like you.
A report? Scott, you talk in riddles. Sometimes you make me feel like an insect under a microscope.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Please, I'd like to go home.
Why?
You've been lying to me.
You're wrong.
Don't make it any worse. I don't know why or what it is you're trying to hide, but I know you're not what you seem.
And what if I'm not? Do you think you're in any position to judge me? Any of you?
I said I want to go home.
I'm truly sorry, Ellen. You can believe that or not. I guess I expected too much.
Where have you been?
I told you, I was riding around.
Every day for the last 5 or 6 days? Yesterday when I sent you to the ship for food? Or last night when you were supposed to be on guard? You think I don't know? I've had the eye on you every minute.
If you know, then why are you asking me?
I told them before we came you were too young. You'd lose your head, run into situations you couldn't handle. There's too much at stake.
I've done no harm.
Haven't told her a thing yet, huh?
No.
Well, now you won't have the chance. We're too close to finishing this mission.
Yeah, well, you better go to the control room. Your master's calling.
You're a master, too, and don't forget it. From here on out, you're just along for the ride. You're not a good enough risk.
The controller.
I heard.
Report.
Bacteria Unit 59 reporting in. The test has been an unqualified success.
Good. Unit 70 through 100 have reported the same result. What is your time estimate?
30 minutes to the reservoir. Approximately 24 hours for the bacteria to multiply to saturation.
How soon before you see results?
Within 30 hours, we should witness 50% fatalities. I estimate a total of 48 hours before total extermination.
Have you coordinated with other units in your area?
We have.
And the result?
There are 29 bacteria units near the water supplies in this state.
We should reach complete contamination of the population within 2 days.
Very well. Begin Operation Invasion, Phase 2, at once.
Yes, sir. At once.
So, the time has come.
Ah, brother. You've decided to do your duty.
It's not what I was told would happen.
Of course it is.
Not this way. A portion of the population was to be saved. For study, if nothing else.
The controller's word is final.
Yeah, well, not if I can help it.
Where are you going?
We've got to stop him.
Doesn't matter now. He's too late to stop it.
Who's down there?
Come down.
Now?
I've got to talk to you.
It's late.
This is important.
All right.
Brother! You're there in the bushes! I can see you!
Back to the house and wait, Scott. You're making a mistake. These people aren't worth it.
Scott, what's going on?
Ellen, you've got to get away from here.
What is it?
You're in danger.
I don't understand.
Something terrible is going to happen here. Many people are going to die. I want you to go away as far as possible. I can take you where you'll be safe.
You're frightening me, Scott. Please. What do you mean? What's going to happen?
I can't tell you that. And it wouldn't matter if I did. Look, we've got to leave right now.
Are you trying to scare me into running away with you?
Ellen, listen to me. In 24 hours, every man, woman, child, cat, dog, anything else alive is going to be dead.
Don't, please.
No, not just in this town. All over your country. All over your world.
My world? It's your world too?
No, it's not.
What do you mean? Scott, who are you?
Look up. We came from out there, Ellen. From beyond those stars. There are thousands of us here on Earth right now. Our people, we need room. We're gonna set up colonies here.
I don't believe you.
We've had bacteria units in every country on this planet for months. They have enough to poison the drinking water of the entire world's population.
Scott, I'm going to walk with you over to your house.
No, it's too late.
Even if it is, I think we'd better wake your friends and let them get you to a doctor.
No, you don't understand. You haven't seen, okay? The leader, the controller speaks to us from a giant television screen. All we ever see is his head. A metallic mask with slits for eyes, a nose, a mouth, but no lips. And his voice, that's...
Scott, I love you, but you're not well. Oh, Scott.
Ellen!
All right, Ellen, what's this all about?
Oh, Daddy, I don't know what to do.
You can start by telling me what went on out there.
He woke me, throwing stones at my window. He said he had to see me. Daddy, I think he's lost his mind. He's never been this way before. Tonight, he was almost raving.
Exactly what did he say?
Crazy things. That he's some kind of spaceman and they're taking over the Earth and we're all going to die.
Poor boy. We'd better get him help.
Ellen? Why aren't you in bed? Stu?
Hold it. I'll explain everything.
Sheriff Station? Deputy Harper?
Let me speak to the sheriff, please.
Sheriff Farley's on vacation. Sir, can I help you?
My name is Stuart Tillman. I live at 11575 Amanda Drive.
Yes, Mr. Tillman.
There's a mentally disturbed boy living next door.
That right?
And before he does any harm to himself or anyone else, I think he ought to be picked up.
Honey, what's happened?
Oh, Mother.
There now.
What makes you think he's mentally disturbed?
He's been scaring my daughter with some kind of man from Mars story. Claims he's part of an invasion force that's going to take over the world or some such nonsense.
All right, Mr. Tillman, let's you stay right where you are. We'll take it from here. In fact, I know exactly what to do. Definitely. Hey, Ritz? Yeah? Yeah, we got control on Amanda Drive. Sure do. We'll be right there, Mr. Tillman.
Thank you.
Are the police coming?
Yes, in a few minutes.
That's good. Now, will somebody please tell me what's wrong?
Sure, in a minute.
Only what?
I wonder what he meant by control.
Please, sir.
This is an unauthorized transmission.
No, sir, I beg you to listen to me.
You may speak.
What we're doing is wrong.
You question my judgment?
No, we should save these creatures, not exterminate them. It's true. They murder and hurt one another and are subject to unreasonable hate and prejudice, but the murderers, the cruel ones, are the brutes found in any race. These people have capacity for love. I know it.
Our research disproves that. They are a world of angry, frightened people.
No, I tell you. I have lived among them. They learn love from their God, and they teach it to their children. There is more of love than hate here. There's no need to kill them.
It's too late.
Not if you order the plan to stop.
For you, a defector, a traitor to your own kind.
No, I'm not.
You are a traitor. This transmission is ended.
Here they are now.
Are you sure this is necessary?
Yes.
Please, Daddy, tell them not to hurt him.
Mr. Tillman? No, I'm Deputy Sheriff Harper. This is Deputy Miller.
Evening, sir.
Come in, please.
Now, what about this neighbor boy?
Tell him, Ellen.
I don't know where to start.
All right, your father said he was mentally ill. What made you think that?
Ellen, please listen to me. There's no more time.
Scott, I'm sorry. I didn't know what else to do.
No. Come on in, son. Just tell me all about it.
Don't listen to him. He's one of us. He's part of the advanced units.
Now, come on, calm down. Man, what kind of unit was that?
No, get out, Ellen. Run as fast as you can. It's too late for me. It's coming. It's almost here.
Oh, Scott, you're only making it worse.
Who are they? What have you done?
Now, they told me you were ill, son, so I took the necessary precautions. These men are from the hospital.
Now, just stand right there.
Stay away from me!
We're gonna put this around you so you don't hurt yourself.
Don't touch me!
No, not a straitjacket.
It's for his own good.
Got him. Get us leather jacket off first. Get it
Easy
off.
now, boy.
No!
Oh, don't fight it, son. That'll only make it more difficult.
No! You don't understand. I'm begging you. Listen to me, please. No. Please, no.
You'll see that he gets help.
Don't worry, folks. We'll take good care of him. And someday, I'm sure he'll thank you. You have a good evening now.
They left his leather jacket. Can I keep it for him until he gets out?
I don't see why not, honey. It might be a while, though.
Oh, Mom. What am I going to do?
There's nothing you can do, sweetheart. Except pray. It's for the best, you'll see. Now, come and sit down. I'll get you a glass of water.
Portrait of an American family on the eve of an invasion from outer space. Of course, we know it's only fiction. And yet, you might think twice when you drink your next glass of water. Be sure it's 100% pure and not imported directly from the Twilight Zone.
We'll return to the Twilight Zone in just a moment.
You are about to enter another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Hey, Rip, what you chasing? Ground squirrel, huh? Well, leave it be. I ain't got my squirrel shooter with me. Besides, we got plenty of work to do. First, though, let's set a spell. Huh? This stump will be fine. That old woman don't know how hard it is collecting firewood. All you can carry, she says, or you get no supper. Well, I'll tell you, Rip, she ought to try it herself sometime. All she'd come back with is a couple of sticks. Can't fire the cooker with that, now could she? There you go. Lay right down. Working sure makes you parched, don't it? Oh, yeah. Well, don't you worry none. We'll be at the lake soon enough, then you can drink your fill. What is that, a crow? Same one I seen this morning. What's it coming around here for? Fly on by, Mr. Crow. Nothing here for you. Just me and old Rip. Hold on, dog, while I roll a smoke. There we go. Now, light it up for me, would you, Rip? Sure wish you could do that. Make life easier for this old boy. Better get me another pouch in town. See if Earl has his rig hitched up. Of course, that old nag of his might not make it. And then we'll just walk the trail, won't we, boy? You and me, same as always. Come on, we better get on home before it's dark. Maybe we'll do us some coon hunting tonight. Would you like that? Sure you would. Well, let's go back to work. Where's that firewood, Rip? Go find us some now. Gotta get me a good armload. Easy, boy. What is it? What you got there? That's a rattlesnake. Mean-looking one, too. Now, just you back off. Leave it, Rip. Come on around. He ain't gonna do nothing if we let him alone. Rip, careful, boy. Oh, there you go. Good boy. All done. By golly, you took care of him, didn't you? You broke his neck clean in two. Why, thank you kindly, Rip. If it weren't for you, I might have stepped right on it. You would have had to suck the venom before it reached my heart. Think you could have done that? Oh, that's a good old hound. Yeah, you sure are. Best friend a man ever did have.
An old man and his hound dog, whose name is Rip, on the way home to their cabin. There are no highways or supermarkets here, no electricity or filling stations, and no fuel for fireplaces or wood-burning stoves. Only what a man can carry on his back and in his arms. Life can be hard, but it's also beautiful, with sights and sounds and peace of mind that city folks only dream of. And most important of all, friends and partners are for life. It's been said time and again that man's best friend is his dog, an old adage that's nowhere more true than in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia. If all goes as planned, this particular man and his dog will soon be off for an evening's pleasure in quest of raccoon. It's a prize well worth trapping in these parts. Usually such evenings end with one extremely tired old man, one battle-scarred hound, and one or more extremely dead raccoons. But as you may suspect, that will not be the case tonight. This time our hunters won't be coming home from the hill. They're headed deep into the backwoods of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Hunt, starring Shelley Berman and Karen Black, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Well, here we are, Rip. Now, all I gotta do is pick a few nice branches to take in the house. Rachel, open up.
What is going on out there?
I can't get the door with my arms full.
Hold your horses, old man.
Rachel, I'm warning you.
What's all the hollering about?
You want your firewood or don't you?
Oh, come on in with you then.
You're gonna suffocate for lack of air one of these days. Why don't you leave that door open?
Got to keep the dog out of the house somehow.
Come on, Rip.
Oh, no you don't. Trotting in here with his fleas and ticks.
Old woman, don't let's start that commotion up again. When I go in the house, Rip goes in too, or I'm a-going somewhere else. Here, Rip.
I've got a mind to move to the barn. Let you and the dog have the house to yourselves.
Old woman, you're forgetting something.
I never forgot a thing in my life.
That's true, except when you want to. That dog saved my life more than once. Did it again today, too. I would have stepped right on a big old rattlesnake if Rip hadn't jumped the critter and broke his neck. I have to buy myself a divorce from you to get my way around here.
Well, let the ornery animal come on in, then.
And there's another thing. Don't talk about him like that when he can hear you.
What?
You heard me. Rip's got feelings, and I don't want him hurt.
I'll let him in the house, and I'll feed him our table scraps, but I'll be switched if I'm going to start sweet-talking him.
Old woman, you tickle me sometimes.
And what does that mean?
Since your memory is so good, when was the last time you got yourself kissed?
If I figure right, it was sometime in the spring of 1900. And wait a minute, what was the year now?
Then I figure you got one coming.
Don't you come near me, old man.
Yes, sir. I've been thinking about giving you a kiss for the last month or two.
Ryder, sit down to your supper and stop talking silly. I mean it.
There. I'll have my supper now, old woman.
Old man?
Yep.
I never said this to you, but I do believe we have endured together powerful well.
Near 60 years we've been married, ain't it?
Come October 16th.
It's a long time to travel together.
I wouldn't have had it any other way.
Thank you, old woman. Me neither.
Here's your grub.
Much obliged. Rip. Here's a little piece of meat to hold you for now.
I'll feed the dog proper after supper.
He ain't gonna be here after supper.
Where's he going?
Where I'm going.
And where's that?
Coon hunting.
Ryder, I wish you wouldn't go hunting tonight.
Why not?
3 nights ago, I saw blood on the moon.
Ought to have been in bed, sleeping. Then you wouldn't have seen it.
That's not all. 2 days ago, a bird flew in the house and lit on the foot of your bed. It scared the life out of me.
Wasn't a crow, was it?
No. A little brown bird. A kind I never saw before.
One of these days I'll put up some screens. Keep the pesky things out.
And last night,
What about last night?
couldn't get to sleep. Laid there in my bed, tossing, turning, wondering, worrying. At midnight, that mockingbird in the lilac bush woke and sang 3 times.
There you go, trying to spoil a good meal.
Go ahead, eat.
I'm almost finished. Not going to spoil a good hunt, though. I'm going anyway. Them signs don't bother me at all.
They bother me.
Well, don't let 'em.
I can't help it. You should listen to me. Women folk know these things.
And I know I don't aim to start thinking about dying till I'm 100 years old. I come from a line of long livers. Wouldn't be surprised if I lived so long they have to shoot me to get rid of me. Where's my shotgun?
Ryder, please.
Come on, Rip. We got man's work to do.
You be careful, old man.
Don't worry your head, old woman. I'll be back before it's all the way dark, more'n likely. Smell him out there, Rip? Well, I almost can. He's around here somewhere. Take your time, boy. We'll get him. Yeah, here's our stump. Let's set a spell. Oh, my favorite time. Chickens ready to roost. Owls just getting up. Used to dig out here for night crawlers when I was a tadpole. Of course, you wasn't around then, but we had some good times, let me tell you. Me and the boys. In the morning, we'd go fishing in the lake. Fish jumping like silver. Sometimes we couldn't wait to eat 'em, clean 'em, and cook 'em right where we was. Then go for a swim. Even had me a dog, too. Oh, not a hound like you. But he was a good old boy. Little bit of a thing. Called him Skipper. Just went missing one day. Must have fell in the lake. That, or a bear got him. Oh, don't you go getting spooked now. No bears anymore, just coons. Big old raccoons, good for meat and hides. Catch a right bushy one and I'll make a dog bed for you. Would you like that, Rip? Gonna be cold come winter. Shh. There he is. Hear him? Big fat one. Looking for a snack. Want to get him, boy? Well, go ahead, do your work. You tree him, I'll catch him. Soon as I light the lantern. I'm coming, Rip. That's it. You got him, boy. I'm on my way. Up a tree, is he, boy? Yep, he must be. Let me shine the light and have a look. Rip, I don't want to doubt your word, but there ain't no coon up there. Nope. If there was, I'd see his eyes in the dark, big as $50. Tricked you, didn't he? I knew it. Now you can't get the scent, 'cause he run up the tree and crossed over to another one. Probably down by the lake already. Don't you go there, boy. He wants you to. Let him go, Rip. You let him go now. I'll see him. He's out on the end of the log, and now he's going to jump in. He's only tricking you. Don't try going after him. He's too good a swimmer. No, boy. He'll pull you under. Come on back here. Oh, now you've done it. Rip, come back here, boy. That coon got you right where he wants you. Get back here before he pull you under. I'll reach down and grab you. You darn fool. Don't let him bite you. Swim on over here. That coon's gonna drown you in a minute. Uh-oh. Coon's got him down. And I'm a-losing my balance. Hold on, boy. I'm a-coming. Rip. Sorry, Rip. I can't make it. Well, what do you know, Rip? We made it after all. Guess I could swim better than I thought, and you could too, even with an old coon dragging you down. Did you pull me out, or did I pull you? By golly, take a look, morning already. Right beautiful day, too. Must have spent half the night chasing that old raccoon, and we didn't even get him. There's a gun and lantern right where I left them. Hungry, ain't you, boy? Yeah, me too. Let's mosey on home and see what Rachel's got for breakfast. That old woman is going to give us Hail Columbia for staying out all night. And help that, though. Well, Rip, our time has come. Let's go face the music.
Well, that should about do it.
Do what?
Deep enough, I figure.
Let me see. Man, that hole ain't more than 4 feet.
So what?
So you can't bury nothing in there?
Sure you can. Box will fit.
Won't fit proper. Wesley, it's a coffin, you know?
Yeah, a little one.
Just the same.
4 feet deep's enough for a dog.
Well, maybe for an ordinary dog. Old Man Simpson claimed there wasn't nothing ordinary about Rip.
Old Man Simpson said a lot of things.
According to him, that dog saved his life. More than once, too.
Man, there's a time I've heard that, but I never set much store by it. Don't believe there's a dog that'll jump a rattler.
Mr. Simpson swore by it.
I've sworn to things. Makes a good story is all.
Just the same, out of respect for the old man's feelings, I figure that dog's got a right to 6 feet of dirt.
Well then, you dig it.
You know I got a bad back.
Yeah, and I got a bad arm. Go ahead.
All right, I will. Give me that shovel.
Be my guest.
Show you how it's done.
Well, looky here, Rip. It's our neighbors. Morning, boys.
Hey, Tillman, throw me your pot so I can roll me a smoke.
Get your own. I'm almost out.
What's the matter, boys? Ain't you speaking to me no more?
Make it deep, then. If that's the way you want it.
Oh, I will. Don't you worry.
Well, what do you think of that? I reckon them Miller boys is getting hard of hearing. Wait here, Rip. Sit.
Hurry it up, Tillman. We gotta get back.
I'm hurrying.
What y'all boys up to? I say, what y'all boys doing? Well, all right, don't answer me then. I don't give a hoot what you're doing. Shame your daddy ain't alive. He'd teach you some manners. Come on, Rip. We don't need to talk to these boys.
Won't be long now. Get the box ready.
It don't never mind me that you boys giving me the cold shoulder. But if I ain't mistaken, this hole you're digging is on my land. So if y'all want to dig, do it on your side of the fence. Now get. I say get moving. Boys, you gone blind too? I ain't just talking to move the wind around. If y'all don't get a move on, I'm gonna fill your britches full of lead.
Well, all right. I'd say that's about 6 feet.
Good. Then I'll bring the box over.
Have a little care with that.
It's just a dog.
Not to some folks. Hand it to me real easy.
Oh, now, boys, why didn't you tell me you'd lost your dog? How'd that happen?
There. All right. That ought to do it.
I don't blame you for not feeling like talking. I don't reckon I would myself. Let's move on now, Rip. We're butting in on other folks' trouble when they're just too heartbroken to talk. Speaking of trouble, your woman's gonna have plenty of that waiting for us.
Now help me up. We'll put the dirt in.
I have to admit, it's gonna be kind of lonesome around here without old man Simpson.
That it is. That it is.
Where is she? Looks to me like maybe we've had a stroke of luck, Rip. Could be that old woman is still asleep. Hadn't even done the washing yet. Well, we'll just walk in big as you please and see what comes next. Wait a while this time, boy. Just for a minute. Let me clear the way. Old woman? There you are. Morning. What are you sitting in a rocking chair for? Taking a rest already? Huh. Got your long dress on, too. All dressed up like the 4th of July. All right, let's get it out in the open. Old woman, if you're figuring on leaving me on account of I stayed out all night, you got another think coming. I'm still the boss of this house. You ain't going nowhere, and that's that. Got nothing to say? Then I reckon we ain't mad no more. Now, I'd appreciate a little breakfast, if it's all the same with you. Old woman, you just gonna sit there like a bump on a log? You pack your finery back on the cedar chest and get cooking. Now, what's the matter? I know I'm a pesky old rooster to get along with, and many's the night I've stayed out till sunup, but Rachel, that ain't reason enough to break up a marriage after nearly 60 years, is it? Well, is it? Well, that a tear on your cheek? Oh, now, old woman, I didn't mean to speak rough to you. I just don't want you running off and leaving me, that's all. All right. You win, Rachel. I guess I could be a better man to you. Won't go streaking off every night hunting. I'll stay home with you, and we'll sit by the fire, and we'll talk about things. And I'll tell you something else. Next time I go down the mountain, I'll stop in the store and buy you a pretty. Some cloth to make yourself a new Sunday dress, or a pair of silk stockings like them city women has. Well, what do you think of that? Oh, woman, I want an answer out of you. What is it? Cat got your tongue? Nobody spoke to me all morning long, is the truth. Something wrong with me? I passed the Miller boys on the way home a while ago, and they acted just about the same way you're doing. Rachel, you can see me, can't you? Woman, what in tarnation is the matter with you? Huh. Who'd be coming to see us now?
Mrs. Simpson, may I come in?
Yes.
Reverend Wood? You sure have come at a time of need. Mighty glad to see you. Something's wrong with my old lady, and I can't figure it out. Seems to me in a daze or something, near as I can tell.
The Lord be with you, sister.
Amen, brother. I appreciate your coming. Even though he didn't belong to the church. Just never could get him to go.
I realize Brother Simpson wasn't a religious man, but I figure he's still entitled to a Christian burial.
Now just hold everything. Let's not get too far down the road here. If anybody's giving Brother Simpson a Christian burial, they'd better ask Brother Simpson how he feels about it.
I've been sitting here, trying to figure it all out.
I'm sure you have, with a word close at hand.
I've got the good book right here, but I can't work this out. It don't make sense somehow. And just last night he was sitting there at the supper table. I begged him not to go.
You did all you could, sister.
There's been omens. I've seen signs. But he went. Why'd he have to go and do that? Can you explain it to me?
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
Rachel, listen to me. There's been some kind of misunderstanding. Somebody's pulled the wrong switch. Me and Rip ain't going nowhere. I'm right here. Rip's out on the porch.
Miss Rachel?
That you, Tillman?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for coming.
What is the matter with that dog? Rip don't take kindly to people coming right on in, but it didn't so much as make a sound.
If you're ready, ma'am.
Hello, Wesley.
Ma'am.
Where's the, I mean...
Give us a moment, son.
No need putting it off. He's in the other room.
What are you talking about? Who is?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll treat him right careful. Don't you worry.
They're good boys. He's in good hands. And now, if you're ready, may I offer you my arm?
Oh, Reverend, it's all happening so fast.
Don't take on, old woman. It's just a dream. Has to be. We'll wake up in a little bit and everything'll be like it ought to be. You'll see.
Careful, Wesley.
I got my hand.
Not too fast.
That's a mighty big box. What y'all boys got in there, huh?
Watch the door.
It'll fit.
What y'all taking outside?
Mrs. Simpson, I'm afraid it's time. If you're ready.
Reverend, if I could just get through this day, for his sake.
I asked you a question. What's in the box? Come on, Rip. I've got to see where they're going. Something's up all right. Something mighty big, if you ask me. Where are they going? All the way to the top of the hill, looks like. Getting pretty steep. Must be heading for the graveyard. Just let me get my breath here once. We'll find out what this is all about, Rip, in a minute or two. Graveyard's just over the other side. Leastways, that's how I remember it. Can't say it's someplace I go more'n I can help it. All right, let's go. Ain't much further. Well, will you look at this now? Who in tarnation built a fence up here? No call to do that. Don't know why they would have bothered. Can't even see the sun over there anyway. Just fog coming down from the top of the hill. How'd Rachel and the Reverend and the Miller boys get through? Gotta be a gate or something. Rip, I don't know what to tell you. We must have taken a wrong turn somewhere along the line. I don't memorize ever seeing this here fence before. Oh well, just follow it, I guess. We're bound to come out sooner or later. What you see, boy? Well now, looks like you found it. Here's the gate. All locked up, though. Chain and everything. Hello? Anybody home in there?
Howdy, neighbor.
Oh, howdy. Think you could open this for me?
Sure enough. Wasn't expecting nobody this morning.
Don't let me put you in no trouble, friend. Seems like I lost my way.
Everybody says that at first. Easy to do.
Who put this gate up, anyway?
The owner.
The owner? Well, who's that?
He don't like to use his name. Make him sound high and mighty. What's your name, friend?
Simpson. Hyder Simpson.
Ah, yeah. Think I heard of you. Just let me check it in my book here.
I belong to that bunch of Simpsons over on Wales Mountain. Lived there all my life.
I got it. Yep, you're on the list.
Guess you can't see it from here, though. Rip and me, we traveled a far piece. I don't never recollect coming so far we couldn't see the top of Wales Mountain.
And how old are you, Mr. Simpson?
Well, sir, can't say exactly, but I've been walking the earth for more than 70 years now.
Arrived at the gate 10:45 a.m.
Nice watch you got there.
Thank you kindly.
It's none of my business, friend, but could I ask you something?
Oh, go right ahead.
What are you writing down in that book?
Oh, this and that. You know, for the record. I just need to know one more thing, Mr. Simpson.
And that would be?
How'd you die?
I was born with a cheap set of ears, friend. I ain't sure I heard you rightly.
I said, how did you die?
Well, who claims I'm dead?
Oh, there ain't any argument about that. You wouldn't be here if you wasn't dead.
Then let me pinch myself. Man, that's solid flesh and bone. Want to feel it?
Now think back, neighbor.
Well, now, my memory's none too good lately.
What did you do last night? In your own words.
Well, that's an easy one. I'll tell you exactly what I done. Me and Rip left the house long about supper time. Rip, he picked up a coon trail right away, and wouldn't you know it, just like a coon, he headed for water. And Rip didn't do a thing but go in that water after him.
I see.
Just about that time I got there, and I moseyed out on this log, and, say, let me ask you something else.
Sure thing.
What's on the other side of this gate, anyway? Must be pretty all-fired important if you keep it locked up.
Well, you see that pasture right up there?
Yeah?
They call it the Elysian Fields.
You don't say.
You cross that and you come to the Golden Street. And that takes you to the Celestial Palace, where the old master's got his headquarters.
You wouldn't be pulling my leg now.
Why'd I want to do that?
Then I take your name to be St. Peter.
I keep the gate, that's a fact.
I'm proud to meet up with you.
Well, just as proud to have you here, neighbor Simpson. Something wrong?
I was just listening.
To what?
I thought they did a lot of singing and dancing in heaven. How come I don't hear no music?
'Cause you're on the outside. Minute you step inside the gate, you'll hear your favorite hymn.
Don't much care for hymn singing. Favorite guitar music myself.
Well, don't stand out there in the cold, cold world. Come on in and reap your heavenly reward. You've sure earned it.
Mighty nice of you. Rip?
Oh, hold on, neighbor Simpson. You can't take that dog in here.
And why not?
It ain't allowed.
Ain't no fleas on him.
That don't make no never mind. He can't go in.
How come?
This here is folks' heaven. There's another place we can put him in, up the road a piece. You just tie him up to the gate, and I'll walk him over there a little later on.
If that's how it is.
Well, where do you think you're going, Mr. Simpson?
I thank you all the same, but I don't reckon in there's any place for me.
Why not?
Any place too highfalutin for Rip is too fancy for me. How thoroughbred has a dog got to be for you to let him in there anyway?
Ain't no dogs allowed in there at all.
What kind of outfit you running don't allow no dogs?
I tell you, they got a special place for dogs just up the road.
Well, me and Rip will go on up there then.
They won't let you in. The dog maybe, but not you.
What kind of heaven would it be with nothing in it but dogs? A dog has got the right to have a man around, same as a man has got to have a dog around, if he's going to be happy anyways.
Neighbor, let me make you a little proposition.
What is it?
See this place in the fence? That's a spot that needs repairing. Now, why don't you go on in the gate, and a little later on, I'll slip your dog through this hole. It's breaking the rules, but I'll do it.
Friend Peter, if I go in the front gate, Rip goes in the front gate likewise. I don't want him getting the feeling he ain't welcome.
Well, I got another idea. Here, boy.
What's going on there, mister? Let go of his collar.
Well, I thought maybe I'd hold on to your dog and let you go in and take a look around. See how you like the place.
I ain't got to see it to make up my mind. Let me ask you a practical question. How do they expect me to do any coon hunting in there without Rip?
Man, they don't allow coon hunting.
You don't say. Rip, heel.
Now, where do you think you're going, Mr. Simpson?
Me and Rip is going somewhere else.
There ain't no place else to go.
I'll go wherever this road takes me.
That don't lead nowhere. It's Eternity Road. Just keeps on, never stops.
Me and Rip will be all right.
Neighbor, this is a right serious step you're taking. I'd say the best thing for you to do is sit out there and think it over. You got all eternity to make up your mind.
Good day to you, sir.
Well, if you change your mind, just let me know.
Much obliged. I'll do that. Eternity is a powerful long spell to go without a coon hunt, ain't it, Rip? Now, don't you go off your feed nor nothing over this. It wouldn't surprise me that if I sneak inside there and talk to the judge or somebody, I might be able to get you in. Don't you trouble your head over it the least little bit. We'll figure out something. Wonder what kind of tea party they keep in there anyway. Must be lots of city folks. They'd be the ones to outlaw coon hunting. Rip, I don't want you to take this thing to heart now. Sure, I'd like to walk that golden street, and there's some folks I always hoped I'd see again, but by Mudhole, I ain't a-gonna leave you. They can sit in there a-tootin' their harps or whatever they do for relaxation, but you and me stays together, same as when we was traveling down below. At least we ain't all by ourselves on Eternity Road. Howdy, son.
I'm looking for Mr. Hyder Simpson and a hound dog named Rip.
That's us, son.
I figured it was. Well, if you and Rip's all set, we might as well mosey along to heaven, Mr. Simpson.
Like I told that other fella behind the fence, I ain't gonna set foot in heaven without Rip.
Oh, you didn't get messed up with nobody in there, did you?
That fella at the gate, he wouldn't let me bring Rip in, so I wouldn't go. Son, that would be a hell of a place without Rip.
Mr. Simpson, you ain't far wrong. That is hell. Heaven's up the road a piece.
I'll be jiggered. Wonder how come that fella lied to me.
They don't never give up. Always trying to get folks in there right down to the last minute.
What reason would they have for wanting to keep Rip out?
They was feared Rip would have warned you, and he would have, time he got a whiff of that brimstone. You see, Mr. Simpson, a man, he'll walk right into hell with both eyes open. But even the devil can't fool a dog.
You wouldn't be St. Peter, would you?
No, sir, I'm just a regular angel.
Where's your wings, son?
Shucks, I don't use them half the time. I appreciate walking myself. You about ready to go, Mr. Simpson?
Rip! Look at that dog go. We'll just have to catch up with him. He can hardly wait. How's the coon hunting up there, boy?
Oh, just prime, Mr. Simpson. There's one tonight right after the square dance. You want to come along?
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Here's the gate.
Mighty nice one it is, too.
Welcome to heaven, Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, son. I'm right proud to be here. Let's go, Rip.
Travelers to unknown regions, off the beaten path, would be well advised to take the family dog, because in a pinch, he might just save you from entering the wrong gate. At least it happened that way once in a particularly mountainous area of the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Hunt, starring Shelley Berman and Karen Black, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for the Twilight Zone by Earl Hemner Jr. Heard in the cast were Mike Baccarella, Jeff Lupetin, Darren Stevens, Craig Brawley, and Kurt Nabig. The producers of the Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jeff Lupetin for Falcon Picture Group and Westwood One. Sound design and custom Foley effects for the Twilight Zone by Cerny American Creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Matt Sorrow, Tim Cerny, and Todd Beyer. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Hold on, Rowdy. We'll make it. There's a fork in the road up ahead. Oh, haven't they heard of signs around here? No, I didn't think so. Well, Rowdy, I've kept it from you long enough. The fact is, we're lost. And you know what else? Take a look at the fuel gauge. Almost empty. Don't whine at me. It isn't my fault. This map is useless. So much for shortcuts. Which way do you think it is, right or left? Okay, left. Hope you know what you're doing. Well, what do you know? I do believe that's a town up ahead. Peaceful Valley, population 981. At least it's got a gas station. Rowdy, you just earned yourself a steak. Hey, anybody here?
How do?
Hi, can you fill it up?
Don't see why not. Convertible, huh? One of those new foreign jobs?
The gas cap's under the license plate.
Oh.
Oh, I'll check the oil and water.
Sure enough.
Rowdy, stay.
Pretty empty, huh?
She's running on fumes.
How'd you let that happen?
Oh, I listened to a friend. Told me I could cut 4 hours off the trip if I took the back road. No traffic, nice scenery. If I'd gone the way I know, I'd be in Albuquerque already.
Ah, you mean you're lost?
That's what I mean. Think you could point me toward a highway? A great big highway with signs?
Just go back to the fork and take the other road to Braden. That's about 80 miles. When you get there, ask somebody for a map. I'm fresh out. Shouldn't have any trouble, though.
I shouldn't, but I always do. Here, take it out of this.
Sure thing.
Nice little town you've got here. What's it called?
Peaceful Valley.
Well, it isn't exactly a valley, but it looks peaceful enough. Where's the nearest restaurant?
Down the street. It's closed, though. You'd be better off in Braden.
Yeah, but I'm hungry, and so's my dog. I promised him a steak.
Sorry, we don't have many visitors here.
I can see why.
I'll get your change.
Kitty, stop it.
Rowdy, you take it easy. Rowdy!
1850 out of 20.
Rowdy, come back here.
Leave my kitty alone, you bad dog.
Rowdy! He's just playing.
No, he's not. I'll fix him.
What's that? Rowdy? Hey, where is he? What did you do to my dog?
What dog, mister?
You've seen them. Little towns in the middle of nowhere, off the main roads and highways. You've seen them, and chances are you kept on driving. But have you ever wondered about them? Who lives in these towns? Who are they? What do they do, and why do they stay? Philip Redfield never bothered to ask such questions, and until now he had no reason to stop and find out. If not for his dog, an errant cat, and a little girl with a peculiar electronic device, he might have driven through Peaceful Valley and continued on his way without a second thought. But he can't do that now, because, whether he knows it or not, this particular shortcut has led him off the beaten path and into the capital of the Twilight Zone.
And now, the Twilight Zone and our story, Valley of the Shadow, starring Chelsea Ross, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Come on, Kitty. Let's go in the house.
No, little girl, wait.
Huh?
What did you do to my dog?
Nothing.
Oh, yes, you did. Look, I was standing right over there. I saw you.
You leave me alone.
Not until you tell me what you did to my dog. What in the... Rowdy, here! Here, boy! Rowdy, where are you?
Hey, fella, you scared my little girl.
That makes us even. Your little girl scared me.
What do you mean by that?
Just what I said. I don't know how she did it, but she made my dog disappear.
What?
She pointed something at him, about the size of a remote control. She took it out of her pocket, and he vanished into thin air.
Are you feeling all right?
No, I never feel all right when I see a miracle happen. It raises my blood pressure.
Easy now, mister. What kind of dog is he?
A golden retriever.
Let's look around the yard. He's bound to be here somewhere. What's his name?
Rowdy.
Here, Rowdy. Here, dog.
Look, this isn't doing us any good. I told you.
You try over the hedge. I'll go around back. Don't worry. We'll find him. He couldn't just disappear.
That's what I'm trying to tell you he did.
Here, Rowdy.
Rowdy? Rowdy!
Here he is.
Wait, there you are, boy. Good dog. Where were you?
In the back. I guess he must have found another cat to chase.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I'm sorry I popped off at you. I could have sworn.
It's all right. The way Sissy disappears sometimes, well, I know how you must have felt. How you doing, boy?
Sissy's your daughter?
Yep.
What was that thing she had, anyway?
What thing?
In her hand, some sort of electronic device. Now, I know I didn't imagine that.
Oh, it must have been her transistor radio.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry I bothered you. Come on, boy.
I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't know anyone would see me.
It's all right, Sissy. It'll be taken care of.
You see all that?
All what?
Never mind. Okay, Rowdy, back in the front seat. Let's get going.
Hey, Braden's the other way.
I know, you told me.
Evans,
I want to talk to Dorn.
he's not here.
Then you better find him. It's important.
What's happened?
We've got an outsider, and he saw something.
There's the restaurant. The sign in the window says, closed, all right. Great. Well, don't worry, Rowdy. I said I'd find you a steak, and I will, somewhere. Wait here. I'm hooking your leash to the steering wheel. Hello? Anybody here? Hello?
I'm sorry. I didn't hear you come in.
Hi. Is the hotel open?
Open? Oh, yes. But we don't have any vacancies.
No? Why is that?
Well, the rooms are all taken.
But all the keys are still hanging on the wall.
Everybody's out.
Is that right? Well, the fact is, I don't want a room. I just wanted a restaurant. Maybe you could make a suggestion.
I'm afraid it's closed.
You mean there's only one restaurant in Peaceful Valley?
Yes, sir.
Then where do you eat?
At home.
And what about your guests? They do eat, don't they?
If you'll excuse me, I have some work to do.
Just a second, miss. Look, my name's Philip Redfield. I'm a newspaper reporter, and if I sound nosy, I guess that's because it's part of my job.
Oh, I see.
You don't mind, do you?
No.
Good. Then just answer one question for me. Look, ever since I pulled into town, people have been trying to get rid of me.
They have?
At least that's the feeling I get. I was just wondering why.
Well, we don't get many outsiders.
So I've heard. Enough to fill the hotel, though.
I really have to go. I think you should too, Mr. Redfield.
All right, I get the hint. Oh, miss.
Yes?
Mind if I take one of your newspapers?
What? Oh, not at all. Please.
Hey, you better get your subscription renewed. This paper's 9 years old. Come on, Rowdy, let's get out of here. So long, Peaceful Valley. Thanks for the memories. You tell him, boy, nothing here for us. Just let me turn around. A few minutes from now, we'll be back in the real world. It's a good thing they don't fix this road. Might make people want to come here. There's the fork. Don't see any stop sign. Do you, Rowdy? Nope. Me neither. Well, let's punch it. What was that? Rowdy, are you okay? Rowdy? 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 Oh, no. No. It's all my fault, boy. I shouldn't have been going so fast. Breathe. Breathe, please. Oh, Rowdy. Rowdy.
Had an accident, did you?
No, an accident had me. I had the top down. He was thrown out of the front seat. There's no heartbeat.
Let me check. Nope.
I don't believe it. He's dead.
Front end's pretty smashed up.
Radiator shot, too.
Doesn't make sense. The road was clear. There wasn't another car for miles.
Maybe it was a rock.
There are no rocks around here.
Can't be too sure.
Yeah, must have been. Rain washes some big ones into the road every now and then.
If there were, it would still be here.
Could have knocked it off the road.
Come along, Mr. Redfield.
Come where?
We'd better get you to a doctor.
What about my dog?
You have nothing to worry about.
Can you walk okay? Here, lean on me.
Wait a minute. I don't think I want to go back into town. Not your town, anyway.
You need to be examined.
I'm all right, I tell you.
You don't know that. Could be internal injuries.
If anything's wrong with you, it'll be on our conscience forever.
Take it slow.
In here, Mr. Redfield.
This is a doctor's office?
In a way.
Thank you, gentlemen. You can leave now.
If you're not a doctor, what are you?
My name's Dorn. You might say I'm the mayor. And these are my associates. Mr. Evans on my right and Mr. Connolly.
Hello.
How do you do?
And how do you feel, Mr. Redfield?
Terrible.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Would it help you to learn that your dog is well?
He's dead.
Oh, no, not at all. Merely stunned. I assure you, he's quite happy.
How do you know?
Mr. Swanson called in. That's the man who helped your dog. He thought you'd be pleased.
I am, if that's true.
You have a suspicious nature, don't you?
I thought I was supposed to see a doctor.
Oh, of course. But you don't really need one, do you? If you did, we'd have one here in no time, believe me.
Then why am I here?
Just to bring us all up to speed, in a manner of speaking. Please, sit down. We'll try not to detain you too long. After all, you can't go anywhere in a wrecked car now, can you?
You've got that right.
We'd like to ask you a few questions, if we may. Don't worry, only a few. Mr. Evans, perhaps you'd care to begin.
Mr. Redfield, it's been reported that you saw something, a miracle, I believe you called it, across from the gasoline station. Would you please tell us about this miracle?
Sure. My dog ran after a cat.
What were the details?
That's it.
You're quite certain? Nothing more?
Yes, I'm certain.
Mr. Connolly, your question.
I was simply wondering, Mr. Redfield, why you told the girl at the hotel that people were trying to get rid of you.
What is this, a quiz show? Look, I've got a wrecked car, and I'm already a day late for work.
I assure you, it's being taken care of.
Just a few more questions, if you please. I think you mentioned that you're a newspaper reporter.
So?
A noble calling, but limited. I suppose you have a novel in the planning stages?
Who told you that?
No one. It's a fact, though, that most reporters aspire to be novelists.
I wouldn't know.
Are you married?
No.
Engaged?
No. Listen.
So you came to Peaceful Valley by mistake? No one knows you're here?
Oh, they will. A lot of people are going to know I was here, Mr. Dorn.
Oh, dear.
What's the story on this place, anyway? Rowdy didn't just run after a cat, and I didn't crash into a rock that wasn't there. What did happen?
Come back in an hour, Mr. Redfield. Perhaps then you'll have the answers you seek. I'd like to speak with my associates first.
Where can I find a phone?
There's one at the hotel.
1 hour, then, Mr. Dorn.
Do you think it's wise letting him go like that?
He'll be watched. Well, gentlemen, it's happened.
It had to, eventually.
No, it didn't have to. And it wouldn't have if we'd kept our wits about us. But we didn't. We were complacent, so infernally sure of ourselves.
Dorn.
It's true, Mr. Evans. Would you explain the point of keeping the hotel open and the restaurant closed? Doesn't it seem likely that there would be more inquiries for food than for rooms?
There haven't been either in over 16 years.
You see? Complacency. And I'm as much to blame as anyone. If only the Johnson girl hadn't been so careless. If only Fredericks hadn't behaved suspiciously. If only I hadn't panicked and activated the barrier.
You had to.
There wasn't any choice by then.
So now an innocent young man who's done no one any harm must suffer for our mistakes.
Mr. Redfield.
I was told there's a telephone here.
Well, yes, but...
Where is it?
I keep it under the counter.
Uh-huh. A real antique, huh? Figures. How do you get the long-distance operator?
Just ask for her, but...
Hello? Hello? Yes, I'd like to call Albuquerque. Chapel 77205, station to station. That's quite a mayor you've got there. Makes a person feel really welcome.
You've spoken with Dorn.
Yeah? All right. Keep trying. My name's Redfield. Well, I see they haven't come back.
Pardon?
Your guests? All the keys are still here.
Oh.
Because there aren't any guests, isn't that right?
You should have left when you had the chance, Mr. Redfield.
I tried to, believe me. But I smashed my car up on a rock that's invisible. Now, how could that be, do you suppose?
I don't know.
Do you have a name, or is that a secret, too?
It's Ellen. Ellen Marshall.
All right now, Ellen. I want you to let me know when my call comes in. It's very important. Will you do that?
Yes. Where will you be?
Well, I'm going to check on my car, and then I'll be in the mayor's office. Still starving to death, probably. Rowdy! How you feeling, boy? I counted you out, you know that?
I gave him some water.
What about the car?
It's pretty banged up. Hood's sprung, and the radiator's punctured.
Yeah, I know. You were supposed to be fixing it.
Nobody told me.
Well, I'm telling you.
Can't do anything unless it's authorized.
It is authorized. $200 extra in cash if you get it fixed by tonight. Consider it a bonus.
It has to be official. Sorry.
You're going to be a whole lot sorrier, I promise.
Mr. Redfield, come in.
I thought you said my car was going to be repaired.
Sit down, please.
I don't want to sit down. I want to know why nothing has been done to my car. Why is it just sitting out there?
Primarily, Mr. Redfield, because you won't be needing it anymore.
No? And why not?
Because you are never going to leave Peaceful Valley.
Is that supposed to be a threat?
You see, Mr. Redfield.
Now, the situation is rather complicated.
While we hold no brief against you personally...
Wait, I think I've got it figured out.
Oh?
Peaceful Valley is an insane asylum, and you're the head lunatics. I'm never going to leave. Who's going to stop me?
We are, if necessary.
There's nothing you can do, Mr. Redfield.
We'll see about that.
Don't do anything foolish.
Please listen to Mr. Evans.
Tell him to get his hands off me.
Come with us.
I said don't touch me.
Mr. Redfield, be reasonable.
You be reasonable. As far as I know, kidnapping is still a crime in this state.
Gentlemen, I implore you. This violence must stop now.
Oh, you've got one of those too, huh? What are you gonna do, make me disappear? Don't you
There.
You shouldn't have done that, Dorn. Now he's seen the device up close.
You mustn't bring him back.
I have to.
What did you do? How did I get in this chair?
You were disassembled.
But I was across the room.
Your molecules were transported and reassembled with this.
That's the same thing the little girl used. So what is it?
I'm afraid you wouldn't understand, even if you were a physicist, which you aren't.
Try me.
Let's say it's a device by which we move objects from one location to another. All things are collections of atoms with spaces in between. Even you, Mr. Redfield. And those atoms are in a given mathematical order. This mechanism breaks them up and stores them, then puts them together again in the same order.
That's ridiculous.
Perhaps. But it saves time when you want to move your furniture around.
Dorn.
Yes, Mr. Evans?
Let's get this over with.
What's he talking about?
You smelled a story in this town, Mr. Redfield. And you were right. You turned off onto the road to Peaceful Valley. You saw certain things that defied logic. You became curious. So we had to stop you. And now, I'm sorry to say, we must do worse. Because you have stumbled upon the best-kept secret in the world.
What secret?
Our gift.
Dorn.
Relax, gentlemen. It will do no harm to tell him now. Our gift, Mr. Redfield, bestowed on the people of this village. 104 years ago, a man came to Peaceful Valley. From what land or even what planet, no one knows.
Oh, come on.
He was a brilliant scientist, but he was also wise, as you shall see. From his brain came equations the likes of which no one has seen or dreamed of. No one on this planet, at any rate.
What kind of equations?
Of course, I can't tell you what they were, but you're aware, I trust, that the basis of this complicated process we call life is energy. It is a powerful, mysterious force. If enough of it were to strike a single square inch of Earth, it could run all the machines in the world. It could perform miracles.
And you expect me to believe in this magic?
No magic. The scientists' equations unlocked the force, Mr. Redfield. And from them has come the greatest power for good or for evil that the universe has ever known.
Where do you come in?
He decided to entrust his secret, the equations and the machines he'd built, to 3 men. He instructed them to give the people of Peaceful Valley the benefits of this power, but under no circumstances to reveal the secret to the outside world. It was to be kept here until humanity learns the ways of peace. And that is your story, Mr. Redfield. So you can see why we cannot allow you to leave. Our law is very clear. It says, let him who discovers the secret be eliminated. There is more at stake here than your life, much more. And now it's time to finish it.
What are you doing?
Come with us.
Get away from me!
Don't make it hard on yourself.
Come, Mr. Redfield, we can't do it here. I promise you it won't hurt a bit.
No! Wait! Wait! What is this place?
A laboratory, built by our benefactor. There's the original of the dissimulator, somewhat larger than the one we used on you upstairs. And this is a second-generation model. The same principle, with one important difference. It works in what we call the time dimension. No end of uses for it. For example, please step over here, Mr. Redfield. And don't be afraid. Mr. Connolly?
Yes?
Hand me that letter opener on the desk. Now, let's say that your automobile accident had been more serious. If you had been injured, if some metal had penetrated your flesh, like this.
You stabbed me.
Precisely. But don't worry. As soon as I direct the time ray at your wound, you will be restored to a moment before the letter opener entered your chest.
My skin. I can feel it closing up. This is fantastic.
Isn't it? Even the fabric of your shirt. Now, let me see. This console is a duplicating machine, but not like others you've seen. Here, for example, on this card is a description of the atomic structure of a ham sandwich on white bread with mustard. One ham sandwich. I believe you said you were hungry?
Not anymore, Mr. Dorn. Out there on the road, what did I run into?
In the car. I'm sorry about that, but we had to stop you. It was an energy field, a wall of loosely packed atoms, so to speak. Purely an emergency measure. Now, behind this wall panel with the cards is a folder containing the sacred papers, the original equations from which everything you see came about, in case you still doubt that they exist.
Do you know what you've got here?
I believe so.
And you mean to say you don't intend to share it with the world?
Oh, good heavens, no. I've already explained why. The world isn't ready.
But Peaceful Valley is?
We have no wars here, no crime, no violence, no greed. Unlike your world, ours is a place of peace. We use the power for good, not evil.
And what makes you so sure the rest of us wouldn't do the same?
Come now, Mr. Redfield. The history of civilization is written in blood.
Because people wanted things. With this power...
With this power, they would destroy the universe.
They are children.
But that one machine, it could stop sickness and suffering. It could cure disease. And you let people... Haven't you any conscience?
Yes. That is why we cannot release the equations. The same power to heal the sick could be used to kill the innocent. It could mean the end of the world.
I don't believe that.
Think, Mr. Redfield. What did you do with Professor Einstein's primitive equation E equals mc squared? It could have been used to make the waters flow in the deserts to feed the starving millions, was it? No. It was used to destroy countless lives with a bomb.
So you're just going to sit on your secrets, use them for making ham sandwiches?
Ham sandwiches are a bit better than total destruction, wouldn't you say?
Let's get on with it. He knows too much. We have to eliminate him.
You hypocrites. You talk about us, but when you want someone out of the way, what do? You eliminate him.
Be quiet.
No, he has a point, Mr. Evans. That is what I've been pondering. If we kill this man, then in what way do we differ from the outsiders?
It's the only solution.
Thank you, Adolf Hitler.
Oh dear. We didn't anticipate this, did we, gentlemen?
It is the law.
Not necessarily. The law says, let him who discovers the secret be eliminated. It doesn't say killed. You can be eliminated one of two ways, Mr. Redfield. Through death or through assimilation. The choice is yours. Will you die or will you join us?
You mean live here the rest of my life?
Exactly. Become one of us. It won't be unpleasant, you know. We'll give you a nice house, built to your specifications. Time to write that novel.
Nothing or everything, huh?
Well, which shall it be?
What do you think?
In that case, welcome to Peaceful Valley.
I've equipped it with bookshelves, a desk, reference materials, paper. I'm sorry about the old-fashioned typewriter. We couldn't find a card for anything newer. But Dorn has promised me...
Miss Marshall.
Yes?
Why are you going to all this trouble?
Because Dorn asked me to.
Is that the only reason?
I suppose I'd like you to know that I'm not really unfriendly. I'm not. In fact, I think we could be very good friends. Mr. Redfield.
Yes?
May I ask you a question?
I wish you would.
Do you play chess?
Oh, that's great.
Is something the matter?
No, everything's fine.
You do like the house, don't you? I tried to make it nice.
It's beautiful, Ellen. But I'm afraid you wasted your time.
Why?
Because I won't be here very long.
As long as you think that way, you'll have no choice. Dorn won't trust you.
He's trusting me now, isn't he?
Is he? Hello? I'm leaving Mr. Redfield's house now. You see, I'm required to tell him everything you do.
But you're not like the others.
If you get hungry or want anything, call me. I'll look in on you later. Oh, and don't try to go beyond the border. The force field's still active.
Yes?
Mr. Redfield, on your call to Albuquerque, the
The circuits are still busy. Easy, Rowdy.
Hello? I brought you a new typewriter ribbon and some erasers for now. Dorn's still looking for the atomic structure of a word processor.
Thanks.
Have you started the novel yet?
Not really. I find it hard to concentrate in prison.
I don't understand.
You ought to. You've got the same problem.
I can leave anytime I want to.
Then why don't you?
Why should I? What could the outside world offer that we don't have?
That isn't the point. It's what you could offer the outside world. Right now, at this very moment, millions of people are starving. You could feed them. They're suffering. You could make them well. But you don't care. Let them starve. Let the children die because their mothers can't give them enough milk as long as you're happy.
Philip, those things, are they really happening?
All over the world. Every minute of the day and night.
What would you do?
A terrible thing. I'd get those papers, and I'd give them to the world.
You mean you'd steal them and run away? But you promised Dorn...
I promised myself to be a decent human being, and that means helping other human beings. And what's the use? You don't know what I'm talking about. You never wanted anything you couldn't whip up in 10 seconds like a cake.
I did once. When you were going to leave Peaceful Valley. I've thought about you since then, Philip. Even asleep, I've thought about you, and it hurts. I don't know why, but it hurts. We have machines for so many things, but I can't stop this feeling.
There's an equation that might help. 1 + 1 = 1. Don't people fall in love here?
I don't know. But now, Philip, I want us to be together.
I could want that too, in a real world. But as long as I'm in Peaceful Valley, I'm going to want just one thing. Out.
All I know is I want to be with you.
Then help me.
If I do, will you take me?
I promise.
I'll be back. Wait for me outside.
Easy, Rowdy. My car. You got it fixed.
Dorn always keeps his word.
What about the force field?
I had him take it down temporarily so I could check the road outside of town. We only have a few minutes.
Then let's go. There's just one stop I have to make. Come on, Rowdy. There. The equations. And then what else? What do I need? Maybe, atomic structure of gold. Guitar. Gun. 38 police special. That'll do.
Put the equations back, Mr. Redfield.
Get out of my way.
Do as I say.
No, you don't. Not this time.
Dorn! He's bleeding. Use the time ray, quickly.
Keep your hand off that machine. I don't want to shoot you. Don't!
What have you done? We've got to restore them.
What are you?
I can't let them die. Are you going to shoot me too?
No, of course not, but...
Have you looked at the equations?
Right here. Wait a minute. The first one's blank. The second one? They're all blank. You tricked me.
Thank you, Miss Marshall. So now you see what would happen if our secret were to get out?
The first thing you do is make a weapon.
The second, you kill with it.
It was all a setup, and you were part of it. Everything you said was a lie.
Not everything, Philip.
She thought you would prove your good intentions, as I did. But you are like the others. You believe that if the end is just, then so are the means. A pity. You have lost paradise, Mr. Redfield, and you don't even know why. Gentlemen, the machine.
Yes, sir.
So now you're going to do the same thing.
Not quite. You're going to be rendered harmless, but it will not be an execution. I've been studying our law, and I believe I have found a way with the second-generation machine. Try to appreciate our position. Imagine a state which has carried the death penalty on its books for 100 years, but has never had to invoke it. That was the case here. You were our first prisoner, so to speak, and you forced us to re-examine our law. Adjust the time ray, Mr. Evans. Goodbye, Mr. Redfield. I was becoming fond of you.
Here's your change, mister.
What?
Your change?
Oh, sorry. I must have dozed off for a second.
Happens when you drive too long.
Yeah. You say Braden's back that way.
80 miles.
Down, boy. It's just a cat. You stay. That's strange.
Anything wrong?
Well, just that woman who walked by. Thought I knew her. Wishful thinking, I guess. Nice little town you've got here.
We like it.
Well, so long. Don't know that I'll be back this way, but keep it peaceful.
You've seen them. Little towns in the middle of nowhere, tucked safely away from the main road. Ever really thought about them? About the people there? What they do and why they stay? The next time you're tempted to take a shortcut, think twice. Because what happens there might change you and the world in more ways than you can imagine. Of course, change can be a good thing, as long as you're on your way out of and not into the Twilight Zone.
Valley of the Shadow, starring Chelsea Ross with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for the Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were David Darlow, Frenette Lebo, Christian Stolte, Amanda Amari, Doug James, Steve Key, Kurt Nabig, Richard Shavzin, Carl Amari, and Roger Wolski. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Audio editing, sound design, Foley effects, and mix for the Twilight Zone radio dramas are by Cerny American creatives Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, Bob Benson, and Jason Rizzo. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Morning, Mr. Poole.
Morning, Mrs. Sullivan.
Off to work?
You know it. Oh, Mrs. Sullivan.
Yes?
I meant to drop off the rent last night.
Oh, no hurry. It isn't due yet.
I know, but I don't like debts. I'll make sure you get it this evening.
That will be just fine. Well, have a good day at the bank.
The same as every other day. Oh, excuse me. Were you going out?
Just to bring in the paper.
Oh, let me get it for you.
You don't have to do that.
No problem. Here you are.
Why, thank you, Mr. Poole. You're the perfect tenant. Absolutely perfect.
Paper, get your paper.
You have the morning sports final?
Sure thing. 25 cents, 1/4 of a dollar.
Here.
Thanks, pal. Paper, get your paper. Who wants a paper, morning final?
One here, Marty.
Sure thing, Mr. Poole. Always got a copy for you.
Let me see if I have the right change. Yep.
Here you go. Hey, look at that.
Something wrong?
Your quarter. It landed on the edge. Didn't even fall over.
Well, what do you know?
That'll never happen again in a million years. This must be your lucky day.
Oh, I hope you're right, Marty. A little luck never hurt anyone.
Oh, that poor man.
What happened?
That car, it hit him.
Did you see it?
Somebody call an ambulance.
Mr. Hector B. Poole, resident of the Big Apple, the Glass Canyon, hoping to survive an assault on his senses, all 6 of them. Flip a coin and keep on flipping it. What are the odds? Half the time it will come up heads and half the time tails. But in one wild, freakish chance in a million, it will land on its edge. Mr. Poole, a bright human coin on his way to the bank in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, A Penny for Your Thoughts, starring David Eigenberg with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Stand back!
Look what you did!
I didn't see him, honest. He just stepped off the curb.
Where's the ambulance?
Oh, whoa. What happened?
Easy, mister. You all right?
Oh, I think so. Just give me a hand.
Look, lie still. I'll get a doctor.
Oh, no. I don't need a doctor. I mean, if you'll help me get up.
You sure?
You ought to take it easy.
At least get an x-ray.
Why? No scrapes, no scratches, no broken bones. I seem to be fine.
You should stay down. I would. Something like that, he could sue the guy's pants off.
Pardon?
Oh, I just said, wait till you get to the hospital. You never know.
No need for that, really.
Oh, you don't know how sorry I am, sir.
Oh, no harm done.
I swear, I didn't see you step off the curb. If you were hurt, God, I could never forgive myself.
You clumsy idiot. I wish you'd broken your fool neck.
What did you say?
I said, if you were hurt, I could never forgive myself.
No, not that. The other part. I see no reason for you to be abusive.
Abusive?
I should have been more careful, but it was equally your fault.
Are you certain you're all right, sir?
I think so.
Thank heaven for that. I'm simply trying to say how grateful I am that you weren't injured.
Lame-brained jaywalker. That asinine stunt took 10 years off my life.
Now, see here, I'm not
Let me brush you off. Where were you headed?
I was on my way to work.
Well, I'll be happy to give you a lift if you like.
No thanks. It's not far. I think I'd rather walk.
Why do I always pick the line with the snow telling? I've got to borrow against the life insurance as long as they don't call my husband.
Wow, I hope they don't check my credit history.
Did I turn the iron on?
Well, well, Pool.
Morning, Brand.
Your watch stopped this morning?
What's that?
It must have. Not like you to be late.
Oh, yes. No, no, it's not.
It's 9:10.
Well, something happened on the way.
Did it?
Brand, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Well, why are they all whispering?
Who?
The customers.
What about them?
It's just that they're usually so quiet. I mean, nobody talks out loud in a bank, but this morning...
What do you mean?
You don't hear them?
Hear what? Oh, I get it. Have a late night, did you?
No, but on the way here, I
better grab some coffee. Miss Turner just put some on.
Boy, look at him. Like he doesn't know which end is up. Oh, if Bagby sees him this way, he's finished. Good riddance.
Oh, where is he?
Huh?
Mr. Bagby.
In his office. Where else would he be?
Oh, thank you, Brand. Well, I better get started.
Yes, you do that.
Oh, I knew he'd crack sooner or later. Mr. Perfect.
Hello? No, the vice president is on another line. May I take a message? Very well.
Eileen.
Morning, Hector.
How long has he been here?
A half hour. I wouldn't bother him, though. He's got an important call.
All right, I'll wait till he's finished.
Oh, Felicia, baby, you know I care. But how would it look? And besides, Gladys has a nose for these things. Of course she would. I can see the headlines. Prominent banker divorces wife to marry chorus girl. Oh, no, Felicia, you misunderstand. I love chorus girls. I mean, not all of them. Only you. Yes, that's right. Look, how about this weekend? Just you and me. Yes?
Mr. Bagby?
Come in. Hold on. Someone's at the door. Yes, what is it, Poole?
Mr. Bagby, sorry to interrupt you, but I'd like to explain.
Explain what?
Why I was late, sir.
Were you?
10 minutes to be exact.
I didn't notice.
Well, as you know, sir, my record for being prompt is spotless. I pride myself on attention to duty.
Yes, Poole, everyone is aware of your devotion to the bank.
Well, you see, a strange thing happened, a very strange thing.
Yes, uh-huh.
Get on with it, you simpering idiot. You think she's going to stay on the line forever? If you ruin my weekend with Felicia, I'll string you up by the thumbs.
Your weekend, sir.
What?
Spoil your weekend. Oh, I wouldn't want to do that.
What are you mumbling about? Look, I've got an important call here. Very pressing matter. Get on with it, man.
No, of course, I understand.
He said weekend. Good Lord. You don't suppose he knows about Felicia? It's impossible. I've been so careful, so discreet.
There. I've placed it on hold. Now then, you had something to tell me? Poole?
Another time, sir. I can see that you're busy. I'd better get to my work.
Poor Mr. Poole. He looks so tired and pale.
I'm all right.
Oh,
Good morning, Mr. Poole.
Good morning, Miss Turner.
Did you say something?
I didn't know I looked that bad.
Oh, you don't. You look very well today.
As do you.
Oh, why, thank you. Would you like some coffee?
Not just yet, but thanks for asking.
Gotta make it to the game on time. Here's the won't steal a bag of popcorn with that southpaw pitching.
Who is pitching today?
You say something?
No, nothing at all. Good day to you, sir. Everything in apple pie order, I trust?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll bet you're the one who sent me that overdraft notice.
No, sir.
No, what?
I don't have anything to do with overdrafts. I work over there in the loan department.
You do?
Just see one of the tellers. I'm sure that they can straighten it out for you.
Sure. Sure. I'll do that.
Poole?
Yes?
You know Mr. Sykes of Ajax Cement?
Oh, yes, Mr. Sykes.
How do you do?
His loan has been approved. Will you see that the papers are in order?
Of course.
When do I get the check?
Mr. Poole will take care of that for you. Here's the file.
Certainly, Mr. Brand. Won't you sit down, Mr. Sykes?
Everything's there.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
The check's for $200,000.
I see. A loan for $200,000. That's quite a sum. Expanding the business, Mr. Sykes?
That's right.
Wrong.
Well, which is it?
Huh?
You are aware that this loan must be repaid within 90 days?
Sure I am.
In full?
Yeah. If I bet the money right, it'll come out to over $1 million.
$1 million?
No, 200,000. That's all I need.
Put half on Lucky Lady in the 6. Split the rest between Nimble Runner and Crinoline at 5-1. Nobody will ever know I can pay back the loan with enough left over to save the company. It's gotta work. There's no other way.
Or what? Bankruptcy?
What did you say?
Nimble Runner and Lucky Lady.
Now look here, young man.
And Crinoline at 5-1? What? That's a funny name.
I don't have time for this. Am I gonna get the check or not?
Everything all right here?
It better be.
I'm not sure.
What's going on, Poole? Something wrong, Mr. Sykes.
I don't know, Mr. Bagby.
I signed everything.
Well, then what's the problem?
He just told me he's borrowing the money to bet on the horses.
What?
That is what you said, isn't it, sir?
I said nothing of the kind.
Well, and then he said that Ajax Cement was bankrupt.
Ah, he's mad.
Poole! Doubtless there's been a mistake.
There certainly has.
If you'll come with me, I'll correct it at once. I'll talk to you later, Poole.
But Mr. Bag...
In my office.
Yes, sir.
What are you trying to do?
My job. He said.
I heard the whole thing. I'm the one who took his application. What's going on, Poole? Will you tell me that? What?
If I could tell you, I would. But I honestly don't know.
How would you like that, ma'am? Can I have it in ones, please, and some quarters for the laundromat?
Of course. 180, 190, 200. Just a moment and I'll get your receipt.
I want it in the form of a cashier's check.
Oh, I'll need to get it countersigned.
Money order then.
Yes, sir.
That can't be all I have. Check the balance again.
I've already checked it twice. If you'd like a printout of your transactions...
I would, yes, so I can compare it to my records. There must be some mistake.
401, 402, 403. 20 years, the same window. Not one promotion. Nope, not me.
Hello, Smithers.
Oh,
Hello, Mr. Poole.
Don't worry, you'll get that promotion.
Do you really think so? I mean, what promotion?
Stick with it. You'll see.
Yes, of course, but how?
Have a little faith.
It's finally happening.
It is?
Yep, old nose of the grindstone seems to have flipped out.
Who are you talking about?
Poole, who else? He's been acting goofy all morning.
Well, why shouldn't he? He's entitled to once in a while. He does all the work around here.
Guys like that are all alike, gutless wonders. Put the pressure on and they go to pieces. Know what I mean?
I'm not sure that I do.
You phony. Don't you know a real gentleman when you see one?
Got any of that coffee left?
Oh, hi, Poole.
Certainly. Here you are.
Smells good.
It's fresh. Nice and hot, too.
You do all of the work and get none of the credit. You should speak up more and assert yourself. But I guess that's not in your nature.
Miss Turner?
Yes?
There's something I've been meaning to say to you.
There is?
And I hope you won't be offended.
Oh, I'm sure I won't.
But, well...
Yes, Mr. Poole?
I want to thank you.
Thank me?
For your kind thoughts.
I don't think I quite understand, Mr. Poole.
Romancing the help, eh, Poole?
Brand, please.
Well, who can blame you? Miss Turner's the prettiest girl in the new accounts department.
Just saying absolutely nothing. I haven't seen such an aggregation of beasts since the last time I went to the circus.
Oh, I'm sure that's not true.
Yeah, a lot of action around the old coffee station lately. That's no surprise. Not much chance for socializing on the job, is there?
Brand, if I could get a word in...
Yeah, go ahead.
You were saying, Mr. Poole?
She's probably a tiger. Let the sweet prim ones out of their cages and they revert to the jungle.
That's enough, Brand.
Hey, watch it!
Oh, sorry.
You spilled coffee all over my shirt.
I'll get a napkin.
It was an accident.
No, it wasn't. You did that deliberately.
He said it was an accident.
I'll see you later about this, Poole.
Good for you.
I really didn't intend to do that.
I'm sure you didn't.
He was only joking.
Maybe he was and maybe he wasn't, but he sure had it coming.
Well, I suppose I should get back to my desk.
Yes, I suppose so.
Or else it will be time for lunch.
Will it? I mean, oh, it will.
And then we'll all be having our lunches, won't we?
I guess you're right. I mean, those who brought them.
And those who didn't will go out somewhere. For lunch, I mean. Alone or together.
Yes, they certainly will. Well, back to the old grindstone.
It's been nice talking with you.
Nice talking with you, too.
Bye now.
Bye. Oh, Miss Turner.
Mr. Poole?
One more thing. I hope...
Yes?
I hope you have a nice day.
I feel the same way. Exactly.
Such a gentleman.
It isn't fair. Just isn't fair.
I said, don't worry, Smithers.
Who? Oh, Poole, were you speaking to me?
Mr. Bagby's a fair man.
Mr. Bagby? Yes, I'm sure he is.
Good things come to those who wait.
What's he watching me for? Oh, no reason. Don't let it distract you. They'll be sorry. Not much longer now. At 4:30 this afternoon, I go into the vault like I always do. I'll take my briefcase with me. No one will suspect a thing. I'll fill it with currency and be on a ship to Bermuda by nightfall. Yes, indeed. All that money. As much as I can carry. I wonder how long it will take them to discover it's gone.
It's not possible. Smithers? Miller.
Hi there, Mr. Poole.
Got a minute?
Sure do. Pretty quiet morning.
Is that what you call it?
Well, as opposed to payday, then everybody and his brother shows up. Get a little rowdy sometimes, trying to cut in line and everything. But I keep 'em in order. Teach them respect for the uniform. You can count on me.
I know I can. That's why I wanted a word in your ear.
What's up?
How long have you been a guard here?
Quite a few years now. Get my pension before long.
And that gun in your holster, is it the same one you've always had?
Sure is. Nothing beats a .38. Keep it oiled up real good.
You could use it then. I mean, if you had to.
Well, what do you think I got it on my belt for, Hector? To hold my pants up?
Good. That's good.
Why do you ask?
I'm not sure, but I suggest taking up a post by the door, keep your eyes open, and don't say anything to anyone just yet.
I get you. Mum's the word.
There he is. Was he waiting for me?
Hello again.
Miss Turner.
I was just going back to my desk.
Perfect timing.
Isn't it? I mean, it is.
Miss Turner, may I speak to you?
Any time at all.
What I have to tell you is very important.
Yes, Mr. Poole?
Not here in front of everyone.
Dreadfully important. Come with me.
Where are we going?
Somewhere private.
I like the sound of that.
Mr. Jones's office is empty since he transferred. Next to Mr. Bagby's. No one ever goes in there.
Perfect.
That seems like a good idea.
If you're sure you don't mind.
As long as you can spare the time.
This won't take long.
Take all the time you want.
Well, what is it?
You'll think I'm crazy.
Is something wrong?
Terribly, and I don't know who else to talk to.
I'm here.
Miss Turner, I keep hearing voices. People talking, their lips don't move. But I can hear their voices clearly. I've got this ringing in my head.
Oh, no.
Well, it's not what you think, Miss Turner. I mean, I can read people's minds.
I don't know if I can help you with a thing like that.
I'll prove it to you. Think something, anything at all.
Well, I have to hand it to him. This is an original approach. Why did it take him so long to gather up his courage?
Because it only happened this morning.
What did?
At least that was the first time I noticed it.
He didn't notice me until this morning?
No, not you. The voices.
Mr. Poole...
They won't stop.
Perhaps you should lie down for a few minutes.
Maybe later. I'm trying to tell you something.
I know you are.
No, this is serious. Do you think I enjoy hearing people's thoughts?
I'm sure I have no idea.
Well, try to imagine. It's like seeing people with their clothes off.
Which people would that be?
Well, Miss Turner, I have reason to believe that someone may try to rob the bank this afternoon.
Mr. Brand was right. He's coming unglued.
No, I am not unglued. It's true. I mean, at least I think it is.
You heard them say that?
Well, in a manner of speaking.
Well, then, in that case, you should do something about it.
But what if I'm wrong?
You have a responsibility to the bank, to the stockholders and depositors.
I suppose I do.
We could talk about it over lunch. I mean, one could, two people, whoever they might be, if they wanted to, that is. Otherwise, just one, alone, talking about it to himself. Of course, that might be a bit lonely, for some people at least, unless...
There's no time to waste.
No, definitely not.
I have to get out of here.
Why? I mean, what's your hurry? Have we finished our conversation? I thought...
I've got to tell Mr. Bagby.
From now on, Mr. Poole, you may call me Helen.
Come in.
Mr. Bagby.
Oh, there you are, Poole. I want to talk to you.
Sir,
I'm worried about you, Poole.
About me? But sir...
I've always considered you one of my best men. So why, Poole?
Why what?
Just tell me straight out. We lost the Ajax cement account this morning because of that nonsense a while ago. Something wrong at home? The wife, perhaps?
I'm not married.
Oh, well, something's bothering you.
Yes.
Have a seat.
I'd prefer to stand.
Then out with it.
Well, I don't know how to put this, Mr. Bagby.
Speak up, Poole. I'm with you.
You won't believe me.
Of course I'll believe you. You're as honest as the day is long. Well, you've been like a son to me. Well, a son-in-law, at least. If you were, which you're not, legally speaking. But nonetheless...
Mr. Bagby, Mr. Smithers is...
Smithers? Well, what about him?
He's planning to rob the bank.
Say what?
See, I told you.
Would you mind repeating that?
Smithers.
Old Mr. Smithers?
Old Mr. Smithers. He's sitting on his stool right now, planning it out. At precisely 4:30, he's going into the vault.
He does that every day.
Exactly. But this time, he'll have his briefcase with him, and he'll fill it up with banknotes, as much as he can carry. And by tonight, he'll be on a boat to the Caribbean.
How do you know?
I heard him talking about it.
But he's one of our oldest and most trusted employees. Well, he was here when I took over the bank. I absolutely refuse to believe.
I swear it, sir. He has it all worked out.
Wait a minute. I take your point. Who's the one who ends up stealing the company funds? Isn't it always the most trusted employee? The man you'd least suspect? The man who's completely reliable for years until that one moment when everybody relaxes their guard and... Gotcha! He strikes. Good work, Poole.
I wish it weren't true. I sort of admire Mr. Smithers. He's always there, steady as a rock, going his own way. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't overheard it myself.
Well, no time for sentiment. Quick now, tell me the details. Well, at 4:30 on the dot, it starts.
Okay, and Mr. Smithers will finish counting out his drawer as he always does, by the numbers.
Thank you, folks. Good night now.
Don't work too hard.
And as soon as we lock the doors...
See you Wednesday.
You take care now.
Good night, Rich.
He'll close up his cage, count down the drawer.
73, 74, 75, plus the bills.
He'll stand up and go to the vault with the deposit, as he always does. The last teller, with his briefcase. He'll be back there alone to lock up the vault. Only this time, things will be different. When he comes out, his briefcase will be heavy. Very heavy.
Miller, may I see you a moment?
Yes, sir.
Rich, let me out, please.
Okay, be right there.
I'm waiting.
Gotcha!
What?
I'll take that briefcase.
Here. What?
Shall I cuff him?
Not till we see the evidence.
Looks pretty heavy to me.
Dump it on the desk. I'm your witness.
Sure thing.
What do you think you're doing?
What does it look like?
Your mistake, Mr. Smithers, was in assuming that we were all asleep. A great mistake. But nothing gets by this institution. As a matter of fact, I've had my eye on you for a long time.
You sure this is his briefcase?
Of course it is.
Duly noted. He admits it.
1/2 sandwich. Clip-on necktie. Change of socks. Comb. 1 book. How to Profit from Armageddon. And, 7 ballpoint pens.
Where's the money?
Has everyone gone insane? What money?
Poole! Where's that idiot Poole?
Here, sir.
So he was going to steal the money. He was going to take a trip to Bermuda. That was his story, huh?
Mr. Bagby, I heard him.
And who was he talking to, Mr. Poole?
Well, he wasn't talking to anyone, not exactly.
Oh? What was he doing? Sending smoke signals?
He was... thinking.
He was what?
He was thinking. Well, that explains everything. Mr. Smithers, please forgive us all for this unfortunate intrusion.
Well, I guess we all make mistakes.
I should have known that what I was told was impossible on the face of it. Poole, do you know what I'm thinking?
I'm fired.
Kindly clear out your desk at once.
Mr. Smithers, I don't know what to say. I'm very sorry.
Return Mr. Smithers' possessions and let him pass.
Right away.
How did you know?
What?
It's true, of course, Mr. Poole. Yes, it's a little dream of mine. Have you ever had a dream? I have. Often. People look at me and all they see is a funny little man, frayed and old, and they never know. I have the dream almost every day. I had it yesterday, and the day before that. Well, I don't always plan on Bermuda, though. Sometimes it's London, Paris, Fiji, beautiful, exotic places, thousands of miles from here. Places where there are no ledgers to keep, where I'm not a little man with no future and no past. I think of filling my briefcase with the bank's money, but I never go through with it. Do you know why? I've lived with it too long. I'm old and set in my ways. And besides, Mr. Poole, I'm a coward.
Smithers, please.
Will you open the door now, please, Rich?
Sure. Take care of yourself.
Can I help you with anything?
I've got it. I guess this is goodbye, Miss Turner.
It may be a blessing in disguise. For your career, a man with your abilities.
Much more than mind reading. Strange delusion. But with the proper medical care, it'll go away.
It's not a delusion, Miss Turner. There, you see, I can read your thoughts.
But how?
Well, until this morning, everything was normal. I was happy. Well, at least I wasn't unhappy. I had my friends, my job, and now this. I thought it was a gift. Well, it's no gift. It's an embarrassment. It's been nothing but trouble to me. I never imagined people were the way they are. You know, we do things without thinking about them, and we think things without the slightest intention of doing them. I've learned one thing. People are not what we think they are.
Poole! Oh, thank heaven I caught you. That was the Ajax Cement Company on the phone. Mr. Sykes has been arrested.
I know, for gambling with the company money. I tried to tell you that earlier.
$200,000 if that loan had gone through. Mr. Poole, about your job. It's still yours, if you're interested.
Why, that windbag. Mr. Poole, if you can really hear me, you're wasted in that job. If you let him take you back on the same terms, you're crazy. Everybody knows you should be in charge of the accounts department.
Well, what do you say?
Well, everyone knows I should be in charge of the accounts department, Mr. Bagby.
In charge?
Good. That would mean he'd move into Mr. Jones's old office.
That would mean I'd move into Mr. Jones's old office.
Now, really, Poole. This is absurd. What am I standing here wasting time for?
Don't let him bamboozle you.
Felicia's waiting. Man, oh man, what a weekend this is going to be.
Stand up for yourself. He needs you more than you need him.
Would you excuse us, Miss Turner? We have some business to discuss.
All right, if you're sure.
I'm sure.
Business? What business?
The business of Felicia and your wife, Gladys.
What?
I know all about it. I know where you're meeting her and when.
It's impossible. No one knows about the trip or the apartment on Riverside Drive.
Riverside Drive, Mr. Bagby. Am I right?
Oh, all right, you win. In charge of accounts in the office next to mine. You won't say anything to anyone, will you?
Not a word, Mr. Bagby. Not a word. Oh, and I forgot, there's one more thing. At the bank's expense, I'd like you to buy a round-trip ticket to Bermuda. Have it made out in the name of J.L. Smithers. I think he'd like a vacation.
Are you out of your mind?
Mr. Bagby?
Oh. One ticket to Bermuda.
Shall we go, Miss Turner?
If you like.
I'd go anywhere with you, but I wish you'd call me Helen.
Have a good night, folks.
We'll try. May I see you home, Helen?
Well, I don't know.
Of course you can, Hector. What do you think I've been waiting for?
Paper, get your afternoon paper. Latest stocks.
Oh, just a second, do you mind?
Not at all.
Oh, hi, Mr. Poole. Well, was I right or was I right? Was it your lucky day?
I'd say so. Give me a paper, will you?
Sure, this one's on the house.
Oh, no. I don't like to owe anybody.
Heads.
You win.
Hey, why'd you do that? I had that other quarter standing up all day, and nobody knocked it over till now. Well, I guess if you're the guy who stood it up, you're the guy who can knock it down. There goes your luck.
Could be it's just beginning.
Paper, get your late edition paper.
What was that all about?
Oh, nothing. Wait.
What is it?
Think something, Helen. Think anything.
Oh, I am, believe me. Did you get that?
No, I didn't. I didn't hear anything at all. It's gone. Isn't that wonderful?
If you say so, dear.
Toss a coin, any coin, and one time in a million it will land on its edge. But all it takes to knock it over is a slight vibration, a light blow, or even a vagrant dream. Mr. Hector B. Poole, a human coin on edge for a brief time in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
A Penny for Your Thoughts, starring David Eigenberg with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by George Clayton Johnson. Heard in the cast were Michelle Graff, Doug James, Jamie Barron, Jeff Lupetin, Kurt Nabig, Joby Cerny, Frenette Lebo, Peggy Roeder, Alex Sopner, Carl Amari, Karen Olson, Tracy Hernandez, Christina Verba, and Vince Amari. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com.
Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Oh, tough luck, mister.
Yeah, I thought I could make that one easy.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Well, at least I didn't leave you much.
Well, let's see.
Face it, you don't have a shot. It looks like you're gonna snooker yourself.
Well, you never can tell. 8-ball, corner pocket.
Lots of luck.
Like I said, 8-ball, in the corner.
Hey, how'd you do that?
Oh, just lucky, I guess.
Luck, nothing. That was some shot.
Been practicing. Guess it finally paid off.
Yeah. You win. Here's your $5.
One more game? Double or nothing?
Hey, you wouldn't be hustling me, would you?
Do I look like a hustler?
I'm not sure.
Oh, come on.
Me? See, I just play on my lunch hour, whatever town I'm in. Relaxation.
Me too. Strictly for laughs. So how about it?
I don't know. Flip to see who breaks?
That's all right. You go ahead.
Yeah?
Sure.
Well, okay. Double or nothing.
Go on. Sink as many as you can. Make it hard for me.
No money on the table.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Pops.
You know I don't allow gambling in here.
We're just having a friendly little game.
Jesse, why don't you give it a rest?
Now, he do this a lot?
Every day. It's all he lives for, this one.
So he is a hustler.
What are you talking about? Tell him, Pops. I never hustled anybody.
Not for money, for pride. Go outside, Jesse. Get some sun on your face. You'll feel better.
I already feel better. Forget the money. We'll play for the fun of it.
No stakes?
Not a dime.
In that case, let's see how good you really are.
Nice break.
Of course, I didn't sink any, but that's my advantage.
Yeah?
Too many balls on the table. It doesn't leave you a shot.
Watch me.
What in the...
Bank shot, 3 cushion. Curveball. Top spin. Little English. And over and under. Now, my favorite shot. Took me years to learn this one. You're not going to believe it till you see it with your own eyes. This is the way it's done.
Pretty good.
Pretty good? You kidding? Nobody ever made a shot like that in the history of the world.
Yeah, it's not bad, I'll give you that. But you're no Fats Brown or anything.
What? Put your glasses on. It was impossible, but I made it.
Yeah, sure. Keep practicing. You'll get there. Hey, here's for the beer, Pops. See you around.
Okay, thanks.
What are you talking about? Keep practicing. I made it.
Jesse.
Just enough
Hey.
English, the right draw, perfect position.
Settle down.
Perfect.
Easy, Jesse.
That's all I ever hear. Fats Brown. Well, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of hearing his name.
Jesse,
Relax. You got company.
Hi, Jesse.
Jesse, you are a lucky man.
Rita, what are you doing here?
I thought we had a date.
Oh, that's tomorrow night, Thursday night.
Tonight is Thursday night.
What? Oh, I guess I lost track of time. I'm sorry. I was supposed to pick you up at 8 o'clock.
7.
7.
It's 9.
Wow. Wow. You look great.
Don't change the subject. But I did get dressed up special just for you.
Well, we can still go out.
It's pretty late for dinner.
Well, how about if we go out for a drink? Or a movie?
How did you forget about our date?
Yeah, how did you do that, Jesse?
I was shooting pool, and I guess I just lost track of the time.
Uh-huh.
The guy I was playing started baiting me, saying, I'm no Fats Brown, I'm no Fats Brown. Can you believe that? How could I not be better than a guy who's been dead for 15 years?
When it comes to dating, it's a draw, Jesse.
Okay, I deserved that. Look, I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you. Come on, let's get out of here.
Why not? There's nobody left to hustle. Right, kid?
You bet, Pops. I beat them all. Fats might have been good in his day, but this is my day. I'm Jesse Carter, the best pool cue on Randolph Street, the best player ever.
Maybe. Too bad Fats is dead. Now, you'll never know for sure.
I know, and it's killing me. I would have given anything to play him.
Jesse Cardiff, Pool Shark. The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be on Randolph Street. He has spent every free minute honing his skill for pride and for love of the game. But he's about to learn that there's more to a man's reputation than skill or talent or even fame, and that being the best at anything carries its own special problems, in or out of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, A Game of Pool, starring Wade Williams with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
So, what's the big deal about this dead Fats guy?
Don't you know nothing? Fats Brown is a legend. Where you been? Most people say he's the best ever.
Then he must be.
No, not really. Because most people never saw me play. I'm better.
Is pool all you think about?
Well, what else is there? Look, if you want to be the best at something, it's got to be your life, right?
Where do I fit into your life, champ?
Oh, you are right there. I work you in whenever I can. You got to understand something, baby. Pool takes a lot of concentration.
Well then, I got a great idea.
What?
I want you to stay here.
Yeah?
Then concentrate
Oh.
on losing my phone number.
Oh, Rita, don't be mad. Rita, where you going? Rita, come on. Look, Rita, please stop.
Get lost.
Let me explain.
What?
Look, I would give anything to play Fats Brown just once. Is that so wrong?
Yes. But for your own sick, self-centered ego, I hope you get your wish.
Oh, Rita, come on, give me a break. I just want to beat the best. What's wrong with that? Fats, dead and buried in the ground. I'd give anything to play him one time. I could beat him cold, I know it. I'd show him who's the best. I'd give anything to play him one time. One time. One time. One time. One time.
Fats Brown? Mr. Fats Brown. Report to Lister's pool room, Randolph Street.
Who is it this time?
Fats Brown, you're needed. Lister's pool room, Randolph Street, Chicago.
I'm on my way.
Mr. Fats Brown.
One game. Whatever way he wants it. Doesn't matter to me. Straight pool, anything. If I just had the chance to meet Fats Brown face to face one time.
At your service.
Who? How did...
You called?
Yeah, but... I must be seeing things.
Why do you say that?
Fats Brown? I thought you were...
Dead? Not quite. As long as people talk about you, you're not really dead. As long as they speak your name, you continue.
Continue?
The game goes on, you might say. A legend doesn't die just because the man does.
No. I know that, but...
But what?
This is impossible.
Nothing's impossible. Some things are less likely than others, that's all.
Wait a minute. There's a picture of the real Fats on the wall. You look like him, but...
Not many people do.
Yeah, there, standing by a table, holding his custom-made pool cue.
You mean this one?
Where'd you get that?
Nice stick. Good balance. I had it made to order.
Wait a minute, let me get a look at the face. The chin, the nose...
Not one of my better pictures.
It isn't a rib. I mean, you're him. You're...
James Howard Brown, known to my friends as Fats. I know it's a shock, but then you called me, I didn't call you.
Well, I didn't mean to... I mean, that is, I was just trying to...
To what?
I don't know. I was just saying if I could prove...
It was big talk. Is that it?
Well, no, not exactly.
Talk is cheap. I know the type. You like to play with fire, but you don't like to cook. You're not really as good as you claim to be, and you know it.
Hey.
Deep down, you know you're second rate.
Now, hold on.
Are you afraid?
Now, why would I be?
Look, I've come a long way, boy. I don't like to be fooled with. I've met your kind before. A little skill, a little knack, some style. But when the heat's on, you fold.
That isn't fair. You've never seen me play.
Maybe not, but I've seen plenty like you.
You have, huh? How do you know I can't beat you?
How does anyone know anything? We learn to read the signs.
Well, take another look. It's possible, isn't it?
That's not the point. It's a matter of what's likely.
But it is possible.
Sure, it's possible. Things change. Records get higher. Once upon a time, nobody could run the 4-minute mile. But people get better.
Then you admit it.
Yes, it's possible you could beat me. But the only way you'll do it is with a pool cue. You'll never get the job done with your mouth.
All right, fat boy. Dead or alive, I'll tell you something. Maybe you are some kind of a legend, a tin god, but you know what you are to me? A big balloon, just waiting for someone to stick a needle in you. Well, I'm the someone, and here's the needle.
Where?
My pool cue. Oh, it'll get the job done, don't you worry. You're like all the other legends. You get by on your reputation. One time I heard a man in this very room swear he saw you make a 9-cushion bank.
And you don't believe it?
Now, you hit a ball that hard, it won't stay on the table. The guy had more imagination than brains.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you. That's not what counts. The question is, can I back it up?
Oh, how right you are. I know how good I am, but you...
Then you'll play me?
Rack the balls.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure.
What about the stakes?
The stakes?
A little something to make the game more interesting.
Oh, here's what I got. I'll shoot it all, my whole bankroll. Any or all of it.
Put it back in your pocket.
Why? My money not good enough for you?
Come on, use your wits, boy. What good is money to me?
Then what?
Something to make the long journey worth my while.
Name it.
You said you'd give anything for a game with me. Anything?
What are you getting at, mister? Just what kind of stakes you talking about?
Life or death.
What?
You beat me, you live. You lose, you die.
You're pulling my leg.
The proposition is simple enough.
You're crazy.
Interesting.
What is?
To see how much faith you have in your ability. Or should I say how little.
Go chase yourself.
You know something? For my money, you don't want it bad enough to be the best. Why, when I was your age, I would have jumped at the chance. But then I was better than second rate.
Watch it.
You wouldn't know about that. It takes more than skill to be a champion. It takes equal parts talent, work, luck, and nerve. A quality you sadly lack.
Nerve? You mean insanity?
How so?
You want me to risk my life on a game?
Insanity, then, if you prefer. Listen, I'm just a pool player. There's probably no less important thing on the face of the earth. Pushing balls around with a stick on a felt-top table. But mark this in your book. I'm the best. It's a proud thing to be the best at anything. But then you wouldn't know about that either.
Hey, hold on. Where you going?
I'm going back, of course.
Back where?
You wouldn't understand.
You're wrong.
About what?
You say I don't want to be the best bad enough. That's not true. Oh boy, is it not true. Do you know how many hours, how many years, how much of my blood and sweat I put into this game?
I'm listening.
How many nights I slept right here on this table? Yeah, I did that. I made a deal with the owner so I could practice after the place was closed. I haven't been to the movies in years.
I know what you're talking about, but it's still talk and nothing else.
I'm good, mister. Real good. But am I that good?
You'll never know until you're ready to risk everything.
Will you stop pushing me?
Sure I will. I was just thinking. Where I come from, there's a race driver. Go to the track and whisper his name. Say Tazio Nuvolari and watch the heads nod up and down. Or go to the bull ring and hear them talk of Manolete. Both men face death daily, and both are legends. They learned something important early on. You'll never make the grade by playing it safe.
This is nuts.
So long, kid.
Wait.
What for?
Oh, boy, what am I doing?
Something you want to tell me?
Well,
You accept the terms? Life or death?
Rack 'em.
Just so you understand, once we start the game, there's no turning back. Get cold feet and it'll be too late.
You heard me. Rack the balls.
In a hurry, are you?
I've been waiting a long time for this.
Have you? Yes, I guess you have. First, the tools of my trade.
Now, what's so special about that stick, anyway? It's the man that counts.
You're right. But this one suits me. You know how it is, the big game hunter has his elephant gun, specially bored with a custom grip. The fencing master uses a blade from Lima. This cue, it was made for me in St. Louis. It cost $600 back then, and I made a living from it for 35 years. It never let me down.
Well, there's a first time for everything.
Yes, I guess there is. The question is, what's the most likely outcome?
Look, if you're not going to rack 'em, I will.
Anytime you're ready.
Do I get to call the game?
Name it. Rotation. Kelly. 14-1 rack. 8-ball. What's your pleasure?
All right. Let's see how good you are. 1 game, 300 points.
That'll do.
Standard rules.
Is there any other kind? But just so there's no misunderstanding, we play for the value of the balls. 9 points for the 9-ball, 10 for the 10, and so forth. Agreed?
Agreed.
Good. Do you have a coin?
Right here. Toss for break?
You flip.
Sure. Call it.
Tails.
Here goes.
Why'd you put your hand over it?
I want to give you a fair chance.
Go ahead, let's see.
You can change your mind.
You heard me. Tails.
All right, then. If you're sure.
You can change your mind, you know. There's still time.
Not on your life.
My life's not what's at stake. Let's see it.
Heads.
I guess that means it's my break.
Yeah, your break.
As soon as I chalk up.
Take your time.
I know what you're thinking, son.
Oh, you do, huh?
Same as most players. The man who breaks is at a disadvantage. Once he scatters the balls, the other man has a clear field.
Well, doesn't he?
Maybe with some people, but not the way I play.
Oh, sure. I suppose you can control the break.
Time to go to school.
Wow.
2 balls into the rail, back to where they were, exactly. No advantage given.
That's a perfect break, all right.
Mm-hmm.
I bet it took you years to learn that.
Oh, it did, but not the way you think.
What do you mean?
Takes more than practice. Not just setting up shots in an empty pool hall. You have to handle the pressure out there in the real world.
Well, this is my world. You're on my turf now. I know this table like the back of my hand.
Maybe, but who have you played here? Kids, 2-bit hustlers, traveling salesmen?
Step aside, fat man.
Be my guest. Now it's your turn to scatter them.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
A safety. Playing it close to the vest, aren't you?
That's what you call strategy. What are you going to do now?
I'll try to think of something. There's always a power break.
Yeah. But if nothing falls, you leave me wide open.
And if I sink one, you're really in trouble. With luck, I can run the whole table.
Prove it.
Keep your eye on the 15 ball.
It's not going in.
Funny thing, I was thinking it is. Corner pocket.
Think again.
Oh, well, quite a few balls around the 1. Looks like you're sewed up.
Yeah.
If you don't connect, it'll cost you.
If I don't. Mind if I smoke?
If it makes you feel better.
Yeah, you wouldn't have a fresh pack on you.
I gave them up. Bad for my health.
Oh, that's okay. I got 1 left.
Nervous?
Not me.
Why is your hand shaking?
Maybe I'm itchy to get this over with. Or maybe you're just trying to rattle me.
Or maybe it's because you don't have a shot.
Except for the bank.
That'll take a lot of English.
Oh, I'm loaded with it.
So you are. This time. Shall I keep score?
I got it.
Now what? The follow-up is important. You have to plan ahead.
3 rails, 2 ball in the corner.
That's a hard combination.
For some people.
Watch your angle now.
You watch it.
Oh, I am.
How about that, fat boy?
Not too shabby.
It was great.
In some places.
You know what? You're like all the others. Always trying to bring me down.
Well, why would I do that?
When I was a kid, there were plenty of guys like you. Guys who were good at things like music and basketball and arithmetic. They'd do anything they could to make me feel about an inch tall.
Well, you fooled them, right?
Yeah, I sure did. I knew there was something, somewhere, that I could be good at. One day, I was about 16. I wandered in here. It was cool and dark, like being underwater, you know?
Yeah, I know.
So I kept coming back. I used to stand around and watch them play. Got to know the place, till I felt relaxed. One day I picked up a stick and asked this old man. He was sitting right over there. I said, "Do you want to play, mister?" "Why not?" he said. And I beat him. I beat him. That was when I knew I had an eye for the game. 3 ball. Go in.
An eye, huh? What happened to it?
Well, I almost made it.
My turn. 3 ball. You know, almost works a lot of the time, but not in geometry.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Pool is geometry in its most challenging form, a science of precise angles and forces. You have to understand that or you're lost.
Yeah.
4 ball, other end.
Lucky shot.
Luck had nothing to do with it. 5 in the side.
Angles, forces, big deal. Now who's sewed up, huh?
I'll admit, it doesn't look good.
You can say that again. If you don't hit the 5 first, you scratch. And that'll cost you points.
Mm-hmm. Your shot.
Oh, man, is it. 5 ball. Six. Seven. Now the 8. Nine in the side. 10. Eleven ball, corner. I have 59 points. You have 7.
The game still has braces on its teeth. Rack 'em up. Ball. Four in the side pocket. Five, corner pocket.
Nine in the side. 10 ball in the corner. 11. Five ball. 6. 10.
15 ball.
Ha!
Your shot.
No kidding.
Just in case you lost track.
Tell you what I'm gonna do, fat boy. Let me make it easy on you.
No thanks.
Hey, I'm trying to do you a favor.
For what reason?
'Cause I got feelings. Come on, admit it. This must be humiliating.
Oh, I wouldn't say so.
Well, let me say it for you then. The game's as good as over.
Is that what you think?
You want to throw in the towel and walk away? I'll let you.
You will, huh?
Sure. That way it won't hurt so much.
It's not over till it's over, son.
Be serious. Look at the score. I got 299.
So I see.
Well, what does that tell you? I need any ball to win.
That right?
Time to face facts. There's no way. You might as well throw in the towel.
I've been in tougher situations than this.
When?
There's more to winning than scoring points.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
Something you can't learn in here.
Then why don't you teach me? Go on, I'm all ears.
Takes time.
So? That's something you got plenty of, right?
Talk is cheap. The big things you have to learn for yourself.
Quit stalling. It's my shot.
In an awful big hurry, aren't you?
To be the best? Oh, you better believe it. I've been waiting years for this. One more shot, and you are history, fat boy. There's a new shooter now, and his name is Jesse Cardiff. Back off and give me room. This is something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life.
Don't let me hold you up.
Oh, I won't, I promise. Yep, this is the big one. They don't come any bigger. Me and Fats Brown, and I need one to win. Feast your eyes on this. Number 5 in the corner.
Funny.
Something you want to say?
I was just thinking.
You do a lot of that. What is it this time?
Just that there's more to life than a pool hall.
No kidding.
It isn't right you being cooped up in here all the time.
You're all hard, Fats.
You ought to get out a little, see what's going on.
I've heard that before. From Pops. Now, what about you?
What about me?
You didn't get to be the best sitting on a park bench. You spent a lot of time with a pool cue in your hands. You must have.
Of course I did, but I found time to live, too. I've been to places where they never heard of billiards.
If you call that living, why would you want to? Why bother?
It's not easy to explain, but I'll try. I may not look the part, Jesse, but I've done other things, too. A whole lot of other things. I've made love, walked uphill, and swum in the ocean. I've been on airplanes and cruise ships and played tag with little children. And when I think of the wonderful things there are to see and do in this world, it hurts me to think of you rotting your life away in this miserable dark hall.
What? Oh, I get it. Nice try.
What's this, you don't believe me?
Doesn't matter whether I do or not. You're trying to distract me, so I won't make my shot.
Am I?
That's a lousy thing to do. But it won't work. 5, corner pocket. Hey, what are you doing?
Doing? Oh, you mean the coin. Sorry, it's an old habit of mine.
Take your hand out of your pocket.
Sure, if you like.
Now don't say another word, just for a minute. This is the easiest shot I ever saw. There's no way I can mess it up. Nobody could.
I'm in no hurry.
Good.
Take your time.
I will.
And I'll stand over here and just give you all the room you want.
You do that. Enough with the chalk already.
What? Oh, sorry.
You're not even going to get to shoot again. I'm making this shot, and there's nothing you can do to stop me.
No doubt.
You did that.
Did what?
You dropped the chalk.
Then I better pick it up. My shot.
But...
That one right there. In the side.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Look at you. A little gamesmanship, a little pressure to put some fun in the game, and you come apart at the seams.
You cheated.
I did? How so?
Well, you...
Kid stuff to make you break your concentration and shoot wild didn't take much.
You know, if you ask me, that's pretty low down. Some places they break a guy's thumbs for that.
Not here. Game ball. Oh, one more thing. If you want to concede now and save yourself the embarrassment.
Take your shot. It's not over till it's over.
Right. Even when it's just a formality. Last ball. Corner pocket.
Choke.
You wouldn't be trying to distract me, would you?
Ha!
Almost.
Almost doesn't make it. There it is, the game ball again, right in front of me. All my life.
So you said.
Okay, you had your fun. This ball has my name written all over it. Perfect angle, clear table. I was made for this.
Give it some thought, Jesse.
Think about this. I sink it. I become the greatest.
You're not gonna make it. It's simple enough straight in, but you won't make it.
You're sweating, fat man. Now, why are you so nervous?
Not why you think. You wouldn't understand the reasons.
No. I understand, all right. It means a lot to you, doesn't it? Even as a dead man, to have your name up there as the unbeatable champ of all time?
It carries certain satisfactions, yes.
I'll give you a chance at my crown, Jesse, but only if you're willing to stake your life on the game, Jesse. Couldn't be just a nice, friendly little game, huh?
I take it as it comes. To you, pool is not a nice, friendly game. It's a win-at-any-price affair. I saw that right off, and I acted accordingly.
But it didn't do you any good.
Didn't it?
I've made this shot hundreds of times.
Not when your life depended on it.
Is this some more of your gamesmanship?
I've been studying you, Jesse. I've gone up against dozens like you. Pressure is what separates the champions from the also-rans. I've seen men who could shoot brilliant pool, but they were duds when the stakes were high. That's why I insisted we play for something big.
What does it matter to you if I win or not? Afraid I'll take your place? Is that it?
Did people stop talking about Dempsey when Joe Louis came along? Did Beethoven replace Bach? No. He wouldn't replace me.
Then why?
Someone has to keep the flame. Someone has to weed out those who haven't got what it takes. The champions, the legends, they serve a purpose. To be a challenge and an incentive.
I don't need a challenge.
Everyone needs a challenge, Jesse. Someone great out of the past to say, match what I've done, boy, and make it better. That's true of all walks of life. Music, politics, sports, you name it. Musicians all over the world have been better because of Bach and Beethoven and Mozart. There's a man in the White House who can look out his window and see the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial. Don't you think it helps him to be a better president?
Yeah, but a game of pool?
Anyone who tries to be good at anything finds himself in your shoes. He finds himself faced with a legend. And when he can't measure up to the legend, he fades away, he dies, and is forgotten. I'm only a pool player, Jesse, but I'm the best.
No, you were the best.
No man gets past me unless he has what it takes.
And you don't think I have it?
There's still one ball on the table, and it's taken you a mighty long time to get at it. You wouldn't believe this, Jesse, but personally, I'd like to see you win.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only been doing my job.
Stand back and give me some elbow room.
Wait, Jesse.
Oh, no. I've been waiting too long.
Before you shoot, think about one thing.
What?
Sink that ball and you may win more than you bargained for.
You're wasting your breath. Don't you get it? There's nothing you can do to stop me now. Nothing.
Sorry, I was required to say that. Something along the lines of a disclaimer. Well, what are you waiting for?
Not a thing. Ha! Win more than I bargained for, huh? Is that what you said? Well, it's over. I beat you.
Looks like you did.
Now I'm the best. I'm the best at something.
So you are. You had to prove yourself under pressure, and you passed the test.
Well, aren't you going to congratulate me?
I'm not sure that's in order. Thanks.
What do you mean, thanks? I beat you. I'm going to live.
Of course you are. Those were the stakes. You'll live forever.
Then why thank me, fat boy?
You'll find out when the time comes for you to leave Randolph Street.
You're a sore loser, that's all. I beat you fair and square.
Yeah.
You saw it. I beat the king of the hill, Fats Brown himself.
So long, kid. Thanks for the game.
Me, Jesse Cardiff. Now I'm the best. And I'm going to stay the best, because nobody's ever going to take it away from me. Not ever. From now on, it's me, Jesse Cardiff. You hear that, world? Jesse Cardiff. Jesse Cardiff. Jesse Cardiff. Jesse Cardiff.
Jesse Cardiff. Jesse Cardiff. Jesse Cardiff. Jesse Cardiff.
Yeah.
Report at once to Mason's Pool Hall, Sandusky, Ohio. Mr. Jesse Cardiff. You're needed.
Yeah, I'm on my way.
Mr. Jesse Cardiff, who became a legend by beating a man known as Fats. But many years later, after his funeral, he found out that being the best at anything carries with it a special obligation to keep on proving it. Mr. Fats Brown, on the other hand, having relinquished his champion's medal, has gone fishing. These are the ground rules on Earth and in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
A Game of Pool, starring Wade Williams with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and Joby Cerny, and written for The Twilight Zone by George Clayton Johnson. Heard in the cast were Craig Brawley, Doug James, Roderick Peoples, Sandra Delgado, and Linda Ryder. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. The Howling Man, starring Fred Willard, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, David Darlow, Doug James, and Anna Sverutza. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Thank you, Mrs. Dunphy. I'll be back shortly.
You're going out?
I'm afraid so.
But you've only just returned.
Unfortunately, that is the nature of my work.
Another business trip.
The most important of all. But first, there are arrangements to be made.
I've prepared your afternoon meal.
I'm sure it will keep.
Can you not make these arrangements by telephone?
No. Some things can't be left to chance. In the meanwhile, follow my instructions precisely, to the letter. Mrs. Dunphy, do I make myself clear?
I believe so.
You believe so? Then let me make it absolutely clear. Sit down for a moment.
But if you're on your way...
It's necessary that you understand. And the only way to be sure is to tell you how it began. Please.
If you wish, sir.
I must warn you, it's an incredible story. I, of all people, know that. So incredible that you won't believe me at first. But I'm going to tell you everything. Then you will believe. Because you must. You must believe. Do you know Central Europe?
Europe? Only as a child, sir.
It started there many years ago, after the First World War. I was on a walking tour of France, Belgium, and Germany. I decided to travel alone with only a small pack. The confidence of youth. Germany was magical then, a place of valleys and mountains and swift, dark rivers. There was nowhere else like it, a fertile land where everything grew tall and straight out of the earth. I was struck by the richness of the soil, the verdancy of the hills. Stepping across the border from Belgium, where the mustachioed guards saluted like tin soldiers, I entered a different world. Everywhere I looked, a swelling green ocean. On the farthest hills, tall, ancient buildings of stone. Estates, monasteries, castles, or what have you. Some of them in ruins. I stood a moment at the border and watched the hawks circling above, wondering how such a miracle could be. It was as if I had passed through an invisible door from a musty room into a magical kingdom of winds and light. But so much can change in an afternoon. By nightfall, clouds filled the sky and the storm moved in to darken the landscape. The nearest village was miles away. I was unprepared, dressed for a stroll up the Champs-Élysées, perhaps. In minutes, I was drenched and chilled to the bone. Then I saw it. A medieval castle, bombed almost to ruins, sitting like a broken fingernail atop Schwarzhof Mountain. I came to a wall of gray stone. It was an iron gate. Please! Please! Someone! Please let me in!
A story told years ago by a man who recalled it from his youth. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, he was never able to put it out of his mind. It begins with a wayfaring traveler. His name is David Ellington, scholar, seeker of truth, and to his dismay, a finder of truth. A man approaching exhaustion, who will confront a problem that has haunted the world since the beginning of time. A man who knocks on a gate seeking sanctuary, and instead finds that he has just crossed an unmarked border into the far edges of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Howling Man, starring Fred Willard, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
I found a rope by the gate and pulled it. Please! Someone!
Yes? What is it?
Let me in!
I'm sorry.
You don't understand. I'm traveling on foot.
We don't allow visitors.
I'm not a visitor! What is this place?
It's called the Hermitage.
And I'm a stranger caught in the storm. Your robe, the cross around your neck. You're a man of God. I'm lost. Don't you understand? Lost.
Very well. Follow me.
Thank you, brother.
You're ill.
I'll be all right. Once I dry out.
This way.
What are these rooms? A barred window in each door. They look like, well, cells.
All are empty now.
I see, but what were they?
Wait here.
What for?
I'll speak to Brother Jerome.
Who? What in the...
Brother Jerome will see you now.
Oh, what was that?
The wind.
Are you sure?
Come.
The room had almost no furnishings. A straw pallet, a rude desk and chair, some books and religious oddments, very stark. The abbot himself was a fierce El Greco painting of a man, stooped and withered, but strong in every part of him. like the monk who came to the gate. He wore a shepherd's cloak and carried a crooked staff.
Why have you come here?
My name is David Ellington. I got lost in the storm. Then I saw a lantern in the window.
And what is it you want of us?
Want? Only a little shelter, some food.
We cannot help you here. You will have to leave.
You call that a Christian attitude?
Now, Mr. Ellington.
Oh, for the love of... All right, if that's the way you want it. Sorry to have troubled you. Give me a minute. I'll be out of here in...
Brother Christophorus.
Yes?
Carry him out of here. At once.
Right away.
I don't know how long I remained unconscious. When I came to, I was in a primitive cubicle, one of the cells. Walls and ceiling of gray stone, a single small window in the shape of an arch, the floor hard-packed dirt. The monk sat nearby in a chair. I lay under a blanket. Beneath me was a bed of straw. Water!
He lives. God's infinite mercy.
How long have I been here?
9 days, my son.
9 days?
You were very ill. The fever was on you. Brother Jerome said you would die, and he sent me to watch over you. I have never seen a man die. He holds that it is an important teaching, but now I suppose it was not your time.
Sorry to disappoint you.
No, my boy, don't try to rise. You must rest.
What in the name of heaven is that?
In the name of heaven? Nothing.
I mean the scream.
Scream?
That.
What?
Are you deaf? That cry, I heard it before. You said it was the wind.
Ah, the wind cleanses the land after a storm.
But it isn't the wind, is it?
I don't understand your meaning.
It's a man.
Careful. You must regain your strength.
There! Don't tell me you didn't hear it!
Perhaps you would like some soup. It's cold, but nourishing.
What I would like, brother, is to leave this place.
I'm afraid that's impossible.
What do you mean?
Only that you are not well enough to travel. And of course, you won't be well enough to travel as long as you think you hear such sounds. Now, the soup.
I don't want it.
Open, please. There. That's better.
Over the next few hours, my strength did return, or at least some of it. I waited until the monk had fallen asleep. Then at last I made my move. The door was held shut by a simple iron bolt. I had only to slide it a few inches without waking him. I was almost free, but I could not remember which way we had come. When I turned into another corridor, I realized I was lost. It was a maze of dark passages and doors. Here, a part of the ruined ceiling was broken away, and I saw that the moon had risen. In the naked light of the moon, I saw one door different somehow from the others. At first, I was not sure why. Then I realized that in place of a bolt, it was held shut by a piece of wood, a mere stick, crooked and curved, like the peculiar staffs carried by the monk and the abbot, only in miniature, no greater in length than my forearm. On this door, in this door alone, a small wooden staff replaced the iron bolt. How odd! I looked through the opening in the door. Inside, a filthy, shadowed hovel, no table or chair, no straw for a bed. It appeared to be empty. What? There was a man, huddled in the corner, holding his knees and rocking, head back like an animal. In the soiled moonlight, I saw his dirty beard, his rotted clothes. Who are you?
Help me.
Stay back.
No, please.
In the name of humanity, help me!
But who?
You're not one of them.
No, my name is Ellington. I'm an American. Shh. What are you afraid of?
Them? Listen. Do you hear them coming?
No, but why?
They will look for you. We only have a moment.
You speak as if I'm a prisoner.
Aren't you?
I'm not sure.
Come closer, and I'll explain.
Explain what?
Don't you know what they are? These men of God. They are mad, Mr. Ellington. All of them. Raving mad.
Why do you say so?
I was in the village, in Schwarzhof, doing nothing out of the ordinary, walking the street with my woman. We were holding hands. That is all. Do you see anything wrong with that?
Well, of course not. But what?
We paused to rest by a tree in the shade. And then we kissed. Yes, I admit it. Is it wrong to kiss? Tell me.
Why, no, I don't think so.
You don't think so. I don't think so. But Jerome, that lecherous old fool.
The gaunt man, the one in charge.
So, you have seen him. As I kissed her, a shadow fell over us. We looked up and saw him standing there. I opened my mouth to speak, but before I could utter a word, he raised the wooden staff he carries, so heavy. You've seen it.
Yes.
And he hit me again and again. He smote me like an angry god, or a man who thinks he's God. I woke up here.
No.
I swear. They flogged me with knotted ropes. I asked for food. They would not give it to me. I begged for water. They gave me none. Then they threw me in this filthy room and locked the door.
Well, why?
For revenge. Jerome wanted my woman.
Are you sure?
Yes. That disgusting old man, that fanatic. He wanted her. And when she refused his advances, he took his fury out on me.
Your story, I find it difficult to believe.
Of course you do. That's the strength of the man. He makes his madness seem a harmless thing, the beliefs of a religious zealot. But this is not a religious order, Mr. Ellington. These brothers of truth.
Is that what they're called?
That's what they call themselves. The real truth is they're outcasts, misfits, cut off from the world because the world will not have them. Have you heard of their sect before, of this hermitage?
No, I haven't.
Mr. Ellington, you must believe me. I don't say they're all evil, only mad. And here, within these walls, they answer to no law but their own.
Wait for me.
Where are you going?
I'll speak to Jerome.
No, you mustn't.
If I remind him that false imprisonment is a crime...
I tell you, he's the greatest maniac of them all. Quick! He's coming. Hide yourself.
Mr. Ellington.
No.
Brother Jerome?
I did not know you were well enough to walk.
I still feel weak. Brother Jerome...
Come with me, please.
Look here,
This way. Where were you going?
I was looking for you.
It was unwise for you to wander on your own. The corridors can be treacherous.
Oh, can they? In what way?
The building is very old. One might trip and fall without a torch.
Or go where one is not meant to go, is that it? See something perhaps that you're ashamed of?
I do not know to what you refer.
Don't you? Oh, then you don't know the grounds very well. I saw something just now that violates the law of this country and of humanity. I must ask you.
And I must ask you, Mr. Ellington, to leave the hermitage at once. We lack proper facilities to care for the ill.
You certainly do.
Arrangements can be made in Schwarzhof.
Just a minute.
No, not a minute. Not an extra second, Mr. Ellington. Now.
I thought you were concerned about my health.
I am.
But now you want me gone regardless. Why?
I have explained that.
You've explained nothing. Based on what I've seen, I question your motives. I question your entire operation here.
You are making assumptions.
I certainly am. Now, look, no one invited me to come here. I realize that. I arrived unexpectedly, and you're not prepared for visitors. But I had no choice. And there is no excuse for your behavior. I suppose it was only a matter of time before you brought out the knotted ropes so that you could flail me or whatever it is you do for amusement.
My son.
I'm not your son!
There are many things you don't understand.
That's right, I don't. So begin with this one. Tell me, why are you in such a hurry for me to leave? What more are you afraid I'll find out?
More?
Besides the man you've got locked up in that cell.
What man is that, Mr. Ellington?
The one we just left. The one who's been screaming his head off.
I am not sure what you're talking about.
That's it, isn't it, brother? Or is he only one of many? Well, it isn't a secret anymore. I know.
And what do you think you know? The chair. Sit. You are still weak.
Brother Jerome, I know very little about this cult of yours, what's permitted within these walls, but I doubt very seriously that you can imprison a man against his will.
That is quite true. We have no such authority.
Then why have you done it?
No man has ever been imprisoned at the Hermitage, Mr. Ellington.
He claims otherwise.
Who claims otherwise?
Who do you think? The man in the cell at the end of the corridor.
There is no man in the cell at the end of the corridor.
I was talking with him.
You were talking with no man.
And you think I'm hallucinating?
Mr. Ellington, you are ill. You still have a fever. In such a state, delirium may cause one to see and hear things that do not exist.
Do you mean to tell me you don't hear that?
Hear what?
Look at me.
Dreams can seem very real.
And honest men make unconvincing liars. The brother who's been caring for me.
Brother Christophorus?
Yes. He has a way of looking at the floor when he tells me I'm imagining things. You look at me, but your voice loses its command.
More imaginings.
I don't know why, but you're both very intent on keeping me away from the truth.
What do you know of the truth?
Which is not only poor Christianity, Brother Jerome, it's poor psychology, because now I'm very curious indeed.
Curiosity is a dangerous thing.
Oh, I was taught it's a sign of intelligence.
There are some things best left alone.
Like sleeping dogs, a nest of snakes. I'll uncover the facts eventually, you know.
Meaning what?
Just what I say. I imagine the local police will be interested to learn that you're keeping a man locked up here.
I tell you, there is no man.
All right, let's forget it. I'll deal with it in my own way.
And what way is that?
However I see fit. It's no concern of yours now. Oh, and I apologize for not dying. Maybe some other time, brother.
Mr. Ellington.
A last word? Bon voyage? Don't bother yourself. I'll make it to the village with no further delay, I assure you.
Mr. Ellington, the prisoner in the cell, it's a delicate matter.
Ah! So you admit it?
A terrible thing. He's violent, dangerous, more dangerous than you know. We are obliged to lock him in the cell. I'm sure you can understand.
I understand that you're still lying to me. Goodbye, Brother Jerome.
Would you really go to the police?
If you were in my place, wouldn't you?
Very well. Close the door, Mr. Ellington. I have told you the truth, but only a part. Now I see that I must tell you the whole of it. May God forgive me.
Then you do hear it.
As I have heard it every hour of every day, for 5 long years.
Why did you lie?
I didn't.
Oh, but I think you did.
Now the skies darken. The storm returns. I should have known. When I told you that no man screamed in the Abbey, I spoke the truth. It is not a man, you see, Mr. Ellington. It is the devil himself.
You're joking with me, aren't you?
No, Mr. Ellington, I am not. Would that I were. It would be so much easier. But the prisoner in the cell, our only prisoner, is in fact Satan.
Oh, come now.
Otherwise known as the fallen angel, Ahriman, Asmodeus, Belial, Diabolus, the devil made manifest. You asked for the truth. Now you have it. Do you believe?
What? Oh, sure.
Now it is you who are lying, Mr. Ellington. You don't believe me at all. To the contrary, you're even more certain of what you've suspected all along, that I am mad. Well, sit down. I will tell you a story. And then we'll see how certain you are of my madness or of anything else. Drink.
What did you say?
Some brandy. For thy stomach and thy infirmities.
No, thank you.
Don't worry. It's not poison. A very old vintage. I'll drink with you.
What is it you wanted to tell me?
I presume, Mr. Ellington, that you consider yourself sophisticated, a worldly man.
Why do you say that?
You're young, rich by your clothes, and reasonably well educated. Harvard?
Yale.
Exactly. Having a last fling before settling into the family business.
How did you...
You are an open book, printed in very large type, with pictures. Of course, you consider us primitive, because we're living in seclusion away from the real world. To you, we're misfits. Please, I know all the theories.
I assure you, brother...
No, Mr. Ellington, it is I who am assuring you that I am not the ignorant fanatic I might seem. I coped with your world for 40 years before I left it, and rather successfully by your standards. The best schools, a degree in philosophy, a job that took me to all the corners of the earth. This beard and this staff and this face represent nothing but a different point of view. If you understand that, then perhaps you will listen to what I have to say with an open mind.
Go on.
5 years ago, there were no screams at the Hermitage. This was simply the bombed-out ruins of a castle belonging to the family Wulfren.
How did you come by it?
Baron Wulfren turned it over to the Brothers of Truth as a gesture of charity. Our task was to tend the great vineyards and save what souls we could by constant prayer.
But this isn't a formal religious order, is it, brother?
We believe that we are recognized by God. Truth is our only dogma. We are committed to it as man's greatest weapon against the devil, who is the father of all lies.
Please, continue. You were tending the vineyards.
At that time, not very long after the Great War, the world was in chaos. Everywhere there was unhappiness, except in the village below.
Really?
For some reason, the people of Schwarzhof refused to yield to despair. They lost none of their faith. They continued, as they had for years, to be honest and God-fearing and happy. The village was a plum to Satan, one he could not resist. So he came here, drawn to it as a moth is to light, and embarked upon a program of corruption.
But you stopped him.
Yes. You see, Mr. Ellington, he made the same mistake you are making now. He underestimated me. He thought he would have no difficulty tempting an old fool. I had him in the cell before he knew what happened.
But if he's the devil, how do you keep him from escaping?
With the staff of truth. The one barrier he cannot pass.
Mm-hmm. And when he first came, just how did you recognize him?
I had seen him before, in every part of the world. Wherever there was sin, wherever there was strife and persecution, there he was also. Sometimes he appeared only as a spectator, a face in the crowd. But he was always there. in all times and places. So you understand now, I trust, why you must say nothing of the things you have seen and heard.
Brother, not that I doubt you, but is it possible that you've made a mistake?
No. Think, Mr. Ellington, of the peace in the world these 5 years. Think of this country now. Is there another like it?
But you haven't put an end to suffering. There's still murders and robberies. Even now, while we talk, people are starving.
The suffering man was meant to endure, my son. We cause much of our own grief and need no help from him. It is the unnatural catastrophes, the great wars, the overwhelming pestilences, the wholesale sinning that we have ended. The world is rebuilding. A great dawn will come.
Enough. You've made your case. I believe you, brother.
Do you? Truly?
I admit I was doubtful at first, but you've convinced me. Absolutely. I promise to keep your secret.
Good. Tomorrow, if you feel well enough, you may leave. For now, let the storm pass over. Brother Christophorus will look after you. If you would, go directly to your room.
I will. Good night, brother, and thank you. I was glad our conversation was over. It was clear that he was quite mad. I thought of his wild beard, his eyes in the flickering candlelight, and I was relieved to be away from him. The devil, indeed. But the storm had returned, and I was not yet fully recovered. I would pass one more night in this place. What, I wondered, should I do before morning comes? The corridor was dank and empty. I felt as though I were the last sane man in an insane world. What Brother Jerome had told me was utter nonsense, the product of a deranged mind. But his belief, his faith, as he called it, was heavy in the air, infecting the very stones. To bring it down would require outside help, but perhaps I could start that very night with an act of pure, unselfish humanity. Psst! Are you in there?
Where else would I be? I thought you weren't coming back.
I had a meeting with Brother Jerome.
What did he say? He lied to you, didn't he?
He said that you're...
Go on. What?
The devil.
The devil. Oh, that's good. That's wonderful. What a dream for an old man. Himself a devil. To catch Satan and lock him away in this God-forsaken place. You don't believe him, do you?
Of course not.
Then help me.
If I let you out now, while they're awake, they may catch you before you leave the grounds.
There's always the possibility. But another hour here, you don't know what it's like.
Look here, why don't I just go and get the authorities?
When?
As soon as morning comes. I'll find the path to the village and...
No! It would be my death warrant. The authorities will return and find nothing. Who knows what will have happened to me by then? Jerome is mad, but he's shrewd, too. He won't leave any evidence behind.
Then, what can we do?
You must let me out now.
There doesn't seem to be a lock on your cell, only this small shepherd's staff. You could almost reach through the bars and remove it yourself.
I've tried. It's wedged in such a way that I can't get my fingers around it.
Here, I think I can get it.
Quickly.
Wait. Brother Christophorus.
There you are. Brother Jerome was fearful. You might lose your way.
No, nothing of the kind.
Come along. I'll light a candle. There is bread and water on the table, and more soup to give you strength.
Thank you.
Rest now, Mr. Ellington. Remember, you're still a very sick man.
I'm feeling much better.
Nonetheless, Brother Jerome has asked me to watch over you.
Really, that isn't necessary.
It is my duty. The chair is sturdy, and the candle is fresh.
Wait a minute. Why are you locking the door?
To protect you.
But you're locking us both in.
Never fear. I have the key. It is not long till morning.
But...
Sleep, Mr. Ellington. You are a weary traveler. Soon you'll be back with your own kind. What a comfort, eh? You will forget all you have seen here.
I watched the monk as he sat heavily in the chair. I was a prisoner, no doubt about it. How much longer, I wondered, for both prisoners? What if the morning came and Brother Jerome chose not to release me as he promised? I might remain here for... How long had the Howling Man been in prison? 5 years? Lord, I imagined my beard growing, my hair wild, until I too was starved, crying to be let out, and no one would come. Who knew I was here? I'd drop off the face of the earth, forgotten, presumed dead. Brother Christophorus had the keys around his neck, but until he fell asleep, I was at his mercy. It was almost dawn when I dared to move. I had to be careful not to wake him. Yes, I finally had the key. I locked Brother Christophorus in the cell. There was no time to spare. I knew I must release the Howling Man before I left the hermitage.
You've come. Good.
What do you want me to do?
Lift off the wooden bolt.
Are you sure this is all that holds you in? A small carved stick?
Yes, lift it off, I tell you.
But surely you could have forced the door and broken it.
Please! There is no time for talk. In the name of mercy, if you fail now, they'll kill both of us.
All right.
Hurry.
I'm trying. I just need to slide it out of the latch.
Mr. Ellington, where have you gone?
Hurry! Hurry!
A moment.
Stop him! Stop him!
Now!
Brother Jerome, come quickly.
I am free. Stop! I command you.
The other way. Now.
Here is the gate.
It's locked.
I must get over the wall.
I'll put my hands together. A hoist. Step up.
Let not Satan escape us, O Lord. Let him not sow the seeds of evil throughout the world. I call upon you.
Up, now! He stepped in my hands and climbed the gate. Now, reach down and give me your hand. Help me.
Help you? Help you, mere mortal? Are you mad?
And I saw not the foot of a man before me, but a cloven hoof in a flash of lightning, with those horns grown suddenly from his forehead. Then he turned and vanished in the moonlight.
I am sorry for you, my son.
What was he?
As long as you live, you will remember this night. He is gone.
Who? Tell me.
Even now, you're not sure. But you will be. And then you'll know, Mr. Ellington. You'll know who it was you loosed upon the world.
The monks were mad, I thought. Or the Howling Man was mad. Or I was, or the whole world. But Brother Jerome was correct. I could not forget. And when the pictures of the carpenter from Bromau Alm Inn appeared in the papers, I grew uneasy, for I felt I'd seen this man before. And when the carpenter invaded Poland, I was sure. And when the world was plunged into war and cities had their entrails blown asunder, and that pleasant land I had visited became a place of hate and death, I decided to spend the rest of my life tracking down the one I had released. Each night I dreamed of it, Mrs. Dunphy, and I kept dreaming through all the wars since, until this week. It took years, decades, but eventually I found him. And so the nightmare is finally over. Again.
I see.
And now, Mrs. Dunphy, I'm going to see about a chartered plane to have him transported back to Germany. Brother Christophorus is in charge now. I have already written him. He will be very relieved.
And what you found, it is here?
Have no fear. As long as the staff of truth is in place, he cannot leave the next room. The staff is very small, but very powerful. So you see why you must not, under any circumstances, go near that door. Nothing in the world is more important. Do you understand?
I believe so.
Oh, he'll do a bit of howling, but never mind that. It's a trick. I'll return as soon as possible. Until then, keep that door locked.
Yes, sir. Oh my, such stories.
Come here. Please. You must listen. He is insane. Let me out, I beg you. Let me out.
Who's there? Behind that door. Are you all right? Sir, can you hear me?
The little piece of wood, the staff. Remove it, please.
I don't know if I should.
Please, take it off the door. I implore you, please. Please.
Ancient folk saying, you can catch the devil, but you can't hold him long. Ask Brother Jerome, or Brother Christophorus, or David Ellington. They know, and they'll go on knowing to the end of their days in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
The Mighty Casey, starring Paul Dooley, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, Joby Cerny, Jeff Lupetin, Alex Sopener, Kurt Nabig, Derek Purcell, Roger Mueller, Elizabeth Lido, Carl Amari, Jason Mallow, Doug James, and Vince Amari. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Okay, Pete, let's mark it off.
Starting where?
The dugout. Run a chalk line in front of the fence all the way to the gate so they can bulldoze it flat.
Wait, what's the dugout?
Where the team would wait. They'd sit on the bench, shoot the bull. Sometimes McGarry would chew 'em out but good.
Oh, I know what a dugout is. But why'd you call it that? I don't see any bench.
Not now, you don't. Used to be right over there, under the bleachers. Near home plate.
Okay, I get it. This place used to be a ballpark. Of course, that was before my time.
Yeah, I'll bet it was.
I always thought this was a track for motocross and monster trucks. My old man used to take me before it was a swap meet of me.
That right?
There was this one truck, the Grave Digger. Oh, man, you should have seen it. Big old tires, rolled right over anything.
How old are you, kid?
Me, 22.
22? I was out of high school before you were born. You know what? You really missed a lot.
Yeah, Pops, back in the day. Hey, you ever see the monster trucks?
Afraid I missed that. Ever see the Zephyrs?
The what?
Only the greatest ball club there ever was.
Sure. That's why I never heard of them. Yeah, World Series champs, huh?
They could have been. Let me tell you. And they almost did. 1 year in particular.
We better get back to work, Corrigan.
Wait a while, kid. I want to tell you a story. You bring your lunch?
Sure, I brought it in the truck.
Then let's take a load off. Good time for a break.
It's okay by me.
We can sit over there in the pitcher's mound. Of course, you can't see it anymore, but it was there. Fletch was the regular pitcher. He was a nice guy, but he had an arm like an old lady. Then one day out of the blue. Oh, you're not going to believe this.
Oh, one day what?
Well, it was, must have been July. Yeah, that's it. Middle of the season, everybody was talking about the Giants, how good they look, what a lineup, blah, blah, blah. The Zephyrs were stuck in a toilet. Then one day McGarry, that was the manager, he called for open tryouts. Why not? Couldn't be any worse than what we had. And that was when he came along. Didn't look like much. But when he wound up, man, what an arm.
Who?
I'm getting to it. Better start at the beginning. It was a hot one that year. No rain, the sun beating down.
You're standing in the middle of what used to be a baseball stadium. Now the grandstand is falling apart, the field is covered with weeds, and the men who played here are nothing but ghosts. But believe it or not, this was once home to a major league team known as the Hoboken Zephyrs. Never heard of them? That's not surprising, unless you're one of the old-timers. Today it holds only memories and no sound except the wind that stirs in the high grass of the outfield. A wind that on occasion still carries a faint, eerie echo of the crowd that once sat in those bleachers. We're about to travel back in time to a day when the Hoboken Zephyrs were still a part of the National League, and this mausoleum of memories was an honest-to-Pete attraction. But since it's strictly a story of make-believe, we must begin this way. Once upon a time, in New Jersey, a most unusual event happened on the way to the ballpark. In a moment, you'll meet the cause of that event, a left-hander named Casey. Not the most original of monikers, but that's what he was called. So sit back, grab a hot dog and a bag of peanuts, and get ready for the playoffs. Because this particular broadcast is brought to you live from the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Mighty Casey, starring Paul Dooley, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
All right, new guys, let me see what you got. Give me 50 jumping jacks.
Make it 100.
Make it 100. Then take a lap around the field.
2 laps.
You got it, McGarry. Of course, if we burn them out too fast...
They better learn to hustle or they're out of here.
Okay, Mouth, if you say so. Let me hear you count. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Morning, McGarry.
Beasley. 4 great-looking boys, huh? The one with the black socks with the floor shimes brought a note from his mother.
Who are you expecting, the All-Stars? Post a sign for open tryouts in a last-place club that happens to be 31 games out of first place, and this is what shows up.
You never know, I guess. Might be some talent out there.
Yeah, and you might be Yogi Berra.
I can't make something out of nothing. You're the owner of the club. You gotta give me some ball players.
Think you'd know what to do with them if I did? 20 games out of 4th place, and the only big average we've got is a manager with the widest mouth in the business. When the Zephyrs win 1 game, we gotta call it a streak. Buddy boy, when contract time comes around, you don't have to.
Sure, you let me go. Who you gonna get?
Now think of something.
You can always manage the team yourself.
One more time, Fletch. Ugh, trying to get it over the plate.
You okay, Monk? I must have slept funny on my arm last night.
How's the team doing?
Are you kidding? Last week, Fletch pitched 4 innings and only gave up 6 runs. That makes him our most valuable player of the month. Hey! Hey! Okay, let's see some sweat out there.
New guys, take a lap.
We gotta do it. Jeez, it just goes on forever and ever.
I get it. Dugout. What? Who? Just a minute, I'll ask him. McGarry!
Yeah?
You want to look at a pitcher?
You mean someone besides Fletcher? Now, why would I want to do that?
Send him down.
New boy?
Gotta warn you, he's a lefty.
Lefty, schmefty. If he's got one arm that works, he's for us. Hey, Monk!
Yeah?
Fletch can take it easy now. I got a new boy coming in. Catch a few for him?
Yeah, sure, Mouth. Yeah, okay, Fletch. Go on, shower up.
Check.
One more lap, let's go. You got the lineup for tonight?
I'm working on it.
Who's the starting pitcher?
I don't know yet.
You don't know?
Have to see how it goes. Whoever's hot gets a shot. Make that lukewarm.
Oh, my.
Chavez, that's enough with the laps. They look like they're gonna pass out.
Check. Take 5, boys.
All right.
All right, McGarry, I've seen enough.
Yeah, you and me both.
What's that?
I said I'll see you on the sports page.
I'll stop by later.
You do that.
Mr. McGarry?
Over there. Hey, Mouth! Your new man's here.
You gotta be kidding.
Mr. McGarry, is it?
Okay, what's the gag?
I don't know what you...
Come clean, Gramps. Did old man Beasley put you up to it?
I'm afraid
Well, tell him I don't need a water boy. Thanks for coming by. Leave your name at the office.
There must be some misunderstanding. I'm here about the pitching position.
Right. Hardy har har.
Oh, I'm not a pitcher, though I've thrown a few baseballs in my time. Of course, that was before the war.
Yeah? Which one? The Civil War? You don't look old enough for Valley Forge, but come to think of it, was the winter really as cold as they say?
I represent Casey.
Oh, Casey. Straight from Mudville, I bet. Even got himself an agent. How much do you get? 10% of nothing?
Here he is now.
Him? What is he? 115 pounds soaking wet? Listen, no offense, but if a wind comes up, those ears will start flapping and he'll take off like Dumbo.
Say hello, Casey.
Nice one, Miller.
Oh, pleased to meet you. Hey, watch out. I said watch out, the ball's coming down.
Step aside, Casey. Now, boy. I said... Ooh.
Ow! Right on the old beam. That must have hurt. You okay, fella?
Oh, Casey's fine. Just fine.
How come he's still standing? Must be out on his feet. I'll call an ambulance. Don't go suing us now.
I wouldn't think of it. Casey, as I was saying, this is Mr. McGarry. He's the manager. Hello.
Pleased to meet you. Do you want to lie down? Come on in the dugout.
Shake hands, Casey.
That's all right.
You remember how to shake hands, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Right hand, Casey. Your right hand.
Put her there, pal. Oh, ow!
You can let go, Casey. That's right. Release now.
Whoa! My hand. What a grip.
Sorry, Casey doesn't know his own strength sometimes.
Some arm. Never would have guessed it. Well, let's see what he can do. Mind if I try him out?
That's what we're here for. Right, Casey?
Correct.
Okay. See that guy over there with the great big mitt?
Yes, we see him.
He's what's known as a catcher. His name is Monk.
Ah.
Go out there and throw him a few.
Thank you, Mr. McCary.
This I gotta see.
Quite.
You his father?
Casey? Oh, no, he has no father.
An orphan, huh?
Not exactly. I guess you'd call me his creator.
That a fact.
It is, actually.
Come from around here, does he?
You might say so.
Uh-huh. How old is he?
Well, that's a little difficult to say.
What's difficult about it?
It's hard to discuss Casey's age in chronological terms. He's only been in existence for a brief time. What I mean is, he has the mind and physique of roughly a 22-year-old, but in terms of how long he's been here, the answer would be 3 weeks.
Huh?
Approximately.
Would you mind going over that again?
You see, I'm an inventor. I made Casey.
You made?
In my workshop.
Well, that's swell, pal. There ain't too many homemade left-handers in the league.
You don't understand. I'm serious.
Sure you are. Anytime you're ready.
Yes, sir.
Oh, jeez Louise.
That's his fastball. Try a curve now, Casey. His curveball.
Hey, do that again.
If you like.
Hey!
What was that?
We don't have a name for it yet. Go ahead now, Casey. Don't hold back.
Oh, enough already.
Something wrong?
Wrong? Well, you see him? That kid, he picks up where Feller left off. He's got a fastball almost went through my glove. And a curve, and a hook, and a knuckler, or whatever you want to call it. He got control like he uses radar. Oh, it's the best pitcher I ever caught in my life.
Thanks, Monk. That's enough for today.
I swear, I never seen anything like it. He don't even pitch like a human being.
Precisely.
Well, he's still rough, Gramps. He's plenty rough, but I might give him a try. If he can do the same thing when there's a game on.
Oh, he can do it. Consistency's not a problem. He's a robot, you know.
Don't say that. Don't ever say the word R-O-B-O-T-T around here. We'll just keep that one between us, okay?
Did you like my pitching, Mr. McGarry?
You might have a little potential, Casey, like I told Mr. Stillman here.
Professor.
The Professor Stillman. You're awful rough around the edges, but I think maybe we could give you a shot. I like to help young ball players. Now you go on into the locker room and find a uniform that fits. He can wear a uniform, can he?
Anything you like.
Then go and change and come back, and we'll discuss a little contract. Just the three of us.
That seems fair. Very kind of you, Mr. McGarry.
Don't mention it. Go on now.
Say thank you, Casey.
Thank you, Casey.
Thank you, sir. Come along. You're going to be a real baseball player now, just like I promised you. Isn't that wonderful?
Yes. Wonderful.
General Manager's office? This is McGarry. Now listen. Draw up a contract. New pitcher, name of Casey. No, I don't know his last name. Leave that part blank. Just do it. The only thing that's between us and a pennant now is if this guy's battery goes dead or he rusts in the rain. Never mind what I mean. Draw up the contract before he gets away.
And ready in 3, 2.
Good afternoon, sports fans. We're coming to you live for the last in a series of home games for the Hoboken Zephyrs. The Bullets are already on the field, warming up, but there's been a delay. The Zephyrs are still in the locker room. Now, we understand they're getting a last-minute pep talk from their manager, the colorful Mouth McGarry, and knowing him, it's an earful.
Peanuts, Red Hots.
Well, the Zephyrs are at the bottom of the league this season, which means this is a make-or-break situation. Now, rumor has it there's a new pitcher on the team, but that's unconfirmed. Ah, yes, a beautiful sunny day. Local fans all here, ready to root for the home team. Still, no sign of the boys from Hoboken. Well, this might be a good time for a break before the action starts. But we'll try to get word from the locker room. But till then, let's go to a commercial.
And you're on. 60 seconds.
How much longer do I have to fill?
Beats me.
What's with these losers? Well, if I was on that team, I guess I wouldn't want to show my face either.
45 seconds.
Beer here, get your ice cold beer.
Somebody get me a beer. I'm dying out here. What am I supposed to do? Play tiddlywinks? It's going to be another slaughter anyway. Hey, ask him if he's got anything stronger than beer.
You can always read him the stats.
There are no stats. If this team was any lower, they'd get stuck in the grass. What am I doing here? Get me another gig. Little League. The weather. I don't care. Just get me out.
20 seconds.
The Zephyrs are charging onto the field. No. The Zephyrs look hungry this afternoon. Yeah, sure. Who am I kidding? They're not going to show. The game's canceled. You'll see.
10 seconds to air.
Oh, those bums. It's the same old story. Fletcher winds up, he throws, and he drops the ball on his foot. They should send out a bunch of chimpanzees.
5, 4, 3, 2.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to more thrilling baseball action.
All right, you got the signals down now, kid? Okay, when you're ready to throw, you watch my fingers. See, I'll give you the hand signals, just like we practiced.
Remember the one for the fastball?
This one.
Yes.
And a curve? Show him the one for a curveball.
Yeah, it's right here.
Well, what are we waiting for, Mouth? This ain't a training session. This is for real.
You're telling me? All right, kid. You got the signals down. Look, the main thing is walk out there like you own the place. But be cool. Nice and steady.
Cool? He means don't be nervous.
Nervous.
Yeah, that's right. Whatever you're feeling, don't let it show. Pull your cap down over your eyes like this. You got nerves of steel. You know what I mean?
Not steel, exactly.
You know what nerves are, Casey.
Oh, yes. Neurons, axons, and dendrites.
This case, nerves means ill at ease. As if one of your electrodes were corroded and,
Nervous, Casey. Like as if it's 2 out in the 9th and you're 1 up and you're pitching against Joe DiMaggio. He comes up to the plate, looking intent, eyes straight ahead.
That wouldn't make me nervous.
No? Why not?
I don't know anyone named DiMaggio.
What? He never heard of it.
I know what he said. He's a great kidder, ain't he? I love this guy. All right, fellas, this is it. Let's get going.
It's time, Casey.
Yes, sir.
Mr. McGarry?
Yeah?
Are you coming?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm coming.
Something the matter?
I was just, thinking about the Giants.
We're not playing the Giants today, are we?
No, but I can't wait to knock them off. For that matter, I'd love to knock off the Phillies and the Cards, too. Or the Braves in Cincinnati. Or even the Hanksville Bullets. Them especially. Those bums beat us 11-0 in spring training.
I think that will happen. Casey will come through for you, Mr. McGarry. Most definitely.
You never told me. What have you got riding on this? What's your angle?
With Casey? My interest is purely scientific. I know he's a Superman of sorts, but I need to have that proven under test conditions.
You mean you can't guarantee he'll work?
Oh, I have no doubts. Once I built a home economist to run my house. Marvelous cook. I gained 46 pounds before I had to, dismantle her. Now, with a model such as Casey, with his strength and accuracy, I knew he was destined to play baseball. And in order to prove my point, I had to have him pitch in competition. As an acid test, I settled on the absolute worst team I could find. Nothing personal.
Nah, of course not. Very nice of you to think of us, Mr. Stillman.
Professor Stillman.
Professor, I really appreciate it. No kidding.
You can feel excitement in the air as the Zephyrs take to the field.
Hey, you bums, do something.
The pressure's on the home team, tensions are high, and there's a groundswell of support as this new pitcher approaches the mound. Well, it's do or die today. Fletcher's on the bench, and the new man, the only name I have is Casey, and frankly, he doesn't look like much. But his metal's about to be tested, to coin a phrase.
Go home, kid, your mother's calling you.
The umpire signals for the start of the game.
Play ball.
The ball is whipped around the infield, and now the second baseman is hand-carrying it over to Casey. He rubs it off on his jersey and hands it to him. The pitcher is, yes, he finally takes it. He turns to face the batter, waiting for a signal. Here's the windup. He throws. The batter swings.
Steve right
I must have missed that one, folks. It looks like the batter missed it, too. He went over the plate so fast, he swung a full 360. Good gravy, was that a fastball?
Lucky pitch.
Let me see you do that again.
Take your best shot.
Second pitch. Here's the windup. Whoa, Nelly! Halloran tries to take a bite out of it and misses. He's off his feet. Looks like he threw his back out, twisted around like a pretzel. Good golly, Miss Molly, we got ourselves a pitching machine.
In baseball news, here's a cutie for you. Seems there's a rookie in Hoboken who's pitched 3 straight shutouts.
They said it couldn't be done, but with a blistering performance to sew up 9 in a row.
In a stunning comeback, the Zephyrs zoom to 4th place in the National League as Casey gets ready for number 14.
And that makes 3 more no-hitters for the mighty Casey. The Zephyrs are locked into 1st place.
Questions in the news this morning about the mysterious Casey. Where does he get his superhuman ability?
Playoffs temporarily suspended as the Baseball Commission orders an investigation.
Today's headline, the mighty Casey. Is he on steroids? Good day.
All right, Casey, if you just relax.
What do you mean?
He's relaxed. Let's get this over with, Doc.
I'm going to sit down in front of you and strike your knee with this little rubber hammer.
Why?
It's a test, Casey.
Nothing to get shook about.
You mean shaken?
Here we go.
Casey, watch where you're kicking.
Well, I'd say his reflexes are 100%.
That it, Doctor?
Not quite, Mr. Beasley. Just let me check his pulse and do a blood test.
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
If Casey doesn't pass his physical, there goes the pennant. There goes the series. There goes my career.
But why are you worried? He doesn't take anything illegal, does he?
Absolutely not. You may rely on it.
Then...
there's something I haven't told you, Beasley.
What?
Now to take your pulse.
Hey, Doc, you really need to do that?
Oh, a mere formality. He seems to be in A1 shape.
Absolute perfection, if I do say so.
Quiet for a moment, gentlemen, while I listen through the stethoscope.
Oh, boy. Here it comes.
Breathe, please. Once more.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Not a thing. Everything sounds fine. It's just that...
Out with it. What?
This man doesn't have a pulse. No heartbeat either.
Try again.
I already have. This man isn't alive. He can't be.
That's pretty funny, Doc. Okay, go ahead and draw your blood sample. We got to get Casey cleared for the rest of the season.
I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Why don't you wait out in the hall, Stillman? You're starting to get on my nerves.
Nerves make up the neurological system in the human body. When a small electrical charge passes from one to another...
Enough already.
Mr. McGarry, it'll have to come out now. There's no way to avoid it, Doctor.
What's this all about, Mouth?
Beasley, you ain't gonna like this, but see, I didn't have a choice. It was Casey or nothing.
Are you trying to put something over on me?
Ah, what a pitcher he was. The only ball player I ever had on the team who didn't eat nothing. Not even a hot dog.
Doctor.
Is there a problem?
I think you should know something before you go any further.
Go ahead. Give it to him.
Casey doesn't have any pulse or heartbeat because he doesn't have any heart.
How's that?
He's a robot.
A what?
You heard the man.
A robot, or if you prefer, an android made from lifelike materials to resemble a human being.
Are you sure?
Oh, I should be. I built him.
And he's been pitching for the Hoboken Zephyrs?
Doctor, this is the first I've heard of it.
Well, under the circumstances, I have no choice but to notify the baseball commissioner.
Move over, Casey. I don't feel so good. Doc, you got anything for a splitting headache?
McGarry, you gave me your word.
Yeah, that the team would win. I didn't say nothing about it.
Yes, you did. You brought me Casey
and I said I never seen anything like him. Did I lie?
Not as such, but you can't run roughshod over the rules. I'm holding you in breach of contract.
Me? What did I do? I got you a winner. Know how many tickets we sold? You never had such a season.
All right. Knock it off, you two. I'm the commissioner, and I say he's suspended. That's final.
On what grounds? He didn't take no illegal substances.
He doesn't have to. Everything about him is illegal, from the top of his head to the cleats on his shoes. He's a machine.
So?
Article 6, Section 2 of the Baseball Code, I quote, "A team should consist of 9 men." End quote. Men, understand? Not robots, or vacuum cleaners, or mix masters.
Commissioner, perhaps there's another way of looking at this. For all intents and purposes, he is human. Casey, would you mind saying a few words? Tell us about yourself.
Where should I begin?
At the beginning, of course.
Yeah, where was he born? All men are born, not to assemble in a machine shop.
Go ahead, Casey. What state?
I was born in a state of ignorance.
There you go. My point exactly.
Well, he can talk, can't he? He talks as good as me. That means he's got to be alive.
I wouldn't count on it.
But he is not human.
Easy for you to say. How human do you want him? He's got arms, legs, a face.
And ears.
But no heart. He doesn't even own one. How can he be human without a heart?
Beasley don't have a heart either. He owns 40% of the ball club.
That's it, gentlemen. He doesn't have a heart. Ergo, he isn't human. And that's a violation of the baseball code. Therefore, he doesn't play.
Mr. Commissioner, suppose this, just for the sake of argument. Supposing I gave him a heart.
You gave him? Where will you get one? At the local parts store?
Hear me out. If that essential is the only thing that renders him different from the norm, I could try an operation. I think I could do it. In fact, I'm sure I could. Supply him with a self-contained mechanical heart, that is.
Now you're talking, Prof. How about that, huh? What do you say?
Well, it would be very irregular. If he were to be given a heart, would medical science classify him as... what I mean is, could he then be called
He had the doc fooled even without one.
All right. With a heart, I'll give him a temporary okay until the league meeting in October. Then we'll have to take it up in session. The other teams will scream bloody murder. I can see DeRocher now.
Then it's all settled. Casey gets a heart and accreditation as human, and the Zephyrs take it, Mouthy.
With pleasure. Hoboken wins the pennant for the first time in 23 years.
So,
Where's Casey?
Search me. He's supposed to be here.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, operator.
Well, how's Casey? Is he coming?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
The operator can't get an answer at Stillman's house.
Well, maybe he's in the middle of the operation.
So he's in the middle of the operation. What's the matter? He can't use one hand to pick up the phone? We can't wait no longer. I gotta turn in the starting lineup. Corrigan?
Yeah, Mouth.
You'll pitch tonight. All the rest of you, same as before. Now listen, you guys. That's the enemy out there. That's the New York Giants. And while we're out there playing, a fella named Casey is lying on a table struggling to make it. And I know that the last words out of his mouth before the knife went into his chest were, "Go on out there and win one for me." And I'm going to tell you something else, fellas. From now on, there's going to be a ghost in that dugout. Every time you pick up a bat, look over to where Casey used to sit, because he'll be there in spirit, rooting for us, cheering for us, yelling, "Go, Zephyrs, go!"
Hello.
Oh, hi there, Professor. And I'm going to tell you something else about him. He has heart. Not a real heart, maybe, but that guy is lying there with a great big hole in his chest. He...
Hello, Mr. McGarry.
Hello. Now, as I was saying... Casey?
Hey, how you doing? Hey, welcome back.
All right. Knock it off. Quiet in here.
Sorry we're late.
Well, you got something to tell me?
Go ahead, Casey.
Listen, Mr. McGarry.
I'm listening.
He means his chest. Put your ear against it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Hear it, sir?
I hear it. Casey, you got heart.
And look at that smile on his face. That's the one thing I could never get him to do. Smile.
How do you feel, boy?
I feel... Well, frankly, I feel wonderful. Just wonderful. I feel togetherness with everybody.
Then, let's go team!
Yeah. Casey starts tonight. The new Casey. Now let's get out there and show him what we're made of.
Here, get your red hot.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is what we've all been waiting for, the big one. Oh, there's joy in Hoboken tonight, let me tell you. I wouldn't miss this one for the world. One of the greatest comeback streaks in history. Casey takes the pitcher's mound. The umpire signals the start of the game. Casey winds up. He throws. And it's a high fly over the wall and out of the park. That's a home run for the Giants. What a way to start the game. Well, that'll be a big one on the scoreboard.
What's he doing?
Cool it, guys. Casey's just playing with him. Making it more exciting. Know what I mean?
If you say so, Mouth.
Another run for the Giants. Now it's 3-0. What's wrong with the mighty Casey? That's what fans want to know. And it's all over. A shutout for the Giants. Looks like Casey's streak is history.
Well, 1 minute he's 3 Bob Fellers rolled into one, and the next minute he's a tanker with nothing. You want to tell me what's going on?
It's rather complicated.
Then you tell me, Casey. Start by explaining how one pitcher can throw 9 balls and give up 4 singles, 2 doubles, a triple, and 2 home runs.
I don't know what to say, Mr. McGarry.
Shall I tell him?
Tell me what?
It's because Casey has a heart now.
So? He has heart. Big deal.
The thing is, Mr. McGarry, I just couldn't strike out those poor fellows. I didn't have it in me to do that, to hurt their feelings. He
felt compassion.
What?
That's what he's got now. Compassion. See that smile on his face? Give an individual a heart, Mr. McGarry, particularly someone like Casey, who hasn't been around long enough to understand things like competitiveness or drive or ego. And it's bound to happen.
Oh, my aching back.
I'm sorry, Mr. McGarry. I just couldn't hurt their careers. Professor Stillman thinks I should go into social work. I'd like to help people.
That's what happens to you. Should I tell you what happens to me? I get shipped off to a baseball farm system that consists of one silo and a McCormick Reaper. The only thing we get come spring is a wheat crop. Right now, I'm gonna go have me a drink.
Oh, Mr. McGarry.
What do you want?
I was wondering if I might come with you.
What for?
Do you mind, Casey?
Oh, don't worry about me, sir. You go ahead.
Good. Now, Mr. McGarry, I've been doing some thinking.
About what?
The characteristics necessary to make a great baseball player. I figured out the mechanism for hooks and curves and sliders, and I think Casey is the perfect height. But when it comes to temperament, motivation, attitude, that sort of thing, there may be a better way.
Such as?
I might be persuaded to build another model, new and improved, who would work out even better. I could have him ready, say, for next year's spring training?
Who's gonna pay for it?
Oh, I've got the funding, don't worry. But I thought if we could go over the plans together.
What do you got in mind?
Let me draw you a picture.
Jeez, that's a heck of a story.
Yep. Of course, it didn't work out. The professor didn't have the money, and he wanted certain, perks that old man Beasley wouldn't agree to. So it fell apart after that. But for a few weeks there, a bright, shining time it was. We didn't just have heart, we had hope.
How do you know so much, Mr. Corrigan?
Because I used to play with him when there still was a team called the Zephyrs.
No kidding.
Come on, we better get back to work. You finish your lunch?
Yeah.
Then let's go. They're gonna flatten this place to the ground tomorrow. We gotta get it marked off.
I guess so.
Once upon a time, there was a Major League Baseball team called the Hoboken Zephyrs, who, during the last year of their existence, wound up in last place and shortly thereafter were consigned to oblivion. There is a rumor, unsubstantiated of course, that a manager named McGarry took some of them to the West Coast and wound up with a pennant and a World's Championship not long after. This newly revised team had a pretty fair lineup of pitchers with names like Drysdale, Koufax, and Sherry, or so the story goes. So if you're interested in where any of those now famous gentlemen really came from, here's a tip. Just check under B for baseball in the Twilight Zone.
We'll return to the Twilight Zone in just a moment.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise,
plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
But I do.
Even after so long?
What is time? The ebb and flow of a river as we drift along, bobbing and sinking, but floating to the surface again and again and again.
My love.
From this day forward, we shall never be apart. This, I promise you.
Kruger, I've got an idea.
Who is this?
Jordy, who do you think? Listen, this one's a winner.
You know what time it is.
Late. Sorry, boss, but I just watched a movie and...
Movie? What movie?
Remember that assignment? You wanted to send me to the coast?
To cover the awards, but you passed on it.
Right, the Career Achievement Awards at the Academy.
Jordan, surely this can wait.
That's just it. It can't. Come morning, I'll be on a plane, headed for L.A.
No, you won't. I'm sending the new boy.
Not so fast. You remember why I passed on it? Because Pamela Morris isn't attending.
As usual, so what?
Well, I ran one of her pictures tonight. Her greatest performance. And this, I promise you. I've forgotten the magic. There's never been anyone like her, not even close. So here's what you do.
Have you been drinking?
Buddy, I'm stone cold sober. Get me a ticket for the red eye out of O'Hare. Then soon as it's morning, Pacific time, call our agent and set up an interview. I'll be there with bells on.
Interview about what?
Are you kidding? It's Pamela Morris. Where's she been all these years? Is she still as beautiful as they say? I'll get you an exclusive. And while I'm out there, I just might cover the awards, if you ask me real nice. 'Cause you're my favorite editor.
Do us both a favor. Go back to bed.
I haven't been to bed. I've been watching Pamela Morris all night long. And tomorrow, I'm going to meet her. No matter what. Thanks, Kruger. It'll be worth it. This, I promise you. The world's most beautiful woman. Pamela Morris. In person.
Introducing Jordan Herrick, syndicated columnist, whose work appears in more than 100 newspapers. By nature a cynic, a disbeliever, and a jaded commentator on the movie business, caught up for the moment in a lovely vision. He's not sure whether that vision is merely a dream, but he'll soon find out. Her name is Pamela Morris, renowned star and femme fatale, not seen in public for many years, whose legendary beauty is remembered by millions. Mr. Herrick is correct about one thing. Tomorrow he will make her acquaintance in person. But what he does not know is that the face he gazes upon may actually be a reflection, beamed his way directly from the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Queen of the Nile, starring Kate Jackson with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Hello? Hello? Is anybody...
Yes, sir.
I'm here to see Miss Morris.
Who?
Pamela Morris. Do I have the right address?
This is a private residence. No deliveries.
Oh, for the love of... I'm not a delivery boy.
Please turn your car around.
My name is Jordan Herrick.
Well, you still need an appointment.
I have an appointment. Check the list. Herri.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Herrick from Chicago.
Thank you.
I'll open the gate. Park in the circular driveway by the main house.
Yes?
Hello there. I'm Jordan Herrick. I have an interview with Miss Morris.
You're early.
Am I? Well, if she's not ready, I can wait.
This way.
Well. This is impressive.
Take your coat, sir.
That portrait on the wall.
Your coat?
Here. Who painted it, may I ask?
I'll tell Miss Morris you're here.
Yes, you do that. What's the signature on the canvas? No. Can't be.
Where's my towel?
A young man is here to see you.
Where?
In the living room.
Really? Tell him I'll be right in.
There's no hurry.
Oh, there you are. Sorry, I lost track of the time.
Please, don't rush on my account.
You've come all this way. It's the least I can do.
But it's such a glorious day.
I'll be right with you. Just let me dry off.
Of course.
Charlotte, see if the gentleman would like a drink. Perhaps a light lunch?
Yes, miss.
Oh, don't go to any trouble.
I'll meet you in the living room as soon as I make myself presentable.
Oh, you're more than that. Great deal more.
If you follow me, sir.
Mr. Herrick?
Miss Morris, I didn't mean to interrupt your swim.
Nonsense. I've kept you waiting.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter, and I apologize. But I do love the pool. It's my one indulgence. Am I forgiven?
Absolutely.
Please sit down.
Beautiful.
Sorry?
This room. The furniture, the artifacts. Lovely.
You like my little collection?
Very unusual. You must have gathered these things from around the world.
Oh, you know how it is. Various locations over the years for this film or that.
You specialize in the exotic.
Do I? Yes, I suppose so.
Even the front door, that metal insect or whatever it is.
Ah, you saw that. The door knocker. Cast in bronze, after an Egyptian beetle or so, I'm told. Do you think it's too much?
No. It's quite remarkable. I've never seen another like it.
Nor have I.
Must be very old.
Yes, it must be. I confess I've forgotten exactly where it's from. Now then, I believe you have some questions for me?
Well, if you don't mind.
Not if you're the one who asked them.
I'll do the best I can.
I'm sure you always do.
To begin at the beginning.
As two people always must.
You were born in...
I must say, Mr. Herrick, you are very direct.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I meant geographically.
No, you didn't. You meant the year. That's what the public always wants to know.
You're not offended?
Should I be? I have my producers, my directors. You have your editors. They are all very demanding. Besides, a woman in my position must have no secrets.
I'm relieved to hear you say that. I was afraid.
Afraid? You have nothing to fear here.
No?
Why, Mr. Herrick, I'm only a woman, and a rather small one at that. Surely you've known many women.
Never one like you.
Then I'll try to make this as painless as possible. Suppose you tell me how old you think I am.
Well, that's hardly fair.
Oh, come now. Especially after you saw me in my bathing attire. Unfortunately, it conceals very little.
I wouldn't say unfortunately.
Mr. Herrick, you make me blush.
I shouldn't have wandered out onto the terrace like that.
I did say no secrets.
And I overstepped the bounds with that question.
No, not at all. Please, be honest.
Really,
Here, take a good look. I'm sorry about the shirtwaist and sandals, but I didn't want to keep you waiting a moment longer. Time is so precious.
You're not wearing any makeup, are you?
Can you tell? There simply wasn't time.
You're very beautiful.
That wasn't the question. We were talking about my age. I'd appreciate your candor.
In that case, you look no older than you do in the painting.
Oh, everyone asked about that. I was only a child when I posed for it.
Is that so?
Come and see for yourself, close up.
All right.
Well?
Oh, surely I'm misreading the signature.
Why do you say that?
This can't be a Berthold.
Berthold? I was so frightened of him. The world was bright and new to me, and he was so wildly creative.
Was he?
I'd never met anyone like him. It was his genius that enabled him to project the flowering of a fragile blossom, as he put it.
He must have been a genius to capture you so perfectly.
What a lovely thing to say.
Tea, miss.
Ah. Shall we, Mr. Herrick?
Certainly.
Tea or coffee?
Coffee, please.
Would you like something in it? Cognac? Whiskey?
No, thank you. I'll take it black.
I thought newspapermen were heavy drinkers.
That's a myth. At least during working hours.
And are you working now?
I am. Though it doesn't feel like work.
I want you to feel entirely at ease. It's to my advantage, you know. Lest you think badly of me.
Very little chance of that.
Is it time for tea, Charlotte?
Yes, Mrs. Draper.
Hello. My name's...
This is Mr. Herrick.
How do you do?
Mrs. Draper. He's the newspaperman, Mother.
I know.
You're Pamela's mother? Surely not...
Sit down, Mother. Have your tea.
It's remarkable, the resemblance between you two.
Some might think so.
With my mother, it is tea at this precise hour every afternoon.
Mrs. Draper, you must feel proud to have such a famous daughter.
Must I?
Mother never did approve of my career.
Believe me, Mr. Herrick, I had very little choice in the matter.
She thinks I'm too headstrong.
Dedicated is the word. You still are, Pamela.
Tell me, was your daughter always as beautiful as she is now?
Always.
Now there's loyalty for you.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Herrick, it is the truth.
Then perhaps I should interview you as well.
Why, whatever for?
Well, I might learn a few important details from the mother.
Such as the real age of the daughter.
Honestly, I wasn't thinking of that.
Isn't age relative? Besides, didn't I promise to reveal absolutely everything to you, Mr. Herrick?
You did.
All in good time.
Then I'll just have to be patient.
Not for much longer. This I promise you.
Pamela, I must have a word with you.
Later, in your room.
I am not going to stand by and watch it happen again.
You will if I say you will.
I can't bear it.
Mother, would you mind seeing if Charlotte has things under control in the kitchen?
Not this time.
Sorry if I'm intruding.
She was just leaving.
Pamela.
Weren't you?
A pleasure to have met you, young man.
My pleasure, Mrs. Draper. Perhaps we'll talk another time.
I hope so. Until then, goodbye. Take care of yourself. Take very good care.
I'll try.
Forgive her.
What for?
She's getting old.
Still, she might remember a few details I can use for my story.
No, her mind wanders. Her memories become distorted. Shall we finish our coffee on the terrace?
If you prefer.
There should be a breeze outside.
I'll bring the cups.
Mr. Herrick.
Mrs. Draper, I thought you'd gone.
I must speak with you.
Why, of course.
Leave.
What?
You must leave at once. Quickly, before she hears. You are in danger.
I am?
Very grave danger. All is not as it appears. She is not as she appears.
Mr. Herrick, are you coming?
Be right there. What's this about? If there's something I should know, you...
She is running out of time. Save yourself, young man, before it's too late. I implore you. Save yourself.
Isn't it lovely out here?
Quite stunning. And a perfect location. I'm trying to remember. Who owned this house before you?
Oh, some ancient actor from the silent days, I think.
And when did you purchase it?
There you go, Mr. Herrick, still trying to trick me. I assure you it was built decades ago, long before I was born.
No doubt.
I love to sit here by the hour, watching the birds and the clouds, listening to the sound of the water. At night I watch the stars.
Do you?
But that isn't what interests you, my nocturnal habits.
It'll fit nicely into the story I'm doing.
The question of age is still the big thing, isn't it?
I wouldn't say that.
I can hear it in your voice. Well, here goes. I am 38, Jordan. May I call you Jordan?
Of course.
Is that so terribly old?
Not at all.
Even in my case?
Especially not in your case. The years have never been kinder to anyone.
Oh, you're a dream.
It's the truth.
I should have realized you'd take all this down. Looks like you've already written several pages.
Some advance notes. Dates mostly.
Do they concern me?
Indirectly. According to one article...
I know you read something. A column by one of those stupid, jealous women.
If you don't mind me asking...
Fire away.
If you're 38, how could you have starred in a movie made, 29 years ago?
I can't believe it. Jordan Herrick taken in by the printed word. Tell me, do you always believe everything you read?
And set me straight. The movie was Trails West, is that correct?
Darling, it couldn't have been me. I would have had to be 9 years old, don't you see? It's an old mistake. I've run across it before. Once something like that gets into the books, it's hard to erase.
Well, according to our files, your co-star was John Bradley.
Was it?
You were in love with him.
I never even met him. Your files are in error.
That's possible.
Almost 30 years ago. Why, I don't believe I'd even seen a movie yet. I wasn't allowed. My parents were very strict.
Oh?
We were poor. We lived in Iowa. My father's business was failing. It was a few years later that I set out for Hollywood, a star-struck girl in her teens, following the same trail blazed by so many hopefuls. I was extremely lucky.
You must have been. You made Queen of the Nile with Charles Danforth. When you were 14?
Juliet was 12.
It's such an important production.
Is that so much harder to believe than my true age today? You see, no one knew I was only 14. If they had, I would have been taken off the picture. I matured early.
Indeed you did. I've seen the film.
Have you?
Shot on location, wasn't it?
Oh, yes. No studio backlots then. A fabulous experience. I learned so much.
And that was when you began collecting?
What?
The interior of your house. I take it their trip inspired the decor.
I call it early Egyptian. I suppose it's silly of me, but how could I resist? It was my first big break, and I was far from home with more money than I'd ever seen before. I'm just glad it wasn't one of those horror pictures that I probably have the place filled with caskets.
No, I much prefer it this way.
But really, you know, the fact is that I still feel 14 in some respects. No, let me be more precise. Sitting here with you, I feel new. I know it sounds foolish, but I want to live, Jordan. I want to savor all there is in this life. Is that so wrong?
No.
Come here and look at the view. You can see practically the entire city from here. The canyons, the pools.
They look so blue from here.
Don't they? Such a perfect color. Reminds me of something.
Me too. Your eyes.
You are too good to be true. But do you see what I mean? The world is such a magnificent place, full of so many wonders, too many to know in one lifetime.
Maybe that's what makes life so precious. Because it's so brief.
Does it have to be? If we live fully, tasting everything that's placed before us like a magnificent offering, two people alive to the moment and each other.
Yes.
I'm being foolish again saying such things.
Oh, on the contrary.
We've only just met.
Hardly seems possible.
That's because you've seen my films, each a time capsule, preserved, unchanging.
There's something more, something that's very much alive right now.
It's just that I so seldom get the chance to speak my mind, to air my dreams.
That's true for everyone.
Is it?
It is for me.
If I could know there's another who feels the same way, who wants to know life to the fullest.
I think it's time for you to start believing.
I don't dare.
What are you worried about?
You were so understanding, so simpatico.
Don't stand too close.
No, you don't like it.
Move to the edge of the hillside. You might fall.
Oh, Jordan, I already have. No.
What's wrong?
What must you think of me?
Don't turn away. Look at me. It's as much my fault as yours. I wanted to kiss you from the first moment I saw you.
You're very sweet, very real. But you really must go.
Why?
Because I say so. But we can see each other again, if you like.
What about tonight? Dinner?
Very well, shall we say?
8 o'clock? Eric? Party of two?
Not for an hour, at the very least.
I have a reservation.
I'm sure you do. If you'd care to wait on the bar.
Hello, Armand.
Miss Morris.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
I should say so. We've missed you.
How about that reservation?
The old table, I presume?
That would be divine.
Claude?
Yes, Armand.
Prepare that corner booth.
But it is occupied by another couple.
Then move them. Tout de suite.
Yes, sir.
And that's our show. Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite you to dance.
Darling, I don't know when I've had such a wonderful time, but it is getting late.
Is it?
I should call home to see how Mother's doing.
Oh, don't tell me there's a curfew.
It isn't that, but I do worry.
Excuse me?
Yes?
Miss Morris, can I have your autograph?
Of course, dear.
Thank you, Miss Morris.
Will that do?
Will it?
You should charge for those things. That's the 10th one tonight.
Darling, is something the matter?
No. Nothing.
We're to have no secrets between us, remember?
I was just thinking about your mother. Something she said.
When?
Earlier today, she took me aside. I could have sworn she was trying to warn me. Only I'm not sure of what.
Jordan, my mother is disturbed. You must believe me.
I do. But her words stick in my mind.
She feels responsible.
For what?
My father's death. They were returning from a party. She was driving, and the car went off the road. Father was killed.
I'm sorry.
Since then, she's been suspicious, furtive, imagining all sorts of terrible things. I've tried to help her, but the doctors say it's hopeless. She's deeply depressed. She should be in an institution, but I can't bear the thought of...
I shouldn't have brought it up.
Let's change the subject.
Yes, let's.
Now then, I told you about me. What about you?
What do you want to know?
Where did you grow up?
Chicago. I still live there.
I've played Chicago, the Wells Theater.
The Wells.
Is it still always so cold in Chicago?
Only in the wintertime.
Oh, I almost forgot. I was going to call Mother. Where's my purse?
Oh, wait, you'll need coins for the phone.
Oh, don't worry about me.
Here, I'll get change. Waiter?
Jordan, please.
It's no trouble.
Listen to me. You're a kind and considerate man, but I can take care of myself. Just don't disappear while I'm gone. Promise?
You have my word on it. What's this in my pocket? A letter? Someone must have put it in my jacket. But who? Dear Mr. Herrick, you are a fine young man. I know you want to see my daughter.
But you must not. Under no circumstances are you to come to this house again. You will not believe what I am about to tell you, but I swear on all I hold sacred that she is not as she appears. The ravishing woman you know as Pamela Morris is far older than you think. She has told you her age, but she is much more than 38. I know. For you see, I am not her mother. I am her daughter.
Morning.
Jordan?
Oh, I was just about to phone you.
Were you?
I overslept after last night.
I was afraid you wouldn't call.
I wasn't sure you wanted me to.
Now you're teasing me. I had the most wonderful evening.
So did I.
It was heavenly, Jordan. Every minute of it. Will I see you today?
Wild horses wouldn't keep me away.
You don't have to fly back?
Not just yet. I'll tell Kruger I'm onto something here. Something that could be very big.
Kruger?
My editor. Don't worry, he'll go for it.
Oh, I hope so. If I were to lose you now, you don't know how long it's been since I've felt this way.
Stay right where you are. I'll be right over.
I won't move from this spot. I'll tell Charlotte to make lunch for us on the veranda.
I have a better idea. I'll take you to Musso and Frank's for brunch. Perhaps your mother could join us.
What for?
I thought it might be nice for her. To get her out of the house for a change.
Mother's not feeling well this morning.
Oh, nothing serious, I hope.
Only the usual complaints. Her mind seems worse, though. I wouldn't want to subject you to that.
As you wish.
You seem awfully interested in my mother.
I do? Yeah. Just a reporter's curiosity.
Enough about her. How soon will you be here?
As soon as I shower and dress.
Till then, darling.
Till then.
Front desk.
This is Mr. Herrick. I'd like to place a collect call to Chicago.
I'll connect you with the hotel operator.
Kruger.
Hey, old buddy.
Jordy, glad you called. Where are you?
Still in Hollywood. Listen.
Good. I got another job for you, if you're through playing around with that little movie queen.
Almost. Do something for me, will you? Get out the file on one of our pictures.
Which one?
Queen of the Nile.
Right. Which one?
I just told you. Queen of the...
Well, you're a little young, I guess, but they made two of them. First one silent, I think, around 1920, maybe earlier.
I didn't know that. Get them both.
Take me a minute.
I'll hang on.
Here it is. You there?
Yeah.
I got it.
What's the name of the girl who starred in the original?
Let me see. Constance Taylor.
Never heard of her.
Anyway, she starred in most of it.
What do you mean?
It says there was some kind of accident during filming, a cave-in at a tomb in Egypt. Real tragic. They never found her.
Got a photo of this Constance Taylor?
There's a clipping from the obit.
Compare it.
With what?
A picture of Pamela Morris in the remake.
If you say so.
Well?
They look alike, but they would. They played the same part with the same makeup, same type of costume.
The old Wells Theater. When did they tear it down?
The Wells? Here in Chicago? Oh, it must have been sometime in the 30s. Why?
I want to be sure first. In the meantime, I need you to do a little more research. Find out about the men who were involved with Pamela Morris. Send me every press release, every clipping you have on her. Then fax them to me at the hotel. Can you do that?
This better be worth it.
Oh, it will be.
Sounds like you're on to something.
Kruger, you wouldn't believe it if I told you. But it's something, all right. Something fantastic.
Well,
It's all true, Mr. Herrick. Every bit of it. But don't show it to her. Leave here at once.
This picture. Is it Pamela?
Yes. Yes. Please, Mr. Herrick. You don't know how it is.
January 12th, 1933. Gladys Gregory and Kester Roberts at the Wells Theater. On roadshow tour, fresh from their Broadway success in Honeymoon Deferred.
She had many different names.
But she herself hasn't changed in what? 50, 60 years?
At least 80. The sum total of my life. You can't imagine what it was like to see her always so fresh and beautiful, while my mirror image grew seared and yellowed with age. How I longed to see a wrinkle, just one, in that baby skin face. But she stayed young, and it was I who grew bent and gnarled, withered by the weight of the years. Is it any wonder that I hate her so?
Hard to imagine hating her.
Take one last look, Mr. Herrick, and then go.
How old is she, really?
She is ageless. Perhaps eternal.
That's true. What is her secret?
What woman would not sell her soul to know?
Surely you have some idea.
It has to do with the motif of this room.
The artifacts?
The scarabs. The scarabide beetle, to be exact. The Egyptian symbol for everlasting life, from the banks of the Nile.
Mrs. Draper, if you hate her so...
Why do I stay? What else could I do? After Pamela and my husband.
Go on. Tell me the rest.
Charlotte?
I cannot. You must go.
What about those other men? John Bradley, Charles Danforth, Wesley Harrington.
Don't ask about them.
Charlotte, was that Mr. Herrick's car in the driveway? I thought I heard... Oh, Jordan. I knew it was you. I could hardly wait.
Hello, Pamela.
What's she doing here?
Pamela.
How nice of you to drop in, Mr. Herrick. Has my mother been entertaining you?
Yes, she has.
Tea, Miss Morris.
Thank you, Charlotte. What wild tales have you been spinning, Mother?
I'm beginning to think they're not wild tales at all.
Oh?
For one thing, the Wells Theater where you played was torn down years ago. Many, many years. And the artist, Berthold, who painted that picture of you, do you know when he died?
You may leave us, Mother. Charlotte will serve your tea in your room.
Pamela, please.
I want to speak to Mr. Herrick alone.
Yes, I'm sure you do.
That will be all, Charlotte. I'll pour for Mr. Herrick.
Yes, Miss Morris.
Your coffee. Black, as I recall?
Yes, Pamela.
Drink up.
Pamela,
Now then, you were saying?
Please understand,
Oh, I do.
I'm a reporter. It's my job to gather facts.
And last night, that was part of your research?
Last night was special. Believe me.
My, look at all these newspaper clippings.
Let me explain.
You've compiled quite a dossier on me. What is it you want? Money?
You think I'm a blackmailer?
Well, if that's not it, what do you want?
The truth.
It comes down to this.
I told you it isn't about money.
I understand.
Then why are you opening the wall safe?
You want the truth, Mr. Herrick, and you shall have it. Come here.
What have you done?
Just a little white pill in your coffee.
You drugged me.
Don't worry. It's only a sedative.
Well, why?
I'm about to show you the secret. Don't you want to see what's in the box? Very well. I'll bring it to you.
What is that?
A rare Egyptian scarab, Mr. Herrick. The secret of eternity.
Where would you...
Get it? From the pharaohs, who understood its power.
pharaohs?
I told you, Mr. Harry. I was once Queen of the Nile.
That was only a movie.
Was it? Oh, yes, but I'm talking about the real thing.
You were?
Not were. Am.
Oh.
Sit down. It's easier that way. Let me open your shirt. You'll feel a slight sting as it penetrates your flesh. Then when it's fed, when it's filled itself with your life force.
Please. Please.
There. Now I simply remove it and place it on my skin so that it can reverse the process. Let me see. This leg should do nicely. Do you think I have nice legs, Mr. Harry? Oh, but you can't speak. You can't do anything, can you? A pity the art of mummification no longer exists, because in a few more seconds, there will simply be nothing left to hold your body together anymore.
Pamela, what have you done?
I've told you, Viola. Never come in until I call you if you want to live another day.
No, I can't bear it.
Get rid of the remains. Quickly.
This must stop.
Clothing, shoes, everything. Now.
Yes?
I have an appointment to see Miss Morris.
This way, sir.
I'm here, Charlotte.
Yes, miss.
Oh, do you mind? I seem to have knocked over a cup in the living room. Would you see that it's swept up? All of it?
Right away, miss.
If I've come at a bad time...
Nonsense. You must be Mr. Jackson.
Yes, I called the other day.
And I told you to come out when you could. Did you think I'd forget?
Well, I didn't want to intrude. I must say, you look spectacular.
Do I?
Radiant, if you don't mind me saying.
It's the weather. I so love the sun and the pool. I'm constantly refreshed. It reminds me of the location for one of my films. We shot it on the banks of the Nile River, the ancient source of life, or so I'm told.
Queen of the Nile. I've seen it.
Have you? But you're so young. Come. We'll have coffee on the veranda.
Everybody knows Pamela Morris, the beautiful and eternally young movie star. Or does she have another name even more famous, an Egyptian one from centuries past? A word to the wise. It's best not to be too curious, lest you end up like Jordan Herrick, a pile of dust and old clothing discarded in the endless eternity of the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Queen of the Nile, starring Kate Jackson with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Jerry Saul. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Doug James, Jeff Lupetin, Linda Reiter, David Darlow, Sarah Marks, Christian Stolte, Bob Dunsworth, Carl Amari, Vince Amari, and Roger Wolski. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are that of imagination. Your next stop? The Twilight Zone.
Blasted alarm. Let me sleep. Oh, all right, I hear you.
It's 7:01 on a beautiful spring morning.
What's so beautiful about it?
And this is Mike Munn, here with some more sunshine music on your favorite listening station, Radio K-Rand.
Oh, you shut up.
So, whether you're on the way to work or just waking up, relax. We'll be with you all day long, bringing you melodic masterpieces around the clock.
Off, I say. I did not set this radio to go on at all.
And before we start another set of timeless hits, here's a special message for one of our favorite listeners, Bartlett Finchley.
What?
Mr. Finchley, we know you're out there, so put on a happy face. Take some time to smell the coffee, and remember, we love you madly, but we'd love you even more if you'd get out. Nobody wants you here, so you may as well pack up and get out now.
We'll see about that. Of all the outrageous gall. Operator, get me K-Rant. Yes, the radio station. No, I don't know the number. Kindly dial it for me. If you can spare a moment from your crossword puzzle.
K-Rand, how may I direct your call?
Connect me with Mike Munn.
I beg your pardon?
Munn, your asinine disc jockey.
I'm sorry, sir, but there's no one here by that name.
Of course there is. I just heard him on the radio. He took it upon himself to broadcast a personal insult directly and specifically aimed at me.
We play all music all the time, sir.
Do you know who you're speaking to? This is Bartlett Finchley.
Yes, Mr. Finchley?
And I will not be addressed in such a manner, on or off the air.
Of course not, sir. Which manner?
I'm sure you know full well what I'm talking about. The airwaves are licensed by the Federal Communications Commission, and they are not to be used for personal messages. I'm sure the FCC will be most interested in these blatant violations. They'll pull your license so fast it'll make your empty head spin like a top.
But we don't have disc jockeys. We don't broadcast any messages at all. Only beautiful music 24 hours a day. Plus commercials, of course.
Let me speak to your station manager.
Yes, sir. Please hold.
And don't you dare place me on hold, you high school dropout. Oh, for the love of... I don't have time for this nonsense. I will not have it. I'll write a blistering letter to the FCC that will knock this rinky-dink station off the air.
Hello?
I want to file a complaint. A very, very serious complaint about your broadcasting policies.
Come off it, Finchley.
What did you say?
Get off your high horse and give it a rest, or you're out of here.
You low-life nincompoop. How dare you address me in that fashion? I'll have you fired on the spot. What is your name, you cretinous subhuman? Don't you hang up on me! Hello? Hello? Hello?
This is Mr. Bartlett Finchley, age 42, a practicing sophisticate and dedicated misanthrope who writes very special and very precious things for gourmet magazines, critical journals, and the like. He's a bachelor and a recluse with few friends, only devotees and adherents to the cause of tart sophistry. He has no interest save whatever current annoyances he can find to occupy his mind. He has no purpose to his life, except the formulation of day-to-day opportunities to vent his wrath on the mechanical contrivances of an age he abhors. In short, Mr. Bartlett Finchley is a malcontent, born either too late or too early in history, and who in just a moment will enter a realm where muscles and the will to fight back are not limited to human beings. Next stop for Mr. Bartlett Finchley, the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, A Thing About Machines, starring Mike Starr, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
How are you today, Mr. Finchley?
I'll answer that burning question after you tell me what's wrong with this electronic abomination in my living room.
You mean your TV set?
And also acquaint me with how much your current larceny is going to cost me.
Well, let's see here. 2 hours labor, new circuit board, new oscillator, new comb filter.
How very technical and how very nice. Speak English, man.
Well, you asked me what was wrong.
Never mind the subterfuge. I presume I'm to be dunned once again for 3 times the worth of the bloody thing.
Well, I didn't charge you for my travel time.
The total. What is the total?
Here you go, Finchley.
Oh, surely you jest.
All right. I'll give you a break on the sales tax, seeing as how you're a regular.
But this is the price of a meal in a 4-star restaurant, with wine.
Labor don't come cheap nowadays.
And neither, apparently, does my peace of mind. I requested that the device be restored to working order, the alternative being more disruptions to my writing schedule.
Well, you could just get a new one every time. Might be easier all around. Last time I was here, Mr. Finchley, you'd kicked your foot through the picture tube, remember?
I have a vivid recollection. It was not working properly, like every other electronic contraption in this house. I tried to rehabilitate it.
By wrecking it?
After a certain point, that is the only option left. I disposed of a clock radio in a similar manner this morning. Unfortunately, I must view a cooking program this evening in order to write my review of their fare, which I'm sure will be abysmal as usual, if the television should choose to operate at all.
Why don't you just horsewhip it, Mr. Finchley? That'd show it who's boss.
What do you say we cease the small talk? Let's get down to the petty larceny and be done with it.
I'll put it on your tab. Send me a check before I come out the next time.
I sometimes wonder exactly what it is the purpose of the Better Business Bureau in such transactions.
You got a complaint about my work?
When they allow you itinerant extortionists to come back week after week, move wires around, busily probe with ham-like hands, and accomplish nothing but the financial ruin of every customer on your route.
We're not a jip outfit, Mr. Finchley. We're legitimate repairmen. But I'll tell you something about yourself.
Spare me, please. I'm sure there must be some malnutrition analyst with an aging mother to care for whom I can contact for that purpose.
Why don't you hear me out, Mr. Finchley? That set doesn't work because you obviously got back there and yanked out wires and heaven knows what else. You had me over here last month to fix your tape recorder because you'd thrown it down the steps.
It did not work properly.
Well, that's the point, Mr. Finchley. Why don't they work properly? Offhand, I'd say it's because you don't treat them properly.
I assume there's no charge for that bit of analysis.
What does go wrong with these things, Mr. Finchley? Have any idea?
Have I any idea? Now that's worth a scholarly 10 lines in your repairman's journal. Bilk the customer, but let him do the diagnosis.
Well, the reason I ask that is because, Whatever it is that really bothers you about that television set and the radio and all the rest, it's something you're not telling me.
Aside from being a rather incompetent clod, you're a most unreceptive listener. I've explained to you already. The television set simply did not work properly. And as for that original Marconi operating under the guise of a radio, it gave me nothing but static.
You sure that was all that was wrong with them?
I choose my words very precisely, thank you.
Well, there you go. TV's okay again, for now. I'll send you a complete bill, Mr. Finchley.
Of this I have no doubt.
Finchley, what is it with you, anyway?
With me?
Well, with you and machines, that is. Any type of machine, as far as I can tell. Just curious. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. If it's something personal.
I will file that idiotic question in my memorabilia, to be referred to at some future date when I write my memoirs. You will fill one entire chapter. The most forgettable person I have ever met. It just so happens, you boob. It just so happens that every machine in this house refuses to cooperate, on any level. They behave as if... There! You see what I mean? Enough! I said that will be just about enough of that. Stop! 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 Please! Miss Rogers?
Yes, Mr. Finchley?
Let me see the pages.
Yes, sir.
Is that all you've done?
That's all I've done. 2 articles and 1 column, almost completely retyped, 40 pages in 3.5 hours. That's the best I can do, Mr. Finchley.
It's that idiotic gadget of yours, humming and clicking away. I suppose it's about to break down, too.
It's perfectly fine for a typewriter if you'd let me use a word processor.
My words don't need processing. They've already been diced and sliced by the most perfect processor known to man, the human brain, which in my case comes with a great deal of priceless expertise.
But a computer would increase the speed. I wouldn't have to worry about ribbons, correction tape.
The solution to that, Miss Rogers, is increased accuracy.
I'm extremely accurate, Mr. Finchley, and it's not my speed that's the problem. This is an old-fashioned, out-of-date technology. If you'd allow me to bring a computer in here...
Oh, no! Not in my house. More unnecessary bells and whistles. Thomas Jefferson wrote out the preamble to the Constitution of the United States with an inkpot and a feather quill. It took him only half a day.
Then why don't you hire Mr. Jefferson?
Did I ever tell you with what degree of distaste I view insubordination?
Oh, yes, many times, often and endlessly.
What are you doing?
What does it look like? I'll tell you what, Mr. Finchley. From now on, you can get yourself another girl. Somebody with 3 arms and roughly the same sensitivity as an alligator. Then the 2 of you can work together till death do you part. As for me, I've had it.
And you are going where?
Where? I think I might take in Bermuda for a couple of weeks, or Mexico, or maybe a quiet sanitarium on the banks of the Hudson.
Now, Miss Rogers.
Any place where I can be as far away as possible from the highly articulate, oh so sophisticated bon vivant of America's winers and diners, Mr. Bartlett Finchley.
Miss Rogers, you don't mean that. And surely you're not serious.
You've even got me talking like you. But I'll tell you what you won't get me to do. You won't turn me into a female Finchley with a pinched, scornful little heart and a mean, petty, yellow-jaundiced view of everybody else in the world.
Miss Rogers, please. Please don't leave.
I beg your pardon?
I wish you'd reconsider.
Speak up. I can't hear you.
I wish you'd stay for a little bit longer.
You what?
I don't mean the work. All that can wait.
Then why?
I was just thinking. Well, we might have dinner.
You're not serious.
Or something, perhaps a cocktail.
You are serious.
I am.
I'm not very hungry, and it's too early for cocktails. What's your trouble, Mr. Finchley?
You sound like a half-hearted orphan whose idea of a lark is a square dance at the local grange. I'm merely suggesting to you, Miss Rogers, that we observe the simple social amenities between an employer and a secretary. I thought we'd go out, even take in a show or something.
How very sweet, Mr. Finchley. Thank you, but no, thank you. Tonight I'm taking a hog-calling lesson. You know what a hog is, don't you, Mr. Finchley? He's a terribly bright fathead who writes for gourmet magazines and condescends to let a few other slobs exist in the world just to take his rudeness and run back and forth at his beck and call. Good day, Mr. Finchley.
Miss Rogers, before you go, have a cup of coffee or anything at all. If you must know, I'd like very much not to be alone for a while.
Are you ill?
No, not as such.
Then what's the trouble?
Does there have to be trouble because I'm desperately tired. I've hardly slept for 4 nights. And the very thought of being alone now, well, frankly, it's intolerable. Things have been happening, Miss Rogers. Very odd things.
Go on.
That TV set in the corner. It goes on late at night. Just goes on all by itself.
I see you got it fixed.
And the clock radio I kept in my bedroom, it went on and off, too, of its own accord, whenever I tried to catch up on my sleep. I'll let you in on a little secret. There's a conspiracy afoot in this house, Miss Rogers.
Really, Mr. Finchley?
That's exactly what it is. A conspiracy. The television set, the radio, electrical devices of every sort. That miserable car I drive. Even the clock on the mantelpiece.
There's no clock on the mantel.
I know. I threw it away.
Why would you do that?
What I'm getting at, Miss Rogers, is that for as long as I've lived, I've never been able to satisfactorily operate machines.
Mr. Finchley, I think you ought to see a doctor.
A doctor? Oh, the universal panacea of dreamless idiots. If you're depressed, see a doctor. If you're happy, see a doctor. If the mortgage is too high and the salary too low, see a doctor. You, Miss Rogers, you see a doctor. I am a logical, rational, intelligent man. I know what I see. I know what I hear. And for the past 3 months, I've been sharing this house with a collection of wheezy Frankenstein monsters whose whole purpose is to destroy me. Now, what do you think of that?
I think you're terribly ill. I think you need medical attention.
You obviously haven't heard a word I've said.
I think you've got a very bad case of nerves from lack of sleep.
By no choice of my own, I assure you.
And I think that way down deep, you yourself realize that these things are nothing more than delusions.
Now I know what you really think of me. That I'm to be pitied. That I'm a poor wretch, not in my right mind, that...
Think what you like.
Now where are you going?
You don't need company, Mr. Finchley. You need analysis.
You're no better than a cogwheel robotic machine yourself. You haven't an iota of compassion or sympathy.
Mr. Finchley, please, let go of my arm.
I'll let you go when I get good and ready to let you go.
Mr. Finchley, let's not make an ugly scene here. Now, come on, let me go. Mr. Finchley, let go of me!
Get out of here and don't come back!
With distinct pleasure and manifest relief.
Don't ever come back. I'll send you your check. I will not be intimidated by machines, so it follows that no empty-headed little secretary with a mechanical expression is going to get away with anything either.
Mr. Finchley, in this conspiracy you're suffering, this mortal combat between you and the appliances, I hope you get licked.
Good riddance! What? More typewriting? Oh, you think you'll turn yourself on any time you feel like it, do you? Let's see what you've written. Get out of here, Finchley. Get out of here, Finchley? Who are you to tell me to get out of my own house? You're a machine, a silly machine, an inanimate object. All right, that's it. This is war. You're not going to intimidate me. Did you hear what I said? You're not going to get away with it, you machines.
Nice day, huh?
Define your terms.
I was only making conversation, Mr. Finchley.
Just see to it that this elevator takes me all the way to my destination without a mishap.
19th floor.
I'm surprised I got here in one piece.
Pardon, sir?
No matter. You wouldn't understand. You couldn't, since you choose to collaborate with these infernal contraptions all day long.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Finchley.
Is it?
I just meant...
I know what you meant. The warm, languid weather outside, fluffy white clouds scudding across a pale blue sky. The sort of day when a young woman's thoughts turn to romantic mush. Disgusting.
Mr. Finchley, I assure you
Well, I'll have none of it. Do you hear?
Excuse me. Editorial department.
Ah, another telephone. Mr. Alexander Graham Bell's most loathsome invention. It undoubtedly knows my whereabouts at all times.
Please hold. Mr. Finchley, did you want to see the editor?
No need. I simply wish to drop off my manuscripts for the next issue, the reviews and the personal opinion column. Oh, and kindly note, the final pages are handwritten this time.
Oh, did your computer crash?
By no means. My typewriting apparatus is in the shop. Actually, I prefer this method. It allows me to make last-minute revisions directly from my hand to your eye, as it were.
I'll tell them it's here.
Then I shall take my leave. Out into the blinding white heat of the cruelest month.
Reflux Publications. Iron Gourmet Magazine. Just a moment, please.
You there! Why are you touching my automobile?
I'm writing you a citation, sir.
For what reason?
Overtime parking.
What?
The meter ran out.
That's impossible.
You can mail in the fine or pay in person.
There's something wrong with the meter. Surely you can see that.
I see a red flag. That's a violation.
But I deposited the correct coins.
Maybe you did. Just not enough, that's all.
On the contrary, I've been gone for 13 minutes. I inserted coinage worth exactly 30 minutes.
Well, it doesn't look like it.
Then the meter's not working properly.
Take it easy. You don't want to break city property now, do you?
It's already broken. Definitely and absolutely. It runs too fast. Any fool can see that it did not register a full 30 minutes after swallowing my money.
If you want to contest it, court hours are 8 to 5, plus night court on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
This is a gross miscarriage of justice.
I'm just doing my job, mister. Here's your citation. Have a nice day.
One more mechanical abomination designed to make my life a living hell. One side, madam. You, sir. Move your vehicle out of my way.
Watch it, Mac.
Watch what exactly, you imbecile? This is my lane.
Park it, Pops.
Of all the insolent.
Get that rattle trap off the road.
Stand aside. Bartlett Finchley is at the wheel. I earned my first driving license while that bully was still in kindergarten. The barbarians are at the gates. Yet another red light, waiting for some mother and her toddler to cross the street. Oh, look at them, stuffed to bursting on cheeseburgers.
What's wrong with you? Are you blind?
I did nothing. Simply place my foot on the brake pedal?
On the gas, you mean?
The car moved forward under its own power.
Yeah, sure. You trying to kill somebody?
I saw the whole thing. He did try to kill you.
On the contrary, the motor car obviously malfunctioned.
We're in a crosswalk here.
Get his license number.
You do that. The light is now green. Do I have your permission to proceed?
Get that piece of crap out of here.
Gladly. Pardon me, attendant. If I may be so bold.
Yeah,
When will you be finished with the repairs?
on the old four-door?
Soon, I trust. You've had more than enough time.
Right. It's parked over there.
Ah, my congratulations. And now for the bad news. What is this going to cost me?
Nothing.
For a brake overhaul? You mean no charge for the labor? I'll consider that a professional courtesy.
I mean, no charge, period.
So you haven't completed the work. My good man, I can't wait around this gas station all day.
There's nothing wrong with it. I checked the brakes, transmission, the works. It's an oldie, but there ain't nothing wrong with that car.
Nothing?
She's a classic. You know, you could sell that baby for good money if you want.
But I distinctly felt the machine roll forward under its own volition.
All the same, it's working perfect. Real cherry set of wheels you got there. I know a collector looking for something like that. I'll give you, say, $900.
$900? The hubcaps cost more than that.
Okay, $1,000.
Give me the keys.
If you say so. Here you go, Mr. Finchley. But she's not gonna last forever, you know. You ought to get back what you put into it. Buy yourself a nice new car. If you can hang on a minute, I'll call the guy.
And waste even more of my precious time? Good day.
Wait up!
Ah, now you deduce what's wrong, as I'm about to drive away.
$1,100. Cash on the barrelhead.
Oh, go tighten your fan belts or whatever it is you do in this incompetent establishment. Knuckle-dragging dolt. At least I can hear some decent music.
Get out of here, Finchley.
More abuse.
Just go, Finchley. We don't want you here. Pack up and get out. Before it's too late.
Miss Moore, please? Oh, is that you, Agatha? Bartlett Finchley here. Yes, my dear, it has been a long time. Too long. Which indeed prompts this call. How about, dinner this evening? Yes, with yours truly. Why, at the restaurant of your choosing, of course. Oh, no, you're quite mistaken. There are establishments that meet my standards. In this city, well, I'm sure there are. Well, it is short notice. But yes, I see. Some other time, then? I'll call you again. You have my pledge on it. Not at all. Good evening to you. Mrs. Donnelly, please. Pauline, is that you? Oh, and how's my favorite young widow this evening? Bartlett. Bartlett Finchley. You remember? Yes. I'm tip-top. And you? Splendid. Say, listen, Pauline, I was wondering, sort of spur of the moment and all that, but oh... I see. I see. Yes, perfectly. That's quite all right. No, I hadn't heard the good news. Well, I'm delighted for you. Truly delighted. In June. I'll send you a wedding gift. Of course. Good night. It's the telephone. I'm sure of it. Distorting my voice, twisting my words. What other explanation is there? An army of forces dedicated to embarrassing me, inconveniencing me, and generally making my life as miserable as possible. How much longer, may I ask?
The phone's all fixed, Mr. Finchley. One in the bedroom, too.
So you say?
Yeah, she's operating all right now. Had to replace a handset, though. Shouldn't give you any more trouble.
I'm deeply indebted. Convey my best to Mr. Bell for his reliable invention.
Yeah, sure.
Is there something else?
Well, you tripped over the cord. Is that what you said?
If that's what I said, you may rest assured that's what happened.
Well, you're the boss, Mr. Finchley. Reason I asked, though, those wires sure looked like they were yanked out.
Do they now? Proving what a vast storehouse of knowledge the phone company has yet to acquire.
Okay. So long, then. Have a nice night.
I shall certainly endeavor to do so.
One thing.
Yes?
The thing about phones, though?
What?
Well, you see, they're just like any other piece of electronics. You have to be careful. Treat them right. Because if you don't, they won't do what you want. Kind of like people, I guess. Kick them to the curb, and they won't be there when you need them. You get back what you give out. But, well, I figure you know that already, don't you, Mr. Finchley? A smart man like you.
Good night. So be it. Another evening alone. Just as well. At least this way I'll have the company of a person of quality.
And welcome once again to Dinner for One on the Eating Channel. Tonight we prepare a bright and breezy repast guaranteed to liven up any kitchen.
Oh, spare me.
3 new and exotic courses imported from jolly old England. For appetizers, a wonderful discovery called the Scotch egg, followed by an exquisite cold watercress sandwich. And the traditional pièce de résistance, bangers and mash. Sound excited? Well, it is. So sit back and enjoy and keep a pencil and paper handy. Now for something completely different.
Balderdash, not worthy of a review. Cretins and half-wits at every turn. Well, who needs you? Who needs any of you? Mr. Bartlett Finchley is going out on the town. He's going to have a wonderful evening with some good wine, and who knows what lovely lady I may meet during my nocturnal meanderings. Who knows indeed? Dinner jacket, white shirt, and the red cravat. No, the blue. Or perhaps the polka dots. Yes. This will do. Now for a quick shave before dressing. Who do I see in the mirror there? Who can that attractive man be? Don't tell me. It's Bartlett Finchley. Good features. Strong chin. Bred from quality stock. All I need to do is whisk off the stubble. Ow! Bit me. The shaver actually bit me. I'm bleeding. Get away, you filthy bugger. Finchley. Who's there? Finchley. Look in the mirror. What do you really see? Who's speaking? Take a good look. You're ugly, Finchley. That's not my face. It can't be. An ugly, dried-up old man. Do yourself a favor. Do us all a favor. Use a straight razor. Stop speaking at once. You have no right. Hello, operator. Get me the police. Someone's in my house. Hello? Hello?
Finchley, get out of here.
Stop this!
You Finchley?
Oh, thank God you're here, officer.
At your car?
What?
The car in the street.
Yes, it is. What about it?
She rolled down the driveway, almost hit a kid on a bike.
Yeah, my son.
But the brake was on.
The emergency brake? You better get it fixed.
I just did, this afternoon.
Don't you believe him, officer?
Car rolled right down the driveway and into the street. You're lucky it didn't hit somebody. Then you'd really be in hot water. Got the keys?
They're in the other room.
Better get them then. I want to put on some clothes while you're at it.
Look at him standing there in his underwear.
I have a robe on, madam.
Some robe?
It's called a dressing gown.
And tie it shut. I'll write you up for indecent exposure, too.
Oh, yes, of course.
All right, fella, you better pull her back in the garage. I'll give you a warning this time. Have those brakes checked first thing in the morning, understand?
Perfectly. There is another matter I'd like to discuss with you, officer, now that you're here.
And what's all the noise in his house? He's always throwing stuff, yelling at the top of his lungs.
That true?
No, I fell, that's all. Tripped and fell on the stairs.
That why your face is bleeding?
Precisely.
What's the other matter?
Matter?
You said you have something to discuss.
It's difficult to explain. You wouldn't understand.
Eating then, Mr. Finchley.
So is he gonna move his car or what?
In one moment, madam. For now you may remain on my property until I return with the keys. At that time I should like you to be out of my yard. Otherwise I shall solicit the aid of this gendarme to forcibly eject you. Idiots! I need a drink. Perhaps one more. That's better. But if the car can't be trusted, how can I go out this evening? I'm a prisoner in this madhouse. Miss Rogers? Edith? Is that you? Yes, of course. You had second thoughts and now you've come back. Where are you? But if you're not here, then who's typing? Get out of here, Finchley. Get out of here, Finchley. Is that all you can write, you infernal machine? Who turned you on?
Get out of here, Finchley. Get out of here, Finchley.
No. You get out of my television set. What's that? The clock. I smashed it this afternoon. Smashed it to smithereens. And you. I destroyed you too. Oh, you won't get me. You won't get me. I won't let you. Help me, please. Someone. It's Bartlett Finchley, your neighbor. Let me in.
It's that crazy man again. Don't let him in, Mom. He tried to kill me.
I didn't. The car did. Don't you understand? Open your door.
You get away from here.
You can't follow me. You're only a car. My car. Stop. There's no one at the wheel. You must stop. I demand it. Back to my house. Then it can't follow me to the house. Locked. Wait. I have the keys after all. It can't get in here. I'm safe now. Safe. Where's the light switch? Burned out. Just as well. I'll hide here in the dark until the car goes away. Yes, that's it.
Get out of here! Get out of here, Finchley! Now!
Away! I'll sneak away. Go somewhere, anywhere out of this town, far, far away. What? Those lights. Blinding. I can't see a thing.
I have your 1019 on Woodlawn Drive. What is the status?
Cancel that call for backup. Paramedics have arrived, waiting their decision.
Do you have a positive ID?
Finchley, first name B for Bartlett. Stand by, 10-4.
That man.
He was running in his bathrobe.
Never saw anything like it.
What's his condition?
Flatline. He's gone.
I'll put him down as DOA your arrival. Heart attack?
That's what it looks like. What happened here, you know?
Neighbors said they heard him shouting about something last night. He sounded scared.
What about?
Yeah, whatever it was, he took it with him.
Was he out here?
Right here on the porch, slumped down against the door, eyes wide open like he saw a ghost. I figured he was on his way to his car.
Which one?
At the curb. Never got to move it like I told him.
He must have been drunk. You can smell it on him.
Good thing he forgot his car keys or he might have done some real damage.
Yeah, not now, though. Poor old guy.
He was a royal pain, let me tell you. That's all over now.
Maybe he did see something. Who knows?
Maybe so.
Yes, maybe so. It could just be that Mr. Bartlett Finchley succumbed to a simple heart attack and a set of delusions that were self-generated. It could just be that he was tormented beyond the breaking point by an imagination as sharp as his wit and as pointed as his dislikes. But as reported by those in attendance, this is one explanation that has definitely left the premises with the deceased. For now, look for it filed under M for machines in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after these words.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
A Thing About Machines, starring Mike Starr, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling and adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison. Heard in the cast were Doug James, Peggy Roeder, Rich Komanek, Turk Muller, Guy Burrill, Larissa Borkowski, Irene Olson, Heath Corson, Lynn Foley, Natalia Reed, and Peter DeVito. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Don Longo, Terry Jennings, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Oh, no, where am I? What am I doing outdoors? I don't remember leaving my... Oh, it's so dark. I don't live here. Or here. Oh, it is my house. Oh, I must get home.
May I assist you, madam?
You startled me. I've lost my way. My home is somewhere around here, I'm sure, but I don't know where.
Perhaps I can help you find it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I don't even know how I came to be out here.
It's certainly not safe at this time of night.
Oh, at any time.
Well, surely the daytime when the streets are crowded.
No, that's when it's most dangerous. For me. So you see, I never go out.
Never?
Never.
But, dear lady, why not?
I'm afraid.
Afraid? Of something or someone?
Someone. It's difficult to explain.
Please, try me.
Oh, I'm not sure you'd believe me. You'd think I'm just a senile old woman.
I'd believe you, Wanda.
What did you call me?
Wanda. That is your name, isn't it?
Yes, but I didn't tell you that.
You didn't? Are you certain?
Yes, I'm certain. How do you know my name?
Because I've been looking for you for a long time, Wanda.
Oh, no.
You've kept me at bay for many years, but no longer.
No. Get away from me.
There's nowhere to turn, Wanda. You don't know where you are, remember? You certainly couldn't run from me, a frail old woman like you.
Please. No, I won't let you.
Say that again. It amuses me. You won't let me? How do you imagine you're going to stop me? You really have no choice, Wanda. There's nowhere for you to go now. Come to me, old woman. Take my hand.
No.
Take my hand.
No. No. Oh, it was the dream. The dream again. I'm home. Of course I'm home. Where else would I be? But is it night or day? Oh, that's right. The clock is broken. It's been broken a long time. Can't get it repaired, can I? Not without going... No, I can't. I mustn't. I have to resist every temptation. Oh, really, Wanda? How could you be so careless? How could you fall asleep before... Oh, I must check. Oh. Yes. The boards and the windows are still secure. Is that... Can I feel a breeze? Is there a gap? Oh, not enough. Not enough. He still can't get in. Oh, what about the door? Chain is on. And the door is locked. Good. He can't come in that way either. Yes, I'm safe. Save for another day. But I've been careless. Really, falling asleep before checking. I mustn't take chances. I can't take chances. Not while he's out there. And he's always out.
Miss Dunn? Miss Dunn, are you all right in there?
Who are you?
It's Barry. Mr. Fabian, you know, from the grocery store. I know we've actually never met, but, well, we've spoken on the phone, Miss Dunn. At least we used to. Do you even have a phone anymore? Anyway, you know me, right?
What do you want?
I'm delivering your groceries, Miss Dunn. You remember? Charlie, the kid who works for me, was supposed to bring them, I know, but he called in sick. Yeah, kids these days, huh? No sense of responsibility. Anyway, I thought I'd better get them to you now instead of waiting till tomorrow. I figured, you know, you'd be waiting for them. Is that all right?
Put the food through the letterbox.
The letterbox, right. Okay. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Fabian. Your money is coming under the door now.
Under the door.
Here it is.
Miss Dunn, wouldn't it be easier to just...
$6 and...
Okay.
32 cents.
Many thanks, Miss Dunn, but,
Good day to you, Mr. Fabian.
Miss Dunn, are you still there?
Yes? What is it?
I've been thinking. I just wonder... Miss Dunn, does anybody else bring you food?
I really don't see what business of yours that is, Mr. Fabian.
Well, no, it's nothing like that, I promise you. I mean, this hasn't anything to do with business. I'm just concerned for your well-being. I mean, it seems to me a person can't live on food big enough to fit through a letterbox.
I can assure you, Mr. Fabian, I'm in no danger of dying as long as I observe this strict regimen.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear you talk like that, but I don't know. Maybe if I could come in for a minute.
Come in?
Yeah, I just want to talk, Miss Dunn. I mean, I can't do that so well out here. I really think you need to see a doctor.
Out of the question. No one is coming in here, Mr. Fabian. Not a doctor, and not you.
Miss Dunn, could you open the door, please?
Go away!
Miss Dunn, I just want to help you.
I know what you want. Leave me alone.
Miss Dunn, all
I know who you are.
You do? Well, that's good. That's very good. Myself, I have a very bad memory. Every morning, you know, my wife gives me a pen. Every day I lose it somewhere. So, will you let me in?
Stop trying to get in here. You won't get me. Just go away and leave me alone.
Come on, Miss Dunn. Look, I've got other deliveries to make. I just want to help you if I can. I think you could use a little help. The heck with it. Good luck living here in this neighborhood. What's left of it.
Go away. I won't let you in. I won't let you get me. Leave me alone. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Please! Freeze!
What's going on out there?
Help! Is anyone in there? You gotta help me.
Who is it? Go away!
I've been shot. I need help. Please. Please do something to help.
Who are you?
Officer. I'm a police officer. Please, you have to open the door. I need help. I've been shot.
You're lying to me. I know you. You can't fool me.
No, I'm not trying to fool you. Please. I think I'm dying.
You can't trick me so easily. You're no policeman. Why can't you just leave me alone? I know who you are. I know what you are.
An old woman living in a waking nightmare. An old woman who has fought 1,000 battles with death and has always won. Now she's faced with a grim decision. A decision that might to others seem the simplest in the world. That of whether or not to open a door. And in some strange and frightening way, she knows that this seemingly ordinary door leads to the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Nothing in the Dark, starring Marshall Allman, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Please. Why won't you help me?
Stop this! Why must you do this to me?
I'm losing a lot of blood. It's so cold out here.
Listen to me. I'm going to open the door.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
But I'm leaving the chain on. Don't even try to touch me. I won't let you.
Don't worry. I'm not gonna hurt you. I couldn't hurt anybody.
Oh. You're so young. Almost a child.
Unless you help me, I'm gonna die. I don't think I can even move very far.
Oh, don't say that. Oh, it isn't fair. No, it just isn't fair. You keep trying to trick me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't move. Don't do that again. Or I'll close the door.
What? Listen, lady. I've been shot. I'm bleeding to death. Do you understand? Do you understand? Please. My name is Harold Belden. I need a doctor. I need a doctor right away. Please, call the hospital. I can't get there myself.
I can't call the hospital. I haven't got a telephone. Not anymore.
Then let me come inside. You can't just leave me. I'm begging you, I'm freezing.
I have to unlock the door. You can't ask me to do that. You can't. I don't want to die. You understand?
So you're not gonna help me? You're just gonna let me die out here?
I know who you are.
No, I told you who I am. My name is Belden. Officer Harold Belden.
That's not her name. There is no such person. Stop trying to trick me.
I don't understand why you keep saying that. Look, it hurts. It hurts, okay? Please, lady, please.
Stop! Stop! Oh, why are you torturing me like this? I tell you, it isn't fair. I don't want to die.
Well, I don't want to die either. If I could get help for myself, I would, but I can't move. I've been shot in the side, you see? Look, I'm bleeding.
Oh, it isn't fair. It isn't fair.
Will you help me?
Yes. Yes, I'll help you.
Thank you. Take my hand.
What?
Take my hand. Pull me inside.
No, I won't. I mean, I can't. Oh, can't you? Can't you crawl in?
Well, I don't think so.
Please try. Quickly. I don't want to leave the door open. That's it. Come over here. into the bed. You just rest. Rest. Oh, what have I done? And what am I going to do? Officer? 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 Oh, I'm so sorry.
What a... Oh, I'm alive.
Yes. Yes, you are.
Yeah, you're the lady that helped me.
Yes. Eventually. Now, drink this.
What is it?
Tea. There's no milk, I'm afraid. No, don't get up, officer. Conserve your strength.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Please, call me Harold. You saved my life. I owe you at least that much.
Is it good?
It's fine. Thank you. How long have I been out?
Hours.
What time is it?
I'm not sure. Morning, I think.
What do you think?
I don't have a clock.
I guess it is morning. It's hard to tell. What happened to your windows? Who boarded them up?
Well, I did. A long time ago now. But they're still as strong as ever.
What? Why would you do that?
Oh, I have my reasons. Well, we all have our own reasons for doing things. Why would you want to be a policeman? To be in a job where people try to kill you? Well, why would you want to court death like that?
Court death? I don't know that I'd put it that strongly. I do what I do because there's just some jobs that have to be done.
You mean it's a sort of vocation?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Listen, Mrs.
It's Miss Dunn.
Listen, Miss Dunn. You should try to get some rest yourself.
You need it more than I do.
No, really, I feel much better. When the doctor gets here, he'll take me off your hands for good.
The doctor?
Yeah, sure. He'll check my wound, take me to the hospital. You didn't call the doctor?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
I told you last night. I haven't got a telephone. Don't you remember?
No, I don't. I was kind of out of it last night, I guess.
Oh, of course. Perhaps you could use your radio to ask someone to come get you. Well, you could wait outside for them.
No, I busted my radio when I fell on it. You see?
Hello.
And I don't think I got the strength left to get up on my own. Look, couldn't you go to one of the neighbors?
Oh, there aren't any.
What are you talking about? There aren't any neighbors. There must be. Everyone has neighbors.
Well, I don't. Not anymore.
Why? What happened?
They've all moved away.
Not all of them. That's impossible.
All of them. Trucks came and took away their furniture. First one, and then another.
Is something happening to these buildings?
I wouldn't know.
I'm sorry to ask, but how can you not know something like that? I mean, if it was my home...
I don't have a great deal of contact with the outside world. I haven't for quite some time. I couldn't even tell you who the president is.
Wow. But there has to be somebody around who can help, you know? Or maybe a phone booth somewhere where you could call a doctor.
Perhaps. I don't know. But even if I could call the doctor somehow, I couldn't take a chance and let him in.
Why not?
It's too dangerous.
Dangerous for you?
Yes.
You let me in.
Oh, I didn't have a choice. You were going to... I didn't know if I could trust you, but I'm still alive.
Of course you're still alive.